This is Audible.
Terry Goodkind presents The First Confessor, The Legend of Magda Sirus, novel by Terry Goodkind, and read by Kelly Fitzgerald. Chapter 1. I have heard it told, the old woman confided, that there be those walking among us who can do more than merely speak with the dead. Coming out of her distracted thoughts, Magda Sirus frowned up at the woman leaning in close over her shoulder. The woman's intent expression drew heavy creases across her broad, flat brow. "What are you talking about, Tilly?" The woman's faded blue eyes turned to check the shadowed corners of the gloomy room. Down in the lower reaches of the keep, where those with exceptional talents go about their dark work, it is said that there be gifted among them who can speak with souls beyond the veil of life, those souls now in the world of the dead. Magda placed her trembling fingers on the creases in her own brow. "Tilly, you should know better than to believe such gossip." Tilly's gaze again lifted to search the somber room lit only by thin streamers of light coming in the slits between the ill-fitting, warped shutters. The narrow slices of light revealed specks of dust floating almost motionless above the heavy wooden work table, set hard up against the stone wall. The table bore the age-softened evidence of dark stains, cuts and scars collected over centuries of varied use. The edges of the thick top have been irregularly rounded over and worn smooth by the touch of countless hands that had, over the passage of time, given the wood a polished, chestnut-colored patina. Sitting at the table, facing the shuttered windows, Magda stared down into memories held in a small silver box, sitting alone before her as she thought of all that was lost to her. Everything was lost to her. Not mere gossip, Tilly said softly, compassionately. "A friend I trust works in the nether reaches of the keep. She knows things, sees things. She says that some of those whose work it is to know about the world of the dead have not merely spoken to those passed on, but have done more." "More?" Magda couldn't bring herself to look up from the memories in the box. "What are you saying?" "My friend says that the gifted down there may even have ways to bring people back from the world of the dead. What I'm saying is that maybe you could have him brought back." Elbows on the table, Magda pressed her fingertips to her temples as she struggled to keep the tears from springing anew. She stared down at a dried flower he had once given her, a rare white flower he had climbed all day to retrieve. He had called her his young, fierce flower, and said that only such a rare and beautiful thing befit her. So why would he choose to abandon her in this way? Brought back from the dead? Magda slowly shook her head as she sighed. "Dear spirits, Tilly, what has gotten into you?" The woman set down her wooden pail and let the wash rag she was holding slip into the soapy water. She leaned down a bit more, as if to make sure that no one could hear, even though there was no one else in the cluttered, rarely used storage room. "You have been kind to me, mistress," Tilly said as she laid a gentle, wash-wrinkled hand on Magda's shoulder. "More kind than most folk, even when you had no need to be. Most ignore me as I go about my work, even though I've worked here most of my life. Many don't even know my name. Only you have ever asked about me or offered me a smile, or a bit to eat on occasion when I was looking haggard. You, of all people." Magda patted the warm, comforting hand on her shoulder. "You're a good woman, Tilly. Most people don't see the simple truth in front of them. I have offered you nothing more than common decency." Tilly nodded. Common decency is what most of your standing would only offer a woman born noble. Magda smiled distantly. We are all noble, Tilly. Every life is. Magda had to swallow, fearing that another word would put her over the edge. Precious, Tilly finished for her. Magda managed a smile for the woman. Precious, she agreed at last. Maybe I see things differently because I wasn't born noble. She cleared her throat. But when a life is over, it is over. That is the way of life. We are all born. We live. We die. There is no coming back from beyond the veil. Magda considered her own words and realized that they weren't entirely accurate. It occurred to her for the first time that it might have been that he had brought death back with him, that even though he had succeeded in returning from his perilous journey to the world of the dead, perhaps he had never really escaped its grasp. Perhaps he couldn't. Tilly fussed with the end of her apron strings as she mulled something over for a moment. I don't wish to upset you, mistress, she said at last. It is only because you have been kind to me and always treated me with respect that I would tell you that which I would dare not speak of to another. But only if you wish to hear it. If you don't, you don't have but to say the word, and I will never again speak of the matter. Magda let out a deep breath. Tell me then. Tilly ran the side of a finger along her lower lip as she took a final glance around the somber room before speaking. Down in the burial vaults, mistress, down in the tunnels running far underground, near where some of the departed are placed and most visitors aren't allowed. My friends say that the wizards working for the war effort have found a way to bring the dead back to life. Though I admit that I have not seen such things with my own eyes, she swears on her soul that it be true. If it be true, then perhaps there be a way to have Master Baracus brought back. Tilly arched an eyebrow. You are one with the standing to ask for such indulgences. Do you forget so soon exactly who my husband was, Tilly? Take it from me, wizards are masters of deception. They can conjure all sorts of illusions and make them seem real. No, mistress, I have not forgotten who your husband was. He was loved by many people, me included. Tilly picked up her bucket. She paused to consider Magda's words. It must be as you say. You would know of such illusions far better than I. She dipped her head respectively. I must be on my work, mistress. Magda watched the old woman make her way toward the door. She moved with an ever so slight, rocking, hitched stride, the result of a fall the past winter. Apparently, the broken hip had never healed properly. Tilly turned back before reaching the door. I didn't mean to upset you, mistress, with talk of returning a loved one from the dead. I know how you are suffering. I only thought to help. The woman probably couldn't begin to imagine that Magda's husband, a man of great power and ability, had already returned once from the world of the dead. After others had been lost in the attempt to answer the warning of each night's red moon, a desperate call for help from the Temple of the Winds beyond the veil, her husband had undertaken the unprecedented journey himself. He had traveled to the world of the dead and returned. Magda knew that, this time, he would not be returning. With nothing left for her in the world of life, Magda wanted only to join him. She managed another small smile for the woman. I know, Tilly. It's all right. Thank you for thinking to help. Tilly pursed her lips, then thought to add something. Mistress, perhaps you could at least visit a spiritist. Such a woman might be able to contact your husband for you. There be a woman of such ability down there. I believe those wizards consult her in their work. And what good could it actually do to visit such a woman? Perhaps you could at least speak with her and ask her to help provide the answers that would let you be at peace with what first Wizard Baracus did. She may be able to bring you his words from beyond the veil, and put your heart at peace. Magda didn't see how her heart could again be at peace. You may need help, mistress, Tilly added. Maybe first Wizard Baracus could still somehow help to protect you. Magda frowned at the woman across the small room. Help to protect me? What do you mean? Tilly took a moment in answering. People are cruel, mistress. especially to one not born noble. As the beautiful wife of the first wizard, you are widely respected, despite being so much younger than him." Tilly touched her own short hair, then gestured at Magda. "Your long hair is a mark of your standing. You have used your position of power to speak before the council for those in the Midlands who have no voice. You alone give them voice. You are widely known and respected for that, not just because you were the wife of the first wizard. But with Master Baracus gone, you have no one to protect you, to give you standing before the council or anyone else for that matter. You may find that the world is an unfriendly place to a widow of a powerful man who herself is not gifted and was not born noble." Magda had already considered all of that, but it was not going to be a problem she would live to face. Perhaps the spiritualist could bring you valuable advice from beyond the grave. Perhaps your departed husband could at least explain his reasons and ease your pain as well. Magda nodded. "Thank you, Tilly. I will think on it." Her gaze again sank to the silver box of memories. She couldn't imagine why Baracus had done what he had done, or that he would be able to explain it from beyond the grave. If he had wanted to explain his reasons, he'd had ample opportunities to do so. He would have at least left a letter waiting for her upon her return. She knew, too, that there was nothing Baracus could do from beyond the grave to protect her standing. But that didn't really matter. A faint glow of candlelight fell across the floor as Tilly opened the door on the far side of the room. "Mistress." Magda looked back over her shoulder to see Tilly standing at the open door, lever in hand. Men, their faces in shadow, their hands clasped, stood out in the hallway. "There are visitors come to see you, mistress." Magda turned back to the table and carefully closed the silver box of treasured memories. "Please let them in, Tilly." Magda had known that sooner or later they would come. It appeared that it was to be sooner rather than later. She had planned to finish with it all before they had a chance to show up. That, too, it seemed, was not to be. Her spirits would have sunk lower, but they could go no lower. What did it matter anymore? What did any of it matter? It would soon enough be ended. "Would you like me to stay, mistress?" Magda touched her fingers to the long, thick, freshly brushed hair lying over the front of her shoulder. She had to be strong. Baracus would want her to be strong. "No, Tilly," she said after getting a firm command of her voice. "It's all right. Please let them in, and then you may go on to your work." Tilly bowed deeply from the waist and backed away a little as she held the door open wider for the men to enter. As soon as all 7 of them had glided into the room, Tilly hurried away, closing the door behind her. Chapter 2. Magda slid the ornately engraved silver box to the side of the table, placing it beside a well-used collection of exquisite metal smithing tools, semi-precious stones in divided trays, and small books filled with notes that had belonged to her husband. She let her hand rest for a moment on the table where the hands had been when she had sometimes worked at the table, late into the quiet of the night, crafting items like the extraordinary amulet he'd made when the war had begun. When she had asked its purpose, he had said that it was an ever-present reminder of his calling come to pass, his talent, his duty, and his reason for being. He said that it represented a war wizard's prime directive, to cut the attacker down, to cut them down to their very soul. The ruby-red stone in the center of the intricate lines represented the blood of the enemy. He said that the amulet represented the dance with death. He had worn it every day since he'd made it, but left it in the first wizard's enclave, along with his singular black and gold outfit, a war wizard's outfit, a war wizard's battle armor, before he had stepped off the side of the wizard's keep and dropped several thousand feet to his death. Magda lifted her long brown hair back over her shoulder as she turned to the 7 men crossing the room. She recognized the familiar faces of 6 members of the council. Each face was fixed with a stony expression. She suspected that the expressions were a mask for a bit of shame they likely felt at what they had come to see done. She had known they would come. of course, but not this soon. She had thought that they would have paid her the grace of a bit more time. There was another man with them, his face shadowed by the hood of his loose brown habit. As they came closer, into the weak light leaking in and around the closed shutters, the seventh man pushed the cowl back to rest on his rounded shoulders. The man's black eyes were fixed on her, the way a vulture's steady gaze fixed on a suffering animal. Men often stared at her, but not in this way. He had a short, wide bull neck. The top of his head was covered in closely cropped, wiry black hair. Stubble darkened the lower half of his face. A high hairline made his forehead and the top of his skull look even larger. The lines and folds of his face, for the most part, tended to all draw in toward the center, giving his expression a pinched, pushed-in look. All his coarse features looked firm and densely packed, as if every part of the man was as hard as his reputation. He wasn't ugly, really, merely unusual-looking. In a way, his striking visage gave him an intense, commanding air of authority. There was no mistaking that it was the head prosecutor himself, Lothane, a man of far-reaching authority and the renown to match it. His singular features, punctuated by those black eyes, made him impossible to forget. Magda didn't know what such a man was doing with the council, carrying out the formality of a miserable little task. It seemed beneath his time. Lothane's grim expression, fixed with weathered creases lining his leathery face, did not look as if it might be covering the slightest bit of pity, as did the expressions of the others. Magda didn't think the man was capable of uneasiness, much less shame, and certainly not pity. The hard lines of his face bore testimony to the fact that this was a man who went about his work with relentless, iron determination. Not a full moon before, everyone had been stunned when Lothane had brought charges of treason against the entire temple team, the men who had, at the direction of the Central Council, gathered dangerous items of magic together into the Temple of the Winds and then sent it all into the underworld, for safekeeping until after the war. The trial had been a sensation. In it, Lothane had revealed that the men had gone far beyond their mission, and not only locked away more than they were supposed to, but made it all but impossible to recover. In their defense, some of them said that they believed in the old world's efforts to save mankind from the tyranny of magic. The convictions had ensured that Lothane's reputation had an edge to it, that it was as razor-sharp as the axes they had beheaded the 100 convicted wizards of the temple team. In a bold effort to try to undo the damage done by the traitors, Lothane himself had on his own authority then gone beyond the veil, into the underworld itself, to the Temple of the Winds. Everyone feared for him on such a journey. Everyone feared to lose a man of such ability and powers. To everyone's relief, Lothane had returned alive, if shaken by the journey. Unfortunately, the damage done by the temple team had proven to be greater than even he had suspected, and he had not found a way in. So he had returned without being able to repair the damage done by the temple team he had convicted. Lothane strolled in closer to Magda and gestured, indicating the formality of his preamble. "Lady Cirrus, may I offer my condolences on the unfortunate and untimely death of your husband." One of the council members leaned in. He was a great man. Lothane's sidelong glance moved the man back in line with the others. "Thank you, Prosecutor Lothane." She glanced at the councilman who had spoken. "My husband was indeed a great man." Lothane lifted a dark eyebrow. "And why do you suppose that such a great man, a man beloved by his people as well as his alluring young wife, would throw himself over the keep wall to drop several thousand feet down the side of the mountain to meet his death on the rocks below?" Magda kept her voice steady and spoke the simple truth. "I wouldn't know, Prosecutor. He sent me away for the day on an errand. When I returned, he was dead." "Really?" Lothane said in a drawl as he touched his chin and gazed off in thought. "Are you saying that you suspect that he didn't wish you to be here? To see the terrible damage a fall from that height to the rocks below would do to him?" Magda swallowed. She had been unable to prevent herself from imagining it 1,000 times in her mind's eye. By the time she had returned, people had already seen to having him sealed in a stately coffin. That morning, scant hours after she had learned of his death, the ornately carved maple coffin with her husband's remains had been placed on a funeral pyre on the rampart outside the first wizard's enclave. Because his body had been sealed in the coffin, she wasn't able to look upon his face one last time. She didn't ask to have it opened. She knew why the coffin was sealed. The pyre burned for most of the day as hundreds of solemn people stood silently watching the flames consume their beloved leader, and for many, their last hope. Instead of answering such a tasteless question, Magda changed the subject. "May I inquire as to your business here, Prosecutor Lothane? If you don't mind, Lady Cirrus, I will be the one to ask the questions." His tone had an edge to it that took her by surprise. Seeing the shocked expression on her face, he offered a brief, insincere smile. "I didn't mean to interrupt your grieving, but you see, with the war threatening our very existence, there are matters of pressing concern to all of us that I'm afraid I must ask about. That's all I meant." Magda was not in the mood to answer questions. She had her own pressing concern. But she knew this man well enough to know that he wouldn't leave her to her own business until he saw to his. She had no choice but to answer his questions. Chapter 3. Magda smoothed the front of her dress as she gathered her composure. "And what pressing concerns would you need to ask me about?" He flicked a finger out toward the shutters. "Well, there is the matter of the moon turning red." Lothane strolled off a few paces and then turned back. "After I failed to gain access to the Temple of the Winds, others, presumably with abilities more effective for such a specialized undertaking than I, none of them returned." Magda was baffled as to what he was getting at. "They were good men, talented men, valuable men. It was a great loss." Lothane strolled back close to her. His black eye gaze glided over items on the table, like the eyes of a vulture looking among bones for scraps. He turned a notebook with a finger to see what was written on the spine before addressing her again. "Your husband selected those men." "They were volunteers." He smiled politely. "Yes, of course, I meant to say that your husband selected the men who were to go to the temple and ultimately their death from among a group of volunteers." "My husband was first wizard." Her brow tightened. "Who would you expect to select men for such a dangerous mission? The Council? You?" No, of course not." He gestured offhandedly. "It was clearly First Wizard Baracus's responsibility to select the men who would go." "Then what is your point?" He smiled down at her. That smile might have been on his lips, but it was not in his eyes. "My point," Lothane finally said, "is that he selected men who failed." Hard as she could, Magda slapped the man across his face. The 6 council members gasped as they drew back. Her hand probably stung more than Lothane's solid face, but she didn't care. The sound of the slap seemed to hang in the air for a moment before fading. Lothane dismissed the slap with a polite bow of his head. "Please, accept my apology if it sounded like I was making an accusation. If it was not an accusation, then what was it?" "I am simply trying to get to the truth." "The truth?" "The truth is," she growled, "that while you were in the underworld attempting to gain entrance into the temple, the moon each night and each night since turned red in a warning, the most serious warning possible from the temple, that there is some sort of grave trouble." He cut her off, dismissing the issue with a flick of his hand. "The appearance of repeated red moons was probably because of the damage done by the temple team." "And when you returned, after failing in your attempt to undo that damage, the First Wizard had the terrible duty to select a volunteer to answer the temple's nightly call of a red moon. And when the first man failed to return, the first wizard had to send another, more experienced wizard. And when that one failed to return, he had the grim duty to select yet another, even more skilled man. All of them friends and close associates. I stood beside him at the rampart each night as he stared off at the red moon, inconsolable, as one friend after another failed to return from the underworld, inconsolable that he had sent valuable men, his friends, men who were husbands and fathers to their death. Finally, when no one else had succeeded, my husband undertook the journey himself, and in the end paid for it with his life. Lothane let the ringing silence go on for a moment before speaking softly. Actually, he did not pay for it with his life. He took his own life after returning. Magda glared at him. What is your point? Lothane tapped his fingertips together for a moment as he studied her wet eyes. My point, Lady Cirrus, is that he took his own life before we learned what happened on his journey to the Temple of the Winds. Perhaps you can tell us. He cocked his head. Did he make it in? I don't know, Magda said, but she did know. Baracus had told her that he had, and told her a lot more. I was his wife, not a member of the council or... Ah, Lothane said as he tipped his head back. His young, exquisitely beautiful, but so very ungifted wife. Of course. So obviously a wizard of such great ability would not discuss matters of profound power with someone who had none. Magda swallowed. That's right. You know, I've always been curious. Why would... His frown returned as his black eyes again fixed on her. Well, why would a man of such extraordinary ability, a gifted war wizard, a man whose talents included everything from combat to prophecy, why would a man like that marry a woman who had no ability at all? I mean, other than... He let his gaze wander down her body. He was fishing, accusing her of being nothing but a pretty bauble, the shallow possession of a powerful man. Prosecutor Lothane was making the bold charge that she was simply sexual entertainment, and nothing more, repeating what contemptible gossip took for granted, in an attempt to get her to admit that she was indeed more, and that she knew more, than would the mere attractive status symbol of an older man. Magda didn't take the bait. She didn't want to trust this man with anything she knew. Her instincts told her not to tell him what she knew about Baracus's journey to the Temple of the Winds. She felt tears begin to run down her cheek and drip off her chin. Because he loved me, she whispered. Ah, yes, of course, love. Magda was not about to explain her relationship with Baracus to this man. Prosecutor Lothane was too cynical to begin to understand what she and Baracus had meant to each other. Lothane saw her the way so many men saw her, as an object of desire, not as a person, the way Baracus had seen her. One of the council members, a man named Sadler, stepped forward, a scowl growing across his sagging, aged features. If you have an important question, then please ask it. Otherwise, I think you ought to leave the widow Cirrus to her grief. Very well. Lothane clasped his hands behind his back. What I would like to know is if you are aware of any clandestine meetings the first wizard Baracus might have had. Magda frowned at the prosecutor. Clandestine meetings? What do you mean? What clandestine meetings? With whom? That's what I'm asking you. Are you aware of any secret meetings he had with the enemy? Magda could feel her face go red with rage. Get out. Her own voice surprised her with its calm power. He studied her eyes a moment, then turned to leave. I do hope the first wizard Baracus was the hero so many think he was, he said back over his shoulder, and not involved in a conspiracy. Taking long strides, Magda closed the distance to the man. Are you accusing my husband of conspiring with the enemy? He turned back at the door and smiled. Of course not. I merely think it strange that the men Baracus sent to the Temple of the Winds failed, and that he would then go himself on such a mission when the war burns hot and he is desperately needed here. After all, approaching enemy troops threaten our very existence. It seems a strange priority for him to take. don't you think? And even more curious, when he returned, he rushed to kill himself before anyone could so much as ask him if he made it into the temple to repair the damage. He held up a finger. Oh, but wait. It just occurs to me that with the moon still red, he must not have gotten in, or it would have returned to normal while he was still there. His frown returned. Or at least, if he did get in, he must not have repaired the damage. After all, had he done so, the red moons would have ceased. Now, as the red moon slowly wanes, apparently even the temple has given up hope. He was still fishing. Magda said nothing. His antagonistic smile returned. You do see my point, I trust. Treason is an offense that can taint even the dead. And, of course, knowingly aiding a person committing treason is treason as well, and would cost such a person their lovely head. He started away again, but then again turned back. One last thing, Widow Cirrus. You will make yourself available to answer questions should I deem a formal investigation to be necessary. Magda trembled with rage as she glared at the man's smile. She didn't give him the satisfaction of an answer before he finally turned and left. Chapter 4. After watching the door close, Councilman Sadler turned back to Magda. I must apologize, Lady Cirrus. No need for you to apologize. Magda arched an eyebrow. Unless you support Lothain's accusations against my husband. Sadness softened his expression. Baracus was a good man. We all miss him. I fear that bitter sorrow over recent events may have clouded Lothain's better judgment. She glanced at the other five. Hembrook and Clay nodded their agreement. Elder Cadell made no show of his feelings. The gazes of the last two men, Weston and Guymer, dropped away. He did not seem to me to be a man possessed by sorrow, she said. The hunched elder, Cadell, gently touched the back of her shoulder. There is a grave concern in the air, Magda. His hand left her shoulder to gesture past her and the other councilman toward the shuttered window overlooking the city of Eindendril. All of us stand at the brink of annihilation. People are understandably afraid. Councilman Sadler let out a troubled sigh. Adding to that, there's a great confusion as to what happened with First Wizard Baracus. It doesn't make sense to us, so imagine the rumors and gossip spreading through the keep, much less down in the city. Everyone expected First Wizard Baracus to always stand with his people, to defend them, to protect them. Many feel that he instead deserted them. They don't understand why. Prosecutor Lothain is merely giving voice to suspicion and unease, merely speaking aloud what whispers are saying. Magda lifted her chin. So you believe that it is proper for Prosecutor Lothain to give voice to gossip? Do you also believe that such talk from anonymous people who know nothing of the true reasons behind events calls for fabricated accusations from the head prosecutor himself and quick beheadings in order to quell gossip and discontent? Is that your position? Councilman Sadler smiled somewhat self-consciously at the way she had framed it. Not at all, Lady Cirrus. I am merely suggesting that these are stressful times, and perhaps Prosecutor Lothain is feeling those stresses. Magda didn't relent or shy from his gaze. Since when do we follow fears and misgivings to guide us? I thought we stood for more. I would think that a head prosecutor, of all people, would only be interested in his duty of seeing the truth brought out. And maybe that is exactly his purpose? Elder Cadell said, speaking softly in an attempt to make what was a sharp point sound less harsh, and at the same time bring the disagreement and criticism to an end. It is the rightful duty of the head prosecutor to question. That is how we discover where the truth lies. Beyond that, the man is not here to speak to his reasons for asking the questions he asked. So it is only right that in his absence we in turn not speculate or fabricate accusations of our own. Magda had dealt with Elder Cadell for several years. He was open-minded and fair, but she knew that when he made it clear that he was finished hearing a point of view, he expected it to end there. She turned away to rest a hand on the smooth, rounded edge of the work table and changed the subject. So what would be the purpose of this visit from the council? Have you all come to discuss some of the matters I have pending before you? There was a long silence. She knew, of course, that that wasn't the reason they were there. She turned back around to face all the men watching her. Those are matters for another time, Sadler said. And will I be heard when I return to the council chambers at another time? Will the concerns of those I speak for be heard by the council? Then, when I am no longer the wife of our first wizard? Sadler's tongue darted out to wet his lips. It's complicated. She leveled a cutting look at the man. Maybe to you, but not to me. We have a great many matters before us, Councilman Weston put in, trying to turn the issue aside. Our immediate concern is the need for a man to replace First Wizard Baracus, Elder Cadle said. The war rages on. Eindendril and the keep itself could soon be under threat of siege. Those matters require our full attention. Ulrich Rahl had also just arrived from the Darren lands, Sadler said. That man has turned the keep upside down with his own urgent demands. He had been hoping to meet with First Wizard Baracus, something to do with some rather startling claims and even more startling remedies. With your husband dead, there are an endless variety of urgent problems that must be attended to. As you can no doubt appreciate, Councilman Guymer, down at the end of the line, added, we have any number of pressing issues of rule which require our full attention for now. Ah. Magda smiled without humor as she looked at each man in turn. Pressing issues. Matters of state. Great questions of warfare and rule. You must all be terribly busy with such work, I understand. So, you are here, then, about one of these momentous issues? That is what brings you out of council chambers to see me? Vital business of state? Matters of war and peace? To a man, their faces turned red. Magda strolled past the line of 6. So, how may I help with such important issues that require the council's full attention? Please, tell me what urgent matters of state bring you to me this particular day, the same day we all stood by and prayed that the good spirits would take my departed husband, our leader, our first wizard, into their gentle arms. Speak up, then. What urgent matters take you away from your vital work and brings you all up here today? Their expressions turned dark. They didn't like being mocked. At that moment, Magda didn't much care. You know why we're here, Cadle said in an even tone. It is a small duty, but an important one that demonstrates our respect for our heritage. It shows people that even in such times, tradition still has meaning to every one of our people, even those in high places. Sometimes, ceremony is essential for the continued cohesion of society. Councilman Sadler's bony fingers fidgeted with the sky-blue band of rank sewn on the sleeves of his black robes. It demonstrates to people that there is continuity of the ways that have been handed down to us, that the customs of our people, that the practices that govern civilization itself, still matter and will not be abandoned. Magda glared at the man a moment before turning her back on them and sitting on the chair before the table. Do it, then, she said in a voice finally gone lifeless and empty. Carry out your critical custom, and then leave me be. What did it matter any more? Without another word, one of the men pulled out a blood-red ribbon and handed it to her, over her shoulder. Magda held it a moment, feeling the silken material in her fingers. This is not something we can take pleasure in doing, Cadle said quietly from behind her. I hope you can understand that. You are a good woman, and have always been a proper wife to the first wizard, Sadler said, his words rambling on, apparently in an attempt to cover his obvious discomfort. This is merely an upholding of custom that gives people a sense of order. Because of your high standing as the wife of the first wizard, they expect us, in this case, as the Central Council to see this done. It's more for them, really, that they might see that our ways endure. And thus, despite the perils of the times, we will endure as well. Think of it as a formality in which you play an important role. Magda hardly heard him. It didn't really matter. None of it did. An inner voice whispered promises of the loving embrace of the good spirits awaiting her beyond the veil of life. Her husband, too, would be there, waiting for her. Those whispers were reassuring, seductive. She was only distantly aware of her hands gathering her long hair together in the back and tying it tightly with a ribbon near the base of her skull. Not that short, Cadel said as his fingers gently took hers away and slipped the ribbon down until it was just below the tops of her shoulders. Though you may not have been born noble, you have proven yourself in your own right to be a woman of some standing. And besides, you are, after all, still the widow of the first wizard. Magda sat stiff and still with her hands nested in her lap, as another man used a razor-sharp knife to slice through the thick rope of her hair just above the ribbon. When it was done, Cadel placed the long hank of hair, tied just beneath the fresh cut with the red ribbon, in her lap. "I'm sorry, Magda," he said. I truly am. Please believe that this does not change the way we feel about you." Magda lifted the length of brown hair and stared at it. The hair didn't really matter to her. What mattered was being judged by it, or by the lack of it, rather than by what she had made of herself. She knew that without the long hair she would likely no longer have standing to be heard before the council. That was just the way it was. What mattered most to her was that those whose causes she brought before the council would no longer have her voice to speak for them. That meant that there were creatures without an advocate who very well might die out and cease to exist. That was what having her hair cut short meant to her, that she no longer had the standing needed to help those she had come not merely to respect, but to love. Magda handed the severed hair back over her shoulder to Elder Cadel. "Have it placed where people will see it so they might know that order has been restored, that tradition and customs endure." "As you wish, Lady Cirrus." With her place in the world now corrected, the 6 councilmen finally left her alone to the gloomy room and her bleak thoughts. Chapter 5. Warm summer air rising up the towering outer keep wall and spilling over onto the rampart ruffled Magda's shortened hair, pulling strands around in front of her face. As she made her way along the deserted rampart, she reached up and drew her hair back. It felt strange, foreign to her touch, now that it only just brushed her shoulders rather than going down to the small of her back. A lot of people, women mostly, paid very close attention to the length of a woman's hair because, while not always absolute, length was a fairly accurate indication of the relative social standing, and thus their importance. Ingratiating oneself to the right person could bring benefits. Crossing the wrong person could bring trouble. Hair length was a valuable marker. Being the wife of the first wizard meant wearing her hair longer than most women. It also meant that many women with shorter hair often fawned over her. Magda never took such flattery seriously, but she tried to always be gracious about it. She knew it was not her, but her position, that drew the interest of most of them. To Magda, having not been born noble, her long hair had merely been a way to open doors, to get an audience and be heard on matters important to her. She had cared about Baracus, not how long she was allowed to grow her hair simply because she was married to him. While she had come to like the look of it on her, she didn't attach worth to it which she had not earned. Since her long hair had begun to be part of her life for the years Baracus had courted her, and the 2 years since she had been married to him, she had thought that she might miss it. She didn't, really. She only missed him. Her grand wedding to Baracus seemed forever ago. She had been so young. She still was, she supposed. With the long hair gone, in a way it felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders in more ways than one. She no longer had a responsibility to live up to what others expected of her. She was herself again, her real self, not a person defined by an artificial mark of worth. To an extent, she also felt a sense of liberation from her standing, from the need to act in a manner befitting her place as others saw it. Now, she had no place, no standing. She was in a way free of the prison of standing. But none of that mattered now, for far more important reasons than the length of her hair. Baracus had given her a new life because of what they meant to each other. Without him, she had no life. Her standing didn't really matter in that equation. Reaching the right spot. The spot forever burned into her memory, Magda stepped up into the opening in the massive, crenellated outer keep wall. She inched out toward the edge. Beyond the toes of her boots, peeking out from under her skirts, the dark stone of the wall dropped away for thousands of feet. Below the foundation of the keep, the cliff dropped even farther to the ledges and boulders below. Feathery tufts of clouds drifted along the cliffed walls beneath her. It was a frightening, dizzying place to stand. Magda felt small and insignificant up on the top of the ledge of the towering wall. The wind at times was strong enough to threaten to lift her from her perch. She imagined that it might even carry her away like a leaf in the wind. The beautiful city of Idindra lay spread out below, flowing across rolling hills that spilled from the foot of the mountain. Green fields surrounded the city, and out beyond them lay dense forests. From its place high on the mountain, the monolithic Wizard's Keep stood watch over the mother city, sparkling like a jewel set in that verdant carpet. Magda could see men leading horses and wagons as they returned from their work in the fields. Smoke rose from chimneys all across the valley as women prepared the evening meals for their families. Slow-moving crowds, visiting markets, shops, or going about their work, made their way through the tangled net of streets. While she could see the activity, she heard none of the hooves of the horses, the rumble of wagons, the cry of street vendors. From this distance, the lofty world up at the keep was silent but for the calls of birds wheeling overhead and the sound of the wind over ramparts and around the towers. Magda had always thought of the keep, more than anything, as mute. Though hundreds of people lived and worked in the enormous stone fortress, went about their lives, raised families, were born, lived and died there. The keep itself witnessed it all in brooding silence. The dark presence of the place stoically watched centuries and lives come and go. These massive battlements where she stood had watched her husband's life end. This was the very spot where he had stood in the last precious moments of his life. She thought, fleetingly, that she didn't want to follow him. But the whispers from the back of her mind overwhelmed those doubts. What else was there for her? Magda looked out at the world spread out far below, knowing that this was what he would have seen as he stood in this very place. She tried to imagine the thoughts he must have wrestled with in his last moments of life. She wondered if he thought of her in those last moments, or if some terrible, weighty matter had taken even that from him. She was sure that he must have been sad, heartbroken even, that he was about to leave her, that his life was about to be finished. It must have been agony. Baracus had loved life. She could not imagine him taking his life without a powerful reason. Still, he had. That was all that mattered now. Everything had changed, and there was no calling it back. Her world had changed. Her world had ended. At the same time, she felt shame for focusing so narrowly on her own world, her own life, her own loss. With the war raging, the world had ended for a great many people. The wives of the men Baracus had sent to the Temple of the Wind still waited in silent misery, hoping their loved ones might return. Magda knew that they never would. Baracus had told her so, yet they still clung to the hope that those men could yet come home. Other women, the wives of men gone off to war, wailed in anguish when they received the terrible news that their men would not be returning. The corridors of the keep often echoed with the forlorn cries of the women and children left behind. Like Baracus, Magda hated the war with the terrible toll it took on everyone. So many had already lost their lives. So many yet would. and still there was no end in sight. Why couldn't they be left in peace? Why must there always be those seeking conquest or domination? There were so many other women who had lost their husbands, fathers, brothers, sons. She was not alone in such suffering. She felt the heavy weight of shame for feeling so sorry for herself when others, too, were going through the same agony, yet she could not help being smothered beneath the whispers of her own grief. She also felt a deep sense of guilt over those she was abandoning. She had given voice before the council to those who had no voice. Over the last couple of years, she had gradually become the conscience of the council, reminding them of their duty to protect those who could not protect themselves. The night wisps, for example, that she had seen only days before, depended on others to speak for them and their need to be left in peace lest their fragile lives be silenced for good. Because of her standing, she had often been able to go before the council and remind them of their duty to all those who lived in the Midlands. Sometimes, when she explained the situation to them, they did the right thing. Sometimes she shamed them into doing the right thing. Sometimes they looked forward to her recommendations. But without standing, she could no longer be that voice before the council. It was wrong that being married to a man of standing in turn gave her standing, but that's the way the world worked. She was proud that she had made friends of those rare and secretive beings that few had ever seen or ever would see. She was grateful for all the friends she had made of far-flung peoples of the Midlands. She had made the effort to learn many of their languages, and because of that they had come to trust her when they would trust no other. She was proud of what she had been able to do to protect their peaceful, isolated lives. She thought that maybe she had been able to bring some understanding between different peoples, different tribes and communities, and in so doing helped in some small way to make them all feel a part of the larger Midlands. But when her husband had ended his life, he had also inadvertently taken away her voice before the council. Her life no longer had a noble purpose, except to herself, and at that moment, her own life meant nothing to her but insufferable anguish, with no end in sight. She felt as if she was caught up in a raging torrent of sorrow. She just wanted the hopeless agony to end. Inner whispers urged her to end the suffering. Chapter 6. Looking down at the frightening drop over the edge of the wall, a drop of thousands of feet, Magda saw that the towering wall in this section of the keep wasn't perfectly vertical, but actually flared out as it descended toward the foundation within the rock face of the mountain. She realized that when she jumped, she would need to get herself some distance out away from the wall to ensure that she cleared the steeply angled stone skirt of the keep, or it would be a long, gruesome fall. Her muscles tensed at the thought of a drawn-out, tumbling descent, repeatedly smacking the steeply angled wall and breaking bones, all along the way down. She didn't like the thought of that. She wanted a quick end. She placed her hands on the stone battlements flanking the notched opening as she leaned out farther for a better view. She also checked back into each side to make sure that no one was around. Like her husband, she didn't need to worry much about anyone trying to stop her. Because it led to the first wizard's enclave, this particular rampart was restricted, leaving it a lonely, out-of-the-way area of the keep. The guards back at the access stairs that spiraled up from below knew Magda, and had offered their sincere condolences. Since they knew her so well, they hadn't tried to prevent her from going up top. Peering down the mountain, Magda tried to judge how far out she would need to jump in order not to hit the wall on the way down. She wanted it to be over before she had time to feel the pain of it. The whispers promised her that if she got out far enough, she would fall free until she finally reached the rocks at the bottom, where it would all be over in a single instant. She hoped that Baracus had been able to do the same and that he had not suffered. But he must have felt a different sort of suffering all the way down, the suffering of knowing that he was leaving life and leaving her. She knew that she, too, would have to endure the final terror of leaving life behind. But it would end quickly enough, and then she hoped to be in the protective arms of the good spirits. Maybe then she would again see Baraka smile at her. She hoped he wouldn't be angry. She wasn't angry at him giving up his life because she knew him well enough to know that he had to have a compelling reason for what he had done. She knew that a great many people had sacrificed their lives in the war so that others might live. Those sacrifices were made out of love for others. She knew that Barakas would only have given his own life for just such a powerful reason. How could she be angry at him for making that sacrifice? No. She couldn't feel anger toward him. She felt only crushing sadness. Magda gripped the top corners of the rough stone to each side. Even though the sun was setting, the stone was still warm. While the battlements were spaced quite a ways apart for her size, they would still be useful to help push herself off. Not far away, out in front of her in midair, a raven rode an updraft, its glistening black feathers ruffling in the wind as its black eyes watched her prepare to leap. Magda bent at the knees, readying herself for a maximum effort to jump clear of the wall. In a daze, she felt as if she were only watching herself. The whispers urged her on. Her heart hammering, Magda took a deep breath, crouched down even more, and started rocking back and forth, swinging farther out each time, standing, crouching, back and forth, farther out over the edge of the wall, farther out toward the drop that would take her pain away, building up speed for the final big push. In a swelling moment of doubt, she heard a voice within whisper for her not to think, but to simply do it. As she swung herself out past the wall on the last arcing rock before the great leap, she realized in a single crystal-clear instant the true enormity of what she was doing. She was ending her life, ending it forever, ending it for all time. Everything that she was would be no more. The voice became more insistent, telling her not to think, telling her to end her misery once and for all. She was struck by how odd that seemed. How could she not think? Thinking was critical to any important decision. In that icy flash of comprehension, in spite of the whispers, she realized just how terrible a mistake she was making. It was as if, since learning of her husband's death, she had been carried along in a raging river of emotions, urging onward by an inner voice, pressing her toward the only thing that seemed like it could make the agony stop. She realized only now that she hadn't thought it through. She had simply allowed herself to be swept along toward the spot where she now stood. She was making no loving sacrifice. She was not trading her life for something she believed in, offering it for something of value as she knew Barakas had. She was instead throwing it away for nothing. She was giving in to weakness, nothing more. She was thoughtlessly rejecting all she believed in, all she had fought for. How many times had she gone before the council to speak for the lives of those who couldn't speak for themselves? How many times had she urged for the importance of their lives, for the value of all life? Was hers not just as important? Was her own life to be so carelessly, so foolishly thrown away? Was she not going to fight for the right to her own life as she had fought for others? She remembered telling Tilly that every life was precious. This was her only life, and despite her crushing agony, her life was precious to her. In her grief, she had allowed herself to be blind to that. As if coming out of a fog, she realized, too, that there were things going on that didn't make sense. There had to be more to everything that had happened than she was seeing. Why had Barakas killed himself? What had been his purpose? Who was he protecting? For what had he traded his life? She suddenly regretted thinking that she wanted to die, regretted being up on that wall. In fact, it now seemed to her as if she had somehow arrived at that spot in a dream. As much as she hurt, she wanted to live. But she was already moving too fast to stop, already flying out toward empty space. Chapter 7. Magda's fingers clawed frantically at the stone to each side, but it wasn't enough to halt her momentum. She swept out through the opening in the battlement toward the terrifying drop, with a scream caught in her throat. Just as she lost her footing going over the brink of the stone wall, a powerful gust of wind rising up the side of the mountain caught her body, lifting some of her weight as she snatched at the wall to each side and helping her get herself back to solid footing. The push from the wind coming up the mountain had been just the help she needed to stop herself from going over the edge. As she started to fall back toward the keep, her left hand came up off the wall and she wheeled that arm in the air, trying to maintain her balance. As she toppled back, she grabbed at the wall to the right side and caught a joint of stone blocks. With the help of her grip on that joint, she was able to hold on tight enough to get her balance and keep herself from falling back off the wall. Finally solidly back on her feet, she let out a deep, frightened sigh. She knew that it would be a while before her galloping heart would slow. Her head was suddenly more clear than it had been all day. She was alive. She wanted to stay alive. She suddenly had 1,000 questions and wanted the answers. She clutched at the stone block for support so that she wouldn't accidentally fall, now that she knew she didn't want to go over the side. That was when her fingers felt something odd in the joint between the blocks. It wasn't rough like the stone. Rather, it had a smooth edge. In the fading light, Magda frowned as she looked over at the joint in the massive granite blocks. There, wedged between the dark mottled stones, was a folded piece of paper. She couldn't imagine what a folded piece of paper was doing stuck there. It made no sense. Who would put a piece of paper there in the joint at the edge of the wall? And why? She leaned close, narrowing her eyes, trying to see better. The paper looked to be wedged tightly in place. She could only get a hold of the very edge of it, with a finger and thumb, being careful not to tear it. She gently wiggled the folded paper from side to side to loosen it from its hiding place. At last, she was able to work it free. Careful not to let a gush of wind catch it and pull it from her fingers, she stepped down off the wall onto the deserted rampart as she unfolded the paper. There was something written on the paper. She immediately recognized her husband's handwriting. With trembling fingers, she held the paper close in order to read it in the last light of the dying day. My time has passed, Magda. Yours has not. Your destiny is not here. Your destiny is to find truth. It will be difficult, but have the courage to take up that calling. Look out to the rise on the valley floor below, just outside the city to the left. There, on that rise, a palace will one day be built. There is your destiny, not here. Know that I believe in you. Know, too, that I will always love you. You are a rare, fierce flower, Magda. Be strong now, guard your mind, and live the life that only you can live. Magda blinked the tears away and again silently read it to herself. In her mind, she could hear her husband's voice speaking the words to her. Magda brought the paper to her lips and kissed the words written there. She looked up from the paper, out through the opening in the stone wall, and below saw a beautiful green rise that overlooked the city of Idendrill. For the life of her, she could not fathom what Baracus meant about a palace or about her destiny there. Baracus was a wizard. Part of his talent was prophecy. She swallowed past the lump in her throat, wondering for a moment if what he meant was that he wanted her to go on with her life and marry another. She didn't want another man. She didn't want to marry anyone else. She had married the man she had loved, and now he was gone. She read the words yet again. There was something more to them. She knew there was. There was something more important than a simple prophecy or even a simple message asking her to embrace life. Wizards existed in a complex world all their own. They rarely, if ever, made anything simple to understand. Baracus was no different. There was a purpose to these carefully chosen words, a hidden message. She knew there was. He meant for her to know something more. Your destiny is to find truth. It will be difficult, but have the courage to take up that calling. What could he possibly mean by that? What truth? What truth was he expecting her to find? What calling did he expect her to take up? Her head spun with thoughts scattering in every direction. She began to imagine all sorts of things he could have meant. Maybe he meant the truth of what he had done at the Temple of the Winds. Maybe the truth of why the moon had stayed red even though he had told her that he had gotten inside. Maybe the truth of why he had returned from the world of the dead only to end his life. It seemed to her, though, that there was more to the message than any of that. There was meaning hidden with the words. There was a reason he had not made the message clear. Baracus had told her in the past that foreknowledge could taint prophecy and cause dire, unintended consequences. Knowing a prophecy could alter how one behaved, so it was sometimes necessary to withhold information in order for free will to be able to let life play itself out. Even without understanding the meaning of the note, she knew that Baracus was telling her as much as he could without tainting it with what more he knew. Magda knew that Baracus had given her a message that involved life and death. She grasped just how important the message had been to him. From that, she knew that it was perhaps even more important to her. Magda gazed out again over a landscape growing more dark by the moment. She had to know what Baracus had been trying to tell her with his last words. She couldn't let his effort, his sacrifice, be in vain. She had to find out what he had really wanted her to know. Her life suddenly had a purpose. Your destiny is to find truth. She had to find out what he had meant by that. Baracus had reached out from the world of the dead and given her a reason to live. He believed in her. She kissed his words again as she slumped to the ground, and wept at all that was lost to her, at all that she had just gained. She wept with grief for her loss, and with the relief of being alive. Chapter 8. Near her rooms, in a quiet corridor softly lit by reflector lamps hung at regular intervals on the dark wood panels to each side, men-at-arms blocked her way. A lot of men. They weren't regular soldiers, nor were they the elite home guard. At first, from a distance, Magda had found herself worrying that they might be troops from the prosecutor's office. As head prosecutor, Lothane had his own private army, men who took orders from and were loyal to him, and him alone. It was a privilege of his high office that no other in the keep enjoyed. It was argued that to be independent and remain above outside influence, the prosecutor's office had to have its own guard to protect the office from coercion and threats, and to enforce decrees against those who would otherwise resist. These men, though, were not dressed in the dark green tunics of the prosecutor's office. These were hulking men, towering men, with bull necks, powerful shoulders, beefy arms, and massive chests. Under their leather armor they wore chainmail that was well used, scuffed, and discolored by tarnish. She could smell the oil they used to help keep rust from their mail and weapons. The whiff of slightly rancid oil mixed disagreeably with the smell of stale sweat. There was no mistaking that the armor these men wore was not meant for show. The weapons they carried, swords, knives, maces, and scarred battle axes, likewise had the single-minded purpose of life and death. These grim-faced men were not the kind who marched on a field of review or a polished patrol. These were men who had looked death in the eye and grinned. Magda stood frozen, unable to reach the door to her rooms, not knowing quite what to do. They, in turn, stood silently watching her like a curiosity coming into their midst, but made no attempt to advance on her. Before she could ask the men what they were doing there or tell them to move out of the way, another man, long locks of blonde hair to his shoulders, and dressed in layers of dark traveling clothes and leather, stepped out from behind the wall of men. He was just as big as the men all around him and likewise heavily armed, but he was a bit older, perhaps just entering his 40s. Character creases had begun to take a permanent set. As he moved forward through the armored soldiers, he pulled off long gauntlets and tucked them behind a broad leather weapons belt. Two men, larger even than him or the soldiers, stayed close behind him, but a little off to each side. Like all the others, they, too, had blonde hair. Magda saw that above their elbows the two men wore metal bands with wicked blades jutting out, weapons for brutal, close-quarters combat. Instead of mail, the two wore elaborately fitted leather armor sculpted to the contours of their prodigious muscles. On the center of their powerful chests, a stylized letter R, was engraved into the leather breastplates. The man with the long hair and the cutting, raptor gaze dipped his head in a quick bow. "Lady Cirrus." Magda glanced to the blue eyes of the guards behind his shoulders, then back to the man who had spoken. "That's right. I am Ulrich Rahl," he said before she had a chance to ask. "From Dara?" He confirmed it with a quick nod. "My husband has spoken highly of you." His cutting gaze remained fixed on her eyes. "Baracus was more than a mere good man. He is the one man here at the keep that I trusted. I am deeply grieved to hear that we've lost him." "Not as grieved as I am." His lips pressed tighter together with what looked to be heartfelt sorrow as he nodded again and then gestured to her door, off behind him. "Would it be possible to speak with you privately?" Magda glanced toward her door as the wall of men parted to provide a corridor lined with muscle and chainmail. Magda dipped her head. "Of course, Lord Rahl." While she had never met the man before, Baracus had spoken of him from time to time. From what she had gathered from the things Baracus had told others, this was no man to be trifled with. He looked the part of the stories she'd heard of him. She knew from comments made by members of the council that many didn't think much of Ulrich Rahl. But Baracus had. He had told her that despite his audacity, he was a man to be trusted. As Magda made her way toward the doors to her room, the grim soldiers spread out to take up stations up and down the hall. She glanced back over her shoulder. "Are you expecting trouble here in the keep, Lord Rahl?" "From what I've seen," he said cryptically, "the keep is no safer than anywhere else these days." Magda frowned. "And what have you seen, if I may ask?" "3 of my men have died since we recently arrived." Magda halted and turned back to take in his grim expression. "Died? Here in the keep? How?" He hooked a thumb behind his weapons belt. "One was found in a corridor, dead from over 100 stab wounds. Another died in his sleep for no reason we could find. The third suffered a mysterious fall from a high wall." Magda had almost had such a fall. She still felt strangely disoriented, as if she were only now escaping the grip of a terrifying, otherworldly nightmare, rather than simply a grief-stricken moment of weakness. Perhaps the man who was stabbed had gotten into a fight with the wrong people over something. She suggested. "All 3 can be explained away if you try hard enough," he said, making it obvious that he didn't buy the easy explanations. Magda worked to gather her composure as she started out once more, making her way past the looming, silent soldiers watching her. She didn't like to think of the keep as a place where danger lurked, yet Baracus, too, had been troubled by what he had thought to be suspicious deaths at the keep. Besides that, the keep was, after all, the place where her husband had died as well. The silent keep had almost watched her follow him to a grisly death on the rocks below. She was beginning to grasp that there was more to her husband's death than it had first appeared. It no longer seemed a simple suicide. The note in her pocket, his last message to her, certainly made it clear enough that there was something more going on beneath the surface. With all the people living and working at the keep, and with the war going on, to say nothing of the gifted working with profoundly dangerous magic in an effort to create weapons they could use to turn back the horde from the old world, it wasn't exactly surprising that people at the keep would die. Lord Rahl's 3 men were not the only unexplained deaths she'd heard about, but still, even healthy infants died unexpectedly from time to time. Such deaths didn't prove that something evil was going on within the walls of the keep, though she knew that there were those who believed as much. Death, though, was a part of life. There could not be life without death always shadowing it. Magda unlocked the heavy doors and spread them wide in invitation as she entered. The 2 big guards followed Lord Rahl into the room, then closed the doors and took up stations to either side, feet spread, hands clasped behind their backs. Magda gestured toward the 2 men. "I thought you said that you wanted to speak privately." Ulrich Rahl glanced back at the men and caught her meaning. "We are speaking privately. These are my personal bodyguards." "A wizard who needs muscle?" "Magic does not ensure safety, Lady Cirrus. Surely your husband must have told you as much." "What do you mean?" "In a land of blind men, sight is an advantage." But when everyone can see, your eyesight offers no special benefit. Among the gifted, the ability to bend magic to your will is not a weapon that makes you exceptional, much less invincible. Magic can be countered by the magic others possess, so having the gift does not in itself make one all-powerful, or necessarily safe. Ulrich Rahl turned and cast a hand out, bringing flame to the wicks of several lamps of nearby tables and half a dozen candles in an iron stand. Not to say that it doesn't have its uses. With the added light to aid him, he strolled deeper into the quiet room, scanning the collection of books in carved walnut bookcases standing against the wall to the right. He rested his palm on the silver handle of a knife at his belt as he moved down the line of shelves, pausing to gaze in at volumes behind glass doors. He squinted a bit as he read the titles. What's more, he added as he finally straightened his broad shoulders, we are all flesh and blood, and a simple knife will cut my throat the same as it would cut yours, and it takes no magic at all to do that. I see your point. Baracus never put it in exactly those terms, but I have heard him say similar things. He once told me that the gift was coveted by those who didn't have it because they wrongly believed that it would protect them, or that with it they could win in battle. But what they didn't realize was that it offered only a fluid, ever-escalating form of checkmate. I guess I never realized his full meaning until I heard you explain it. Ulrich Rahl nodded, still looking at the books. That is the whole issue in a nutshell, the balance of power. Even as we speak, wizards of great skill here and in the old world work to come up with new forms of magic that will offer an advantage in the war. Both sides seek even more deadly weapons crafted by the gift, hoping to find one that will have no counter from the other side. If we succeed, we will turn the tide of war and survive. If they succeed, we will be enslaved, if not annihilated. A vague sense of apprehension settling into her, Magda gazed off at her empty quarters. Being the wife of the first wizard, I have often heard such worries. Finished perusing the books, Lord Rahl returned to stand before her. That's why I'm here. That balance of power has shifted. We now stand at the brink of annihilation. Chapter 9. That is frightening news. Disheartened, Magda slowly shook her head. But I'm afraid that there's not much I can do to help you. I'm not gifted. Ulrich Rahl paced off a few strides, seeming to consider how to proceed. Baracus and I were working on something together, he finally said. I've been dealing with my part of it while he was working on a separate issue. I need to know if he was able to accomplish his objective, but I didn't get here in time to speak with him. He turned back. Absent Baracus, I'm hoping you can help me with what needs to be done now. Magda reflexively reached to pull her hair back over her shoulder, but her hair barely brushed her shoulders now. So there was nothing to pull back. She let the hand drop. I'm sorry, Lord Rahl, but with Baracus lost to us, I don't know what help I can be. You know people in the inner circles of power here at the Keep. You know who would listen. You can talk to the Council. You could help convince them to take seriously my warnings. That would be a good start. Talk to the Council? The Council won't listen to me. Of course they will. You're the closest thing they have to the word of Baracus himself. The word of Baracus? Magda shook her head. I am no longer the wife of the first wizard, so I no longer have standing with the Council, or anywhere else for that matter. She held out a short strand of hair for him to see. The men of the Council are the ones who cut my hair, to make that clearly evident to everyone. Who cares about your hair? Baracus may be dead, but you're still the wife to the first wizard. His passing does not change the fact that you knew him better than anyone. Or that you were the one he trusted. He confided in you, I know he did. He told me so himself. He said that because you weren't gifted, you were often the best sounding board he had. Baracus is dead. Magda looked away from the man's blue eyes. The Council will soon replace him. Without Baracus alive, I no longer have any status. That's why they cut my hair. It's an age-old custom among the people of the Midlands. The length of a woman's hair shows the world her standing. It matters for everything here in the Midlands, and especially in the Keep. This is the seat of power for the Midlands, so such issues of rank, influence, and power always matter. He gestured impatiently. I know about the custom. It's absurd. I can understand petty people paying attention to such trivialities when deciding the seating arrangement at a banquet. But beyond that, it ceases to be useful. This is a serious issue. What does the length of your hair have to do with matters of life and death? It has everything to do with it. Here, in the Midlands, I'm no longer worthy of recognition because I was not born noble. And my husband, who, when he was alive, gave me standing, is dead. That means that I'm back to where I was before I was married to him. This isn't by my choice. It's just the way it is. Lord Rahl closed the distance back to her. How do you think you came to be the wife of First Wizard Baracus? Do you think that Baracus sought out a weak, unimportant wife? Well, You became wife to First Wizard Baracus because you were the only woman who was worthy of being his wife. Are you suggesting that Baracus, the first wizard, a war wizard, would want to marry a woman who was weak? He married you because you were a woman of strength. That's very flattering, Lord Rahl, but I'm afraid that it's simply not true. I was a nobody when he met me, and with him gone, I am once again a nobody. He looked genuinely disappointed by her words. The fire seemed to go out of his eyes. His expression sagged. You were his wife, so I guess you would know him better than anyone. He shook his head with great sadness. I admit to finding myself disillusioned to learn that Baracus was not the man I had thought him to be, that he was instead nothing more than a rather common fool, like so many other ordinary men. A common fool? What are you talking about? He lifted an arm and then let it drop to his side. He had the wool pulled over my eyes all along. You've made me see the unpleasant truth. I always thought him intelligent and strong. But it turns out that Baracus was simply an ordinary, weak-minded man, who, like so many, would marry even a lowly woman of no standing and no worth, simply because she batted her eyes at him. You apparently came along in one of his weak moments, stroked his male pride with a bit of feminine flattery, and just that easy. You had yourself a man of standing. It's clear now that he must have been too insecure to think that a woman of standing would be interested in him, so he was willing to trade that standing you lacked in return for your affections. I guess he wasn't the man of character I thought he was. I can see now that by marrying you he was hiding his lack of confidence with women. It's clear now that he was ready to settle on the first shapely woman, no matter her standing, who swayed her becoming ass before his weak-minded gaze. In a blink, Magda had the point of her knife poised motionless, a hair's breadth from his throat. I will not stand here and listen to you insult a righteous man who is not here to defend himself, she growled. Apparently my old friend Baracus taught his nobody wife a thing or two about using a weapon. A thing or two, she confirmed. Tell those two that if you take another step, you will be breathing through something other than that foul mouth of yours. You will be breathing through something other than that foul mouth of yours. She in fact knew far more than a thing or two about using weapons. Baracus had actually used his gift to aid in teaching her a great deal about weapons. He said that as wife to the first wizard, she would always be a target. He wanted her to be able to protect herself when he wasn't around. I can't believe that he even considered you a friend. I think it's high time that you were on your way back to your Darren lands. I want you and your little army gone first thing in the morning. Do you understand me? A sly smile overcame the man at the point of her knife, as he signaled the two men near the doors to stand down. Magda was surprised by his smile, but her anger kept her focused, and kept her knife where it was. What's this? A nobody? A woman not born noble? A woman with short hair? A woman of no standing? Who has the nerve to tell me, the Lord Rahl, what I will and will not do? What gives you the right to speak this way to the leader of Dara, a man who commands the army outside your room, and guards inside it? How dare you think that you can speak to me in such a manner? Where do you, a woman of no status, a nobody, get the gall to think you have such a right?" "Such a right?" Magda raged in fury. But then she saw the twinkle in his eye and realized what he was doing. Her fury faltered. She suddenly felt foolish. She couldn't keep a shamed smile from overcoming her. Magda bowed her head in a gesture of exaggerated respect. "It would seem that the Lord Dahl is not so stupid as some on the council say." His grin widened. "Magda, I knew Baracus long before you met him. I fought beside the man. I knew his character. He would never be attracted to a weak woman. He never cared about the length of your hair or standing when he met you, did he?" Magda shook her head, remembering the first time she met him. He didn't even look at her hair. He looked into her eyes and asked her name. He cared about your character. He cared who you were. Baracus was a man of power. He was only attracted to strength and temperament that could complement his. He could have any woman he wanted. I know, because many sought him out and he always turned them away. Yet he chose you. He chose you not because you were weak and common, but because you were rare, and his equal in every way that mattered. She smiled again, but this time in appreciation. "Thank you for the kindest words about my husband, and me, that I have ever heard." "They are true words, Magda. He chose you because you were worthy of him. He was lucky to have you. I'll not have you selling my friend's wife short." Her smile turned downhearted. "I don't think I could begin to tell you how much I miss him, how lost I am without him." "I understand. Now, let's put this nonsense aside. We have urgent matters that must be addressed. With Baracus gone, you are the only one I can turn to for answers. This is a time for courage and honesty if we are to have a chance." Magda finally lifted her chin. "What can I do to help you, Lord Rahl?" Chapter 10. "You must speak to the council and let them know of the threat. Make them understand how serious it is," Ulrich Rahl told her. "With Baracus dead, it is up to us, and we're running out of time." "What threat?" A bit surprised, he cast her a suspicious look from under a lowered brow. "Surely Baracus must have told you about the Dreamwalkers." Magda stilled. She wanted to help the man, but she didn't like the idea of talking about anything Baracus had told her in confidence. The two of them had always had an understanding that, because of his position, the things he discussed with her were meant to remain strictly confidential. She never spoke about such matters without her husband explicitly telling her that it was all right. She remembered then the note in her pocket, the note Baracus had left for her up on the battlement. Those were his last words to her. "Your destiny is to find truth. It will be difficult, but have the courage to take up that calling." It seemed clear that Baracus meant for her to act. His note didn't ask her to keep silent or to stay out of things. He said that she must have the courage to act. Magda realized that with Baracus gone, she needed to trust someone. While she knew a number of the people her husband had worked with and trusted, she never heard him speak about his trust in anyone the way he spoke of his trust in Ulrich Rahl. "He did," she said at last. "Good. Tell me what you know about them. Anything," Baracus said. Magda took a deep breath to gather her thoughts. "Well, one enemy gifted in the old world not long ago created Dreamwalkers. Baracus told me that such weapons, made out of people, could mean the end of us all. He said that there was only a small window of opportunity to act. In secret, he worked tirelessly on the problem. In the course of that work, he discovered that the Dreamwalkers were created through the use of a constructed spell." Lord Rahl nodded. "He told me that much of it when he traveled through the Sliff to warn me about the Dreamwalkers." Magda bristled at the mention of the Sliff. She hated that creature made from a woman. The Sliff took Baracus away from her to travel great distances in a short time. Yet one more of the abominations created by wizards out of human beings. Magda reminded herself not to be so harsh. Had not wizards created some of the things they did, all of them would be dead by now, or worse. There were wizards who created weapons, such as the Dreamwalkers, to cause harm. But there were many wizards who used their ability to create things that saved a great many lives. The Sliff, as much as Magda didn't like her, was one of those things. Baracus and I discussed the situation and made plans as to how we could deal with the Dreamwalkers. Lord Rahl said, "But I've not heard what happened since. I don't know what Baracus was able to accomplish, if anything. That's one of the reasons why I'm here." Well, because Baracus understood what the spell did, he was able to work in reverse from there to create a close replica, even though it was not entirely functional, of what he believed the constructed spell would have had to be like. From that approximation, he was able to ignite an artificial verification web. Once he had a functioning verification web, he backtraced the spell's unique nodes and core elements to the men who would have created the real one. His brow had lifted in surprise as he listened. "That's quite remarkable. I didn't know that such a thing was possible." She confirmed that it was with a nod. "I saw it one night. It was a frightening thing made of glowing lines tracing their way through mid-air. Baracus ignited the web around himself in order to trace the nodes. I was terrified for him while he floated motionless inside it." He eyed her as if seeing her in a new light. "For one not born with the gift, you certainly have a remarkable grasp of it. I doubt that one gifted person in 100 would even understand what you have just told me." Lord Rahl rolled his hand impatiently. "So what did Baracus do then?" "He had contacts with a shadowy group. I never saw them, and I don't know who they were. But I suspected that they might have been resistance fighters from the old world. He met with them in secret and sent them on a covert mission to the old world." Lord Rahl arched an eyebrow. "Did the council know about this?" "No one knew. The replica spell, the artificial verification web, its ignition and node traces, the meetings in the dead of the night with those men, no one knew any of it. Baracus said that with Dreamwalkers now a reality, it would jeopardize everything if anyone knew about any aspect of it. Not long ago, he came home a few hours before dawn and told me that the men he'd sent had gotten in and killed the team of gifted in the old world who had constructed the Dreamwalker spell. He could share his excitement with no one but me. He was nearly in tears with relief, and said that it meant that in all likelihood, such a constructed magic could never again be brought to reality." Lord Rahl let out a great sigh of relief. "That was the confirmation I've been hoping to hear. I can't imagine how he managed to pull off such a feat. But all of mankind owes Baracus an enormous debt of gratitude." His frown returned. "What about the constructed spell itself?" Magda leaned in close and lowered her voice. "When he came home that night, Baracus told me that the men had not only succeeded in killing the team that had created the Dreamwalkers, but they had also stolen the constructed spell and brought it back with them. They gave it to Baracus." Lord Rahl looked truly shocked. "No." "Yes," she said with a firm nod. "Baracus showed me the small box made of bone, its sides and lid stitched together with cords made from strips of dried human flesh. Inside was something wrapped in buckskin. He held it out and laid back the folds of the buckskin to show me that it held a round thing about the size of a hen's egg. It was as black as a moonless night, like something forged in the darkest depths of the underworld, with shadowy shapes moving across its surface. It looked like death itself brought into the world of life." Magda pressed the flats of her hands to the tense knot in her stomach. "It seems as if that evil thing might suck the very light from the room." Pulling herself away from the memory, she looked back up. When Baracus opened the spell with his gift, it ignited into a framework taller than he was. It was a structure of thousands of glowing, colored lines of light, all linked together in an intricate circular gridwork, very similar to the verification web he had crafted before. It was both beautiful and terrible, all at the same time. Baracus said that when it was used for its intended purpose, It would have been opened around the person who was to become a dreamwalker. Magda took a few steps away to stare off into the dark end of the room. I can't imagine being one of the people who stepped inside that thing to become something other than they were born. I can't imagine allowing yourself to become a weapon created by magic. Ulrich Rahl watched her in silence for a moment more, before quietly urging her on to the rest of the story. So that he was able to deactivate it. Deactivate it? She looked back over her shoulder at his grim gaze. Unfortunately, no. He said that it was far too complex to safely dismantle such a thing. He said that he didn't even know if it was possible to deactivate it. Lord Rahl rubbed his chin as he considered. So, it's here, then? She shook her head. He took the spell with him to the Temple of the Winds so that it could be safely locked away. The Temple of the Winds! Lord Rahl let out a deep sigh of relief. That's the best news I could have heard. And even better, with the team who created it dead, those in the old world will not likely be making another. It would appear so. Baracus eliminated the threat, so maybe we don't stand on the brink of annihilation after all. He rested his palm on the hilt of his sword. Did he say if he was able to terminate the power that had already been unleashed here, in the world of life? Was he able to eliminate those dreamwalkers that had already been brought into being? Magda tapped a finger on a small side table inlaid with silver leaves as she recalled her husband's exact words. Baracus said, "We will have to deal with the ones they've already created, but at least they will be minting no new dreamwalkers, and no more will be born into the world. That magic is now safely locked away." Then he stared off and under his breath added, "For now." Chapter 11. For now. What did he mean by that? Magda shook her head. I don't know. That was all he said. He was quiet and distracted after he returned from the Temple of the Winds. I wasn't even sure that he had intended for me to hear the last part of it. What she remembered the most was the way he had held her for a long time, as if she were the most important thing in the world to him. She longed for the feel of his sheltering arms around her again. So why then, if he cared that much for her, and there were so many pivotal issues facing them, had he killed himself? Magda swallowed and tried to put the memory from her mind, lest she be overwhelmed by tears. As I had hoped, Baracus once again managed to accomplish the seemingly impossible and eliminate their ability to create more dreamwalkers. Lord Rahl regarded her with a determined look. Unfortunately, that doesn't do anything about the ones that already exist. They are easily trouble enough to annihilate us. That element of the threat must be countered as well. Magda knew the truth of that. Baracus had told her that after a person had been enclosed by the constructed spell, the power from it was fused into their being, into their very souls. They were in part the same person, but now they were more. They became beings with powers and abilities that others didn't possess and couldn't defend against. From their name, Magda had at first thought that they were able to steal into a person's dreams while they slept. But Baracus had explained that it was more sinister than that. They actually slipped into the infinitesimal empty spaces between thoughts, like water seeping into the voids of a sponge. It wasn't that they used dreams to enter a person's mind. It was more like they became the victim's real-life nightmare. Magda paced a few steps away, thinking, worrying. She hadn't wanted to press her husband for details when he had returned. She had been so thankful that he had come back safely to her that she had just wanted to hold him. She turned back. Can a dreamwalker invade anyone's mind? Technically, yes. However, entering a person's mind is profoundly difficult, so, to help them, dreamwalkers use the victim's gift. In essence, they seize control of a person's own magic and turn it against them. Where dreamwalkers are concerned, having the gift is a dangerous liability. What about the ungifted? Like me? It's much more difficult for dreamwalkers to get into the mind of an ungifted person, and even more difficult yet to control them. Not that it can't be done, but it requires great effort. The real question is, why would they want to? After all, dreamwalkers were created as weapons, so they would be expected to seek out high-value targets. That implies the gifted. That makes sense, Magda said as she tried to put the pieces of what she knew together with what she was learning. But the person would be aware of it, wouldn't they? They would know the dreamwalker had invaded their thoughts. No, not necessarily. A dreamwalker can be in your mind, watching, listening, and unless they want you to know, you would be completely unaware of their presence. Once there, without you ever realizing it, the dreamwalker not only has access to all your thoughts, he can also overhear anything you hear, plans, defenses, names, anything that might be useful to the enemy. But if he wishes to, a dreamwalker can make his presence known and force you to do anything, or use you for any purpose he chooses. He can, for instance, use you to help him identify other important targets. You would be helpless to stop yourself. A dreamwalker often uses a seemingly harmless individual as an extension of himself, as a tool. In other words, as a surrogate assassin. People who are gentle or even timid offer a perfect cover. If he wants, a dreamwalker can force even such a person to assassinate their closest friend or a loved one. A dreamwalker's control is absolute. He can remain hidden and you won't even know he's there, or be an insidious presence, whispering suggestions that you interpret as your own thoughts. If he wishes it, he can make his presence all too clear by exerting complete control over your actions, or, as I've seen with my own eyes, give pain beyond imagining. Magda folded her arms as she paced, her alarm growing by the moment. As she walked past them, she cast a suspicious look at the two towering, silent guards standing with their broad backs to the doors. Their eyes rarely left her. For all she knew, a dreamwalker could be in their minds. Then they could be here in the keep already. They could already know all our defenses, all our plans. She tapped her temple. For all we know, they could be in our minds right now, listening, watching, waiting to pounce. Lord Rawl's brow twisted with doubt. I don't think so. Dreamwalkers are newly created weapons. They haven't had those abilities for very long. Imagine how difficult it would be for someone newly turned into a dreamwalker to learn to accomplish anything useful. What do you mean? Well, if you right now had the power to enter the mind of the enemy down in the old world, how would you pick a useful person? Even if you knew the name of a target, if you weren't looking right at them, how would you find the one person out of all the millions of minds down there? How would you know who to look for, or where they might be? How would you search for the one mind you wanted? If you were trying to target enemy officials, how would you even know who they were? How would you identify them and then find them? Where would you look? He shook his head. It can't be easy to establish the right links. I have no doubt that they will soon enough be able to spread like a wildfire through our ranks and through the keep. But if we're lucky, we still have a bit of time. Time? Time for what? Dear spirits, Magda said as she lifted her arms in frustration. We're helpless against them. What good is a bit of time going to do us? We really do stand at the brink of annihilation. No, not entirely, Lord Rawl said. Baracus's task was to eliminate the source of the Dreamwalkers. My part in this was to create a counter for the ones who already exist. But without a Dreamwalker, how will you know how their power functions? Or be sure what they're capable of? For that matter, how can you know for certain that any counter you create really works? At that moment, at seeing the look that came into his eyes, Magda for the first time fully understood why this man was so feared. There was terrible resolve there, and terrible conviction. "Because," he said, "we captured one." Magda was stunned into silence for a moment. "You actually captured a dreamwalker?" she finally asked. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." "How do you know he's really a dreamwalker?" "There is no mistaking them. Looking into their eyes is like looking into a nightmare. Their eyes are entirely black, black like that evil thing you described that Baraka showed you, and then took with him to lock away in the underworld. When a dreamwalker looks at you, clouded shapes shift across the inky black surface of their eyes so black that they seem as if they might suck the sunlight out of the day and turn the world into everlasting night. I remember well the black thing Baraka showed me." Magda rubbed her arms, unable to turn away from the look of bottled fury in Lord Rawl's eyes. "Were you able to gain his cooperation or learn anything useful from him?" The knuckles of his fists were white. "He killed a lot of my people, people I loved, and he forced me to kill some of those innocent people he possessed, lest he kill me by their hand. He caused us a great deal of trouble, but in the end, I was able to use him to unlock the secrets of their power." Magda didn't ask how he had gained the Dreamwalkers' cooperation. It was wartime. They were in a struggle for their very existence. Everyday lives were being lost in that struggle. Countless more innocent lives were at stake. From what she had heard, if there was one thing the Daharans were good at, it was knowing how to make people tell what they knew. "I had to devote a great many resources to the task," he said. "But it was necessary, and the results were worth it. I finally created a counter to block their ability." Magda wasn't sure that she heard him correctly. She took a step closer. "You mean you can actually stop them?" Lord Rawl nodded. "I was able to construct a very complex spell that I actually propagated within myself. That magic is now part of who I am, a part of every fiber of my being. In a way, I too have become more than I was before, much like the weapons we create out of people. That new ability now completely shields my mind from the Dreamwalkers." She gripped his forearm. "You're certain?" "Yes, I tested it on our Dreamwalker." "But how can you be certain that he wasn't pretending, that he couldn't enter your mind?" He arched an eyebrow. "With what was being done to him at the time, and for as long as it was being done, I promise you, if he could have gotten into my mind to stop me, he would have." "So the magic you created is our salvation, then?" "Yes and no." She felt her hopes yet again slipping away. "What do you mean?" "I was able to create a counter to the Dreamwalkers, and it works perfectly. The problem was that it only worked for me. I tried, but I can't recreate a similar ability in others. It's a power specific to me, to my inherent nature." Magda's heart sank. "So the rest of us are to remain at the mercy of the Dreamwalkers?" "Not exactly. I finally succeeded in creating a way to protect other people as well. A part of the ever-escalating balance of power I spoke of before. Those in the old world may have gotten a temporary advantage with the Dreamwalkers, but I created a counter for them, and I now have a way for that counter to protect others as well. I can check the enemy's plans." Magda eyed him suspiciously. "What's the problem, then?" "The Central Council. Most of the Daran lands have accepted the solution I've created and are now safe from the Dreamwalkers. We need the Council to help us implement the same protection here. That's why I need you to speak with them. I've already tried to convince them of the danger we're in and the necessity of my solution, but without Barakas to lend his support, they won't listen to me." Magda pressed her fingers to her forehead, frustrated that he still thought she could somehow tell the Council what to do. "If they won't listen to the Lord Rawl, the leader of the Daran lands, they certainly aren't going to listen to me. They've listened to your arguments for several years and know that your appeals are always important and well-reasoned." They're used to having you speak before them. They've often gone along with your proposals. On the other hand, they've always been suspicious of me and aren't inclined to listen with an open mind to anything I say. Lord Rahl, I wish it was otherwise, but I don't think— If they won't listen to you now about something this important, and they don't do what is needed, then the people of the Midlands will have no way to guard their minds. Magda paused, struck by those words. They were close to the same words in the note. Be strong now. Guard your mind. She wondered if that could possibly be what Baracus had meant. She wondered if he had been trying to tell her about the Dreamwalkers, but how could that have been what he meant? She felt an icy sense of unease as she remembered, then, the whispers in her mind urging her to jump off the wall. Was it possible? Dread welled up inside her. What do people have to do to be protected? What solution have you created? With the spell I forged, the spell that is now part of my being, I'm immune to Dreamwalkers entering my mind. But like I said, I can't create the same counter within other people. I tried, but it isn't possible. So I instead created a way to link others to my protective magic. That link shields them from Dreamwalkers entering their mind the same as I am protected. Are you sure? How is such a thing even possible? Everyone, even those like you who are ungifted, have a spark of the gift within them. That living spark enables everyone to interact with magic, even if they can't create it themselves. Through that flicker of the gift, anyone who accepts me as their ruler becomes my subject, and they are thus linked to me. We become bonded, them to me, and me to them. I become their magic against magic. He gestured toward the two men watching from their position at the door, and they in turn protect me. Magda blinked. Do you mean to say that, to be protected from Dreamwalkers, people must swear loyalty to you? Yes and no. Sincere belief in my sovereignty over them is actually the link that powers the bond. In reality, that's all that's needed. Swearing loyalty, though, helps a lot of hesitant minds fully commit. How can simply swearing loyalty possibly accomplish such a thing as powering this link to your ability? It's not the swearing of loyalty that's the real secret of it. It's the realization, the conviction, that they are my subjects and I, their sovereign ruler, that actually powers the spark of their gift to link to my magic. It has to be sincere in order to connect them with the spell I carry within me. They don't have to like it, but they have to accept the fact that I am their ruler. I just don't understand. That's always the problem, and we don't have time to try to make people understand the nuanced intricacies of conjured links to constructed spells. He gestured irritably. It's complicated and hard to explain to people, even the gifted, even wizards. Fortunately, I found that an oath serves to bring about acceptance, ignites the link, and forges the bond. An oath? Yes, and that is really necessary for the bond to work in the person's solemn acceptance of my authority over them. But, like I say, the oath is a great deal simpler and works in most cases. It's nearly infallible if fear is a component. Fear of Dreamwalkers. Or even fear of me. Fear triggers need. Need powers sincerity. Sincerity is the required element. Once established, the bond becomes a kind of conduit through the spark of the gift that draws upon the constructed protection I have within me to protect them as well. I worked long and hard to create an oath that fires the forge of that living link within the supplicant. Magda stared up at the man. And what is this oath? To be protected, people must swear as follows. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Magda was stunned. And you expect people to swear this oath to you? I'm trying to save their lives, Magda. He gestured dismissively. But calling it an oath does motivate some people to refuse, so I instead call it a devotion. Softens it a bit. I find that it works with near certitude if it is delivered from a kneeling position, bent forward at the waist, forehead to the floor. Something about kneeling and swearing loyalty helps build fear and makes it real to the supplicant. No wonder the council had rejected Lord Raw's plan. He was asking them to help him rule the entire new world. Chapter 12. From the things her husband had told her in the past, and from what she had learned from Alric Raw, Magda was coming to fully grasp the mortal danger they were in. It was only a matter of time until the Dreamwalkers learned to use their abilities to find their way into the minds of those in the Wizard's Keep. If something wasn't done to protect people, such an event would be the beginning of the end. Not only was the Keep the seat of power in the Midlands, it was in many ways also its heart and soul. The council lived and worked there, but so did representatives from various lands along with military officers, administrators, and officials of every sort. Perhaps even more important, while vast armies along with gifted support clashed in the field, some of their most brilliant wizards lived at the Keep, working on everything from counters to the weapons being created in the old world to new weapons of their own. Those gifted down in the lower reaches of the Keep worked day and night, many in secret, on things that Baracus rarely talked about. Magda remembered Tilly's chilling gossip about some of the projects. While Magda didn't necessarily believe everything Tilly said, she knew that it likely wasn't far off the mark. If the council didn't go along with Ulrich Raw's plan, and the gifted didn't come up with a counter of their own, the new world would be lost. But on the other hand, it meant making Ulrich Raw more than a mere king. It meant making him the ruler of the entire new world. It meant allowing him to create an empire and make himself its ruler. Even if Magda could influence the council, would she want to be a part of such a thing? Would Baracus have wanted her to? She remembered, then, being up on the wall earlier that same day, seemingly in a fog, preparing to throw herself to her death. Even though it had only been hours ago, it was beginning to feel more like a dream in the dim past. Had she really been serious? Had she really, in her heart, wanted to die, to kill herself? Of course she was still heartbroken, and the future seemed bleak, but not in quite the same way. She remembered the whispers urging her to jump. Was it possible? If it was true. Her mouth felt as dry as dust. I see what you mean, Lord Raw. Magda laced her fingers together as she paced off a few steps, trying to come to grips with the enormity of everything that had happened. In the last few days, her life had been turned upside down. Everything had changed. Despite the uncertainty of the war, her husband had been her security. Now, there was no more security. Now, she had only herself to rely on. Then you must act, Ulrich Raw said. You must do your best to convince the council to help me protect the Midlands from the Dreamwalkers. Magda, staring off into the dark end of the room where the glow of the candlelight hardly penetrated, finally turned back. She looked up in his grim concern. You're right. I don't know if I can convince them to listen to me. But I have to try. I must find a way to get the council to go along. We have truth on our side. Maybe I can make them see that, and make them see that they must act for the good of us all. He let out a deep sigh as he nodded. Thank you, Magda. Let us hope that you can convince the council. It may be our only chance. But then pain slammed into her so abruptly, so unexpectedly, so violently that it took her breath. Magda's muscles locked stiff at the searing pain ignited in her head. It felt as if half a dozen hot needles were all the same time being thrust into her ears, through her temples, and up into the base of her skull. A razor-sharp spike of pain lanced into the nerves just below her ears, as if yet more of the searing hot needles were being thrust in right behind her jaw on either side. Her eyes watered, and her mouth opened wide, but she couldn't make a scream. She couldn't draw a breath. The weight of the terrible agony locked her muscles rigid. Had she really been serious? Had she really in her heart wanted to die, to kill herself? Of course she was still heartbroken, and the future still seemed bleak, but not in quite the same way. She remembered the whispering urging her to jump. Lord Rawl frowned. Magda? She could see the puzzled concern on his face, but she couldn't speak to tell him what was happening. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't do that either. Mostly, she wanted to somehow make the unexpected savage pain stop. She couldn't endure it for another moment. As much as she wanted to live, she welcomed death if only it would bring her release. In that helpless, desolate instant, she knew. The initial violence of the pain unexpectedly eased up just a bit. She didn't know if it was a depraved game, or if the crushing hurt was going to ram back in at her again with even more force. In that brief break, Magda gasped a breath. Before she could cry out, the pain slammed into her again, but with immensity more force than the first time. She hadn't thought it was possible for it to hurt more, but it did. The startling power of it left her senseless. Staggering, she began to lose her awareness of where she was. Her skull felt as if it were being slowly crushed. A powerful blow came out of nowhere like a bolt of lightning, striking her in the middle, doubling her over. Her muscles strained against a force squeezing her chest. She heard snapping and felt her ribs break, sending yet another kind of pain ripping through her. In insufferable torment, her eyes wide, she saw Lord Rawl rushing toward her, yet his movement seemed impossibly slow. He almost looked to be a statue, unable to make any headway. At the slow, dreamlike rate at which he appeared to be moving, she didn't think he would reach her before she was dead. She felt something warm and wet running from her ears and down along her jaw. She saw bright blood splattering on the stone floor under her. Magda dropped heavily to her knees. Her vision narrowed to a dark tunnel. Everything seemed far away. She thought she heard voices, but she couldn't make them out over the piercing, painful, high-pitched noise she was hearing. Just at the dark edge of her restricted vision, she saw Lord Rawl's two big guards draw their swords as they, too, started toward her. She knew that they now saw her as a threat. The blood running from her ears and dripping from her chin merged into a wet, red pool on the floor beneath her. She could feel the wet warmth soaking her knees and dress. Through the stunning torment, through the paralyzing pain spiking down through her head and ripping up through her abdomen, Magda, like the guards, realized what was happening. As disoriented as she was all too aware of the alien presence roaring out from the dark corners of her mind. If the thing within didn't kill her, the guards surely would. Magda recognized that she had only precious moments to live. With that awareness, she realized how desperately she didn't want to die. Despite how much she wanted the pain to stop, she didn't want to die. She had never felt so strongly about wanting to live. But she could feel herself slipping ever closer to the dark rim of the underworld. Magda remembered then her husband's last words on the note in her pocket. Be strong now, guard your mind, and live the life that only you can live. Lord Rawl was right there, right before her, his boots in her blood. He was leaning down, his hands on her shoulders, as he yelled something. She couldn't hear him. She could hear only the ripping howl of pain in her ears. Magda clutched Lord Rawl's pant legs in her fists as the pain darkened her vision, threatening to blind her. She knew that in brief moments she would not only lose her vision, she would lose consciousness. She knew that she had only those brief seconds before everything was lost to her. She could hear Ulrich Rawl above her, yelling urgently, but she couldn't make out the distant words. She could feel his powerful fingers grasping her shoulders as he leaned over her. She knew that this was her only chance, but she didn't know if she could summon the strength. Master Rawl, she managed in a hoarse voice. Blood dripped from her lips. She could taste it in her mouth. Terror tightened her throat. Her heartbeats came weaker and weaker. She knew that she was about to die. She could feel the glimmer of life itself slipping away. It seemed too much effort to hold on to it. It was even too much effort to draw another breath. Some part of her, though, desperately didn't want to surrender to the lure of release. Magda summoned all her remaining strength and gasped in a last breath. With her lungs filled by that last gasp at life, she forced herself on in a desperate rush, giving herself over to the words, giving herself over to their meaning. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. She put her heart and soul into the words. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Our lives are yours. Darkness passed through her, shadowing her soul. She thought that it must be too late. But then the pain abruptly lost its hold on her. Magda, panting in relief as the full force of crushing torment released her, crumpled to the ground, weeping in lingering agony and sweet gratitude for Barakas's words of guard your mind. They had just saved her life. Barakas had just saved her life. Lord Rahl had just saved her life. Chapter 13. Free of the alien presence, but still in agony, Magda lay in a warm, velvety pool of her own blood. The pain in her head, still radiating into her ears and down through her jaw, was horrific. As much as she hurt, though, she was profoundly thankful that it was at least not the same kind of agony as the crushing pain the Dreamwalker had been inflicting from within. As much as she didn't want to suffer the pain of being touched, she didn't have the power to offer much resistance as Lord Rahl and his 2 bodyguards gently rolled her over. She cried out at the torture of being moved. She could feel broken ribs grate together with each shallow breath. Easy now, Lord Rahl said in a surprisingly gentle voice as big hands caught her weakly flailing arms. It's going to be all right. You have to be still, though. Don't try to get up. In a daze, Magda was only dimly aware of where she was and what was happening. It seemed like it was all happening to someone else, and she was only watching it. Her whole body throbbed in terrible pain, but even that, too, in an odd way, seemed strangely distant. At least the bastard is gone from her now, one of the big guards said. Lord Rahl grunted his agreement before looking down at her. It's going to be all right, Magda. I'm going to help you. Magda nodded. She didn't really know why. She had to swallow back the blood in her mouth. Lord Rahl leaned in closer over her. He had the strangest look in his eyes. Magda realized then that it was fear. At seeing that look, at comprehending that it was fear for her, she started to panic. With a firm grip on her shoulders, he forced her back down. Listen to me, Magda. You need to be still. Don't fight it. Let me do that. She tried to ask what he meant, but the words came out in a jumble that even she couldn't understand. He just smiled a bit. No need to talk anymore. You got the right words out when you needed them. He patted her shoulder. You're safe from the Dreamwalker now. Magda sagged in relief. At least that monster was gone from her mind. She had felt that evil presence for only a brief time, but it was something she knew she would never be able to forget. Tears of gratitude at being free of the Dreamwalker ran across her cheeks. Even if she had to endure the lingering effects of his attack, even if she was to die, she was at least free of his vile presence. I need to get into your mind, Magda. She had just escaped that very thing. She didn't want anyone in her mind ever again. She didn't want to have anyone controlling her in that way. In a panic at the thought of it, she thrashed, trying to escape his grip. Listen to me, he said as he held both of her wrists firmly in one of his big hands. It will only be to heal the damage. You're still losing a lot of blood. I have to hurry. You have to let me help you. Just lie still and don't fight me, all right? Can you do that? Can you trust me? It will be easier if you do. This was a chance at life. This was a chance to be pulled back from the terrifying dark void. She had fought for her life. She couldn't let herself slip beyond the veil. At last, she let the tension go from her muscles and nodded. Thank you, Master All, she managed with the greatest of effort. He offered a brief smile before putting his hands to either side of her head. Her hands muffled the distant sounds of the world, muffled what she only then realized was the sounds of her own sobs. She looked up at him, and his blue eyes reminded her of looking up into a blue sky. As she stared, unable to blink, she was drawn into the calming color. His eyes became the sky. She felt herself falling into that azure forever that became sapphire, that became cobalt, that became midnight blue, that became simply midnight. She felt the weight of his power press in on her mind as the cold flood of his magic cascaded down through her whole being. She had been healed by Baracus before, but that had been for relatively minor things. A deep cut, a twisted ankle, a crippling headache. So she recognized the unique feel of additive magic. What in those instances had been a trickle was now a massive, icy torrent, overwhelming her with its power. Even more, though she felt the red-hot touch of what she knew had to be subtractive magic. She imagined that she was removing residual traces of the damage done by the Dreamwalker's presence. She gasped at the sudden sharp searing heat deep inside her ears. She recoiled at the smell of burning flesh, realizing that he must be cauterizing the wounds to stop the bleeding. Even though she felt lost in a strange, empty place, she knew that she was not alone. He was there with her, working, trying to help her. It was something like when the Dreamwalker had made himself known in her mind, but at the same time it was the opposite side of that alien presence. The Dreamwalker, she knew, she could feel, had been malicious and had fully intended harm. This, by contrast, was a benevolent presence. Despite the pain pulling her ever downward inside herself, she could feel that his purpose was only to help her, only to eventually be able to lift her pain away. She could feel every thread of additive magic stitching through her torn muscles and broken ribs. It didn't exactly hurt, but the odd sensation made her queasy. She wanted to squirm away, yet she knew that this was her only chance, and so she surrendered to it. The warm power seeping down into her ears was equally uncomfortable. At the same time, she was aware of him trying to force her, to let him lift the agony away. Magda resisted, holding on tight. She didn't want anyone else, especially Master Raw, to have to feel the agony she felt. She clutched it tight, trying to shield him from the full force of the suffering. It did no good. He was stronger than she was. With a fearful sense of concern for his safety, she felt the pain's grasp slipping from her. With that impediment lifted away, his gift was able to twist down through her inner being, going deeper into her core, in order to heal her. As she felt the last of that icy agony stripped away, she reveled in the mercy of being free of it, and at last began to feel the warmth of his healing magic warming her. She hung suspended in that glowing warmth, only distantly aware that anything else existed but that comforting support. Magda lost all sense of time. She didn't know how long she floated in that place of serenity. It could have been mere moments, or it could have been days. In that silent void, time lost all meaning. In that strange inner place, time ceased to exist. Gently, she became aware that it had ended. Her eyes at last opened, and the room around her came into focus. She realized that she was lying on a couch. Lord Rawls stood over her, his brow beaded with sweat. He looked exhausted. The candles on the iron stand nearby were burned down to nubs. She knew then that it had lasted most of the night. Magda reached up and touched her ear, letting her fingers trail down along her jaw. It didn't hurt anymore. Her chest didn't ache inside either. She placed her hand on her ribs, testing. They were sound and no longer hurt. But there was more. While she still missed Baracus, still hurt that he was gone. It was different now. The pain of losing him wasn't so crushing as it had been. She still grieved. She felt the suffering of the loss, but she recognized that the sharpest edges of that misery were now softened just a bit. She would always miss her husband, always love him, but she knew now that she was going to be able to go on. She had to go on. "Thank you," she whispered up at Lord Rawl. He showed her a weary smile. "I would suggest that you rest, but I fear that we can't afford that time right now." Magda sat up, wiping at her eyes, getting her bearings. "Is it still night?" His smile widened. "It's a new day, Magda. Has been for a while now." "Then we need to get to the council chambers. They will be in session. I need to convince them of the imminent danger. They must act." Lord Rawl glanced down at her clothes. "Maybe you had best get cleaned up first." Magda stood, feeling remarkably steady. She had expected to at least still feel wobbly, but she didn't. She felt alive, really alive. She looked down at her dress. Large areas of it were soaked with blood. He was right. She needed a change. She touched her hair and found that it too was matted with dried blood. She glanced over at her reflection in a small mirror on the wall. Blood stained the sides of her face and neck. "I guess I do look like a shocking mess. I had better clean up first, before we go to see the council." Ulrich Rawl nodded as he gestured at his 2 big bodyguards. "We'll wait outside while you change and wash up." Magda caught his arm as he started to turn toward the door. "No." He frowned. "No. No, I want the council to see me like this. They need to see the reality of the blood that will be shed by our people at the hands of the Dreamwalkers if they refuse to listen." Lord Rawl smiled. "I don't think that the council has yet ever really encountered the true resolve of Magda Cirrus." She returned a haunted smile. "They are about to." Chapter 14. Magda kept her eyes straight ahead as she marched past towering, polished black marble columns to each side of the gallery, leading toward the council chambers. Rounded moldings covered in gold atop the columns support a thick architrave carved with robed figures, meant to represent the members of the council. A gridwork of golden squares overspread the long vaulted ceiling. Each square held a bronze medallion with a scene of a different place in the Midlands. Supposedly, as council members passed through the gallery, they were walking beneath a grand display of the diversity of the Midlands, so that they would be reminded to be mindful of all the far-flung people they represented as they went about their official deliberations. In Magda's experience, it took more than bronze medallions to remind the council to be mindful of all the far-flung places of the Midlands. Magda passed beneath a line of long red silk banners hanging from the vaulted ceiling. They were meant to represent the blood that had been shed in defense of the people of the Midlands. The carpet she walked along, with the names of battles woven along the edges, was also red and meant to be reminders of the struggles fought and the lives laid down so that others might live. Magda usually found passing through the gallery to be a somber experience. On this day, it was more somber than usual. The red banners and crimson carpet only served to help draw attention to the blood covering Magda. More than ever before, she felt a connection to those who had bled in defense of their motherland. If the council refused to listen to her, then a great deal more blood would be shed. As she marched down the long carpet, men to the sides paused in mid-conversation to stare openly. Women moved back. The drone of talking withered to whispers, and then people fell silent as she passed, leaving a hush in her wake. As she entered the great rotunda, not far from the council chambers, Magda saw small clusters of people all through the enormous rooms standing around talking, no doubt discussing matters, waiting to be brought before the council. The conversation echoing around the room tapered off as people watched her advance through their midst, trailed by the Lord Rawl of the Darren lands and his 2 huge bodyguards. Overhead, The high windows around the lower border of the golden dome let in early morning sunlight to bathe the towering reddish marble pillars around the edge of the room in harsh light. Between the columns, against the stone wall, stood imposing statues of past leaders. Magda knew that one day a statue of Baracus would take up a place of honor in this room leading to the Central Council. It was a strange thought that touched her with pride, yet at the same time serving to highlight how Baracus was slipping inexorably into her past. It wouldn't be long before Baracus became a figure left to history. People would no longer come to know him. They would only know bits and pieces about him. She wondered if the stories people in the future learned would bear any resemblance to the reality she had known with Baracus. History, like memories themselves, tended to become distorted with the passing of time, or worse, corrupted with the agendas of those writing it. As much as she wished it were otherwise, Magda could do nothing to alter the past or to bring Baracus back. He was now in the hands of the good spirits. Meanwhile, life went on. He had wanted her to go on. The great mahogany doors to the council chambers stood open as they usually did. The doors were 3 times her height, and as thick as her thigh, both sides carved in intricate designs meant to represent spells, although they were not actually spells. As Baracus had often told her, drawing out real spells was dangerous. The intention was to remind all that it was the gift that guided them in everything. The open doors were meant to convey a sense of the council's openness, but Magda knew that it was an illusion of receptivity. Where the council was concerned, nothing was as simple as it seemed. At the great doors, the guards posted to either side, their pikes standing perfectly upright, saw that she didn't intend to stop. Their pikes tilted as they hesitantly stepped away from their positions onto the great seal set into the stone before the doors. One of the guards lifted a hand out, thinking she needed assistance. "Lady Cirrus, you're hurt. Let me get someone to help you." "Thank you, but the members of the council are the only ones who can help any of us." "I'm afraid that they're in session," he warned. "Good," she said as she pushed his pike up out of her way. "Lady Cirrus," the other guard said, "I'm afraid that the agenda is full for today, and they are not taking up any new business." "They are now," she said on her way past. The guards weren't sure what they should do. They knew her quite well as the wife of the first wizard who often spoke to the council. But even though they knew her, they were not accustomed to women with short hair walking in to speak to the council. More importantly, though, she was covered in blood and they didn't know why. If the keep was under attack, they clearly needed to know about it, but then, so did the council. Other guards inside the council chamber started to close in to slow her until they could find out what was going on. They took in Lord Rawl and his 2 men behind her. Confused by the sight of the first wizard's wife covered with blood, to say nothing of the leader of the Darren lands accompanying her, they finally parted, apparently thinking that stopping her could potentially be more trouble than letting her through. Not only was Lord Rawl a dignitary, but he was the council, after all, that decided who would speak. Magda was glad that she had told Lord Rawl to leave his small army waiting in the corridors, farther back and out of sight. Having a force of armed men try to enter the council chambers would only have complicated matters. Once inside the big doors and past the knot of guards, she turned back to Ulrich Rawl. She put her hand on his chest to urge him to halt. "Why don't you wait back here? Your presence beside me will only make them think that I ask this on your behalf." His brow creased with displeasure as he stared off at the council on the dais, in the distance, at the far end of the room. He shifted his weight and hooked his thumb on his belt. His blue eyes finally turned down to her. "As you wish." Magda offered him a brief smile before she turned her attention to the room she had visited many times. A runner of blue and gold carpet, leading off toward the council, split the grand room. Fluted mahogany columns supported soaring arches to the sides. Leaded windows high up in the arches let in muted streamers of sunlight. Below the windows, Balcony galleries held seating for observers. The seats were packed, which told her that the council was not dealing in restricted military matters. The open floor beneath the balconies had no windows, making it a rather dark and gloomy place. The windows up high were meant to represent the light of the Creator, while the darker regions down below were a reminder of the eternal darkness of the afterlife in the underworld. It was a subtle reminder of the forces of nature, life and death being the most notable, that always had to be held in balance. Groups of people who had come for an audience with the council crowded the floor farther off to each side, beneath the shadows of the balconies. As was often the case, there were military men in dress uniforms with clusters of staff around them. Officials in dignified robes with color-coded bands to denote rank and position, wizards and sorceresses in simple robes, and aides accompanying well-dressed, important women. As in most places in the keep, there were even children here and there with their parents. The sunlight slanting in through the windows, high to the right, revealed a slight haze from men smoking pipes, as well as the dust that the constant traffic carried into the vast room. As she marched down the blue and gold carpet and through isolated patches of sunlight from windows that had been designated to let the light penetrate down to the center runner, no one could miss Magda's blood-soaked dress. She knew from seeing herself in mirrors that her face and hair were quite a sight as well. Despite the relatively hushed quiet of the room, out in the world, a war raged. Baracus had confided that the fighting was horrific. Men died by the thousands in desperate battles, their bodies torn apart in the mad rush to attack or defend. The fury, the panic, the blood, the noise, the desperation were said to be beyond imagining. In contrast, the vast room where the council went about its stately work was an ordered and dignified place where business was conducted at a measured pace. Panic, blood, and naked desperation seemed very far away. Magda knew that it was an illusion. While everyone worked very hard to preserve their appearance, that this place was the balance to the madness of the war. That war was on every mind. As in the outer halls, people quietly discussing business fell silent as they spotted Magda marching resolutely along the long ribbon of carpeting through the center of the chamber. Most of these people knew her. Most of them had seen her standing before the flames that had consumed her husband and their beloved leader. Many had come to her to offer their condolences. Atop the dais, the council sat at a long ornate desk that curved around in a half-circle. Staff and assistants sat at the desk beside them. Even more sat behind. People stood in the center of the dais, with that desk curving halfway around them, and the audience at their back, to be heard by the council. Magda recognized the woman standing in that spot, speaking passionately to the council. Her words trailed off as she looked over her shoulder to see Magda step up behind her. The woman first quickly took in the length of Magda's hair and then scowled down at her bloody clothes. "I don't appreciate being interrupted when I am addressing the council." "I'm talking to them now, Vivian," Magda said as she showed the woman a very brief smile. "You can speak to them later." Vivian pulled a long lock of hair forward over her shoulder. "What makes you think that you can—" "Leave," Magda said in a voice so calm, so quiet, so deadly, that Vivian flinched. When the woman made no move to leave, Magda leaned even closer and spoke in a confidential tone that no one else could hear. "Either you walk out now, Vivian, or you will have to be carried out. I think you know that I'm not bluffing." At seeing the look in Magda's eyes, Vivian turned and dipped a quick bow to the council before hurrying away. A hush fell over the room. "What is the meaning of this interruption?" a red-faced Councilman Weston asked. "What matter could be important enough for you to dare to think you can intrude in this fashion?" Magda clasped her hands. "A matter of life and death." Behind her, whispers rippled through the room. "Life and death? What are you talking about?" Weston demanded. Magda met the gaze of each councilman, now that one of them had made the mistake of inviting her to speak on the subject. The Dreamwalkers are in the keep. Chapter 15. The room erupted with noise and confusion as everyone behind Magda started talking at once. Some people yelled questions. Others called out their disbelief. Yet others shouted denunciations. Many, gripped by fear, remained silent. Elder Cato, ever the arbiter of decorum in the council chambers, held up a gnarled, arthritic hand, calling for silence. When the crowd quieted, Councilman Weston went on, "Dreamwalkers, here in the keep?" His eyes narrowed. "That's absurd." Elder Cato ignored Weston's charge. "Lady Cirrus," he said with practiced patience, "first of all, the council is in session, and—" "Good," said Magda, not at all patient. "That means I don't have to hunt you all down. Better you are all gathered to hear this. Time is short." Councilman Geimer shot to his feet. "You have no standing to speak before this body, much less to interrupt us. How dare you dismiss someone who is speaking on important matters, and whatever matter Vivian was wound up about this time can wait. I told you, this is a matter of life and death. I was just invited by Councilman Weston to speak. I intend to do so." She arched an eyebrow. "Unless you want to have me dragged away before I can make known the mortal danger to our people, as well as how the council can help to protect them." Assistants shared looks. Some of the councilmen shifted uncomfortably in their chairs. Not all of them wanted to so publicly silence her before she could reveal what the council could do to help to protect people. That reluctance gave her a window of opportunity. Councilman Hambrook leaned back and clasped his hands together over his ample middle. "Dreamwalkers, you say?" Geimer shot to his feet and turned his wrath on his fellow councilman. "Hambrook, we're not going to be diverted from our agenda to allow this outrageous interruption to continue." Magda closed the distance to the desk in 3 long strides, placed her hands on the polished wood, and with a glare, leaned toward Councilman Geimer. "Sit down." Taken aback by the calm fury in her voice, and somewhat stunned to be spoken to in such a way, he dropped into his chair. Magda straightened. "Dreamwalkers have made their way into the keep. We must—" This time it was Weston, to her right, who interrupted her. "Disregarding your bursting in here in such an insolent fashion, what makes you think that we would believe such a claim?" Magda slammed the flat of her hand on the desk before the man. The shock of the loud smack made all of them jump. She could feel her face going red with rage. "Look at me! This is what a Dreamwalker did to me. What you see, the blood all over me, is what your countrymen and loved ones are going to look like before they die in unimaginable agony. This is what is coming for all of us." "I am not going to sit here and—" "Let her speak," Elder Cato said with quiet authority. Magda bowed her head to the elder in appreciation before collecting herself and going on. "A Dreamwalker entered my mind without my being aware of it. I don't know how long he was hidden there. I fear to think what he overheard while he was lurking in my mind without my knowledge." "What could he have overheard?" Councilman Sadler asked in a suspicious tone. "For one thing, the reason I was coming here today. The solution to prevent the Dreamwalkers from having free run of the keep and destroying us all." Once he heard that solution, and knew that I was going to come here for the council's help in implementing it, he acted. His intent was to kill me so that I couldn't speak to you. His intent was to keep you in the dark so that we would all be vulnerable." As Magda looked at each councilman in turn, out of the corner of her eye she could see the crowd moving in closer so that they wouldn't miss what she had to say. She straightened and stepped back to the center of the semicircle of councilmen so that she could make sure that everyone could hear her. "While I don't have any idea how long the Dreamwalker was hidden there in my mind, watching, listening, his presence became all too obvious once he decided to rip me apart from the inside." She slowly shook her head as she turned her back on the council to look out into the frightened eyes of all the silent people watching her. "You cannot imagine the pain of it." The spectators stared in silent anxiety. Weston broke the silence. "Do you expect us to trust—" "No," she said without looking back at him. I expect you to look with your own eyes at the results of what was being done to me by the Dreamwalker who had slipped into my mind, here, in the keep, where we thought we were safe. We are not safe. She held out the skirt of her dress. As I fell to my knees, dying, blood running from my eyes, blood choking me, I could feel the Dreamwalker break each rib, one at a time. Some of the crowd gasped. The pain was beyond endurance, yet there is no way to avoid enduring it. She walked slowly across the dais to be sure that everyone out in the crowd, as well as all those behind the desk, could get a good look at the blood all over her. The sound of her shoes on the wooden floor of the rostrum echoed through the room. "The blood you see all over me," she said, "is the evidence of the torture he was inflicting. If it is shocking to see, I promise you, you would not have wanted to hear my screams as I lay in a pool of my own blood and on the brink of death. And so I guess that the good spirits swept in and saved you at the last moment?" Councilman Geyer asked, bringing a smattering of laughter. "No," she calmly answered as she gazed out at the crowd. "Though I prayed they would, the good spirits did not come to my rescue. I saved myself." "And how, may I ask, did you do that?" Sadler asked, finger skyward. "If the Dreamwalkers are in fact such fearsome beings." "You're right, they are fearsome. They are also powerful. But I invoked magic even more powerful, and as a result, I was protected from the Dreamwalkers." "You are not gifted," Geimer scoffed. "You don't have to be gifted to be protected," she said out to the crowd watching, addressing them rather than the council. "You must choose, though, to accept the solution. At the last moment before I was about to die, I came to understand that, and I chose to do what was needed to save myself. That's why I'm here. I want all of our people to know that there is protection for them, for all of them. Believe me, the Dreamwalkers can steal into the minds of anyone, and they will show no mercy. But none of you need fear them. None of you needs to suffer and die." "And how do you know that you really are protected?" Geimer asked. "If I wasn't protected, the Dreamwalkers would have torn me apart where I stood so they could prevent me from coming here to tell you how to protect yourselves and our people from their abilities." Concerned chatter rippled through the room. People among the onlookers shouted out over the noise, wanting to know what was needed to be protected from the Dreamwalkers. Magda let the worry build for a time before she finally lifted her arm, pointing to the back of the room, near the great doors. Everyone turned to look where she pointed. "There stands Lord Rawl, the key to your survival," she said in a voice loud enough that all could hear her. "He alone created a protection that shields him from the Dreamwalkers. That protection, constructed of magic, is powerful enough to protect anyone bonded to him." "Lord Rawl!" Geimer shouted. "Not that nonsense again! Lord Rawl has already come before us with his plans to rule the world." Magda turned to glare on the man. "And since one is toiling to protect your life and the lives of all the other innocent people of the Midlands, as well as the Darren lands, interpreted as wanting to rule the world?" "This is about the oath he insists we must swear to him, isn't it?" Elder Cadle asked. Magda spread her hands. "We are all on the same side in this. We are of Midlands, and those of the Darren lands share a common interest as well as a common threat. Those in the Old World want to subjugate all of the New World. They don't care about our internal boundaries. They want to rule us all. If they win, there will be no Midlands, no Darren lands. We will all either be dead or their slaves. This is about our survival, not petty matters of rule." "Petty?" Sadler asked. "I don't see bowing to the rule of Lord Rawl as petty." "You will think it petty enough," Magda said. "If a Dreamwalker silently slips into your mind and becomes your master, if he makes you do his vile bidding, they can make you betray those you care about, even kill people you love. If you're lucky, that master will choose instead to rip you apart from the inside." Sadler licked his lips but didn't speak up to argue. The whispers in the crowd fell silent as a man who had been watching from the shadows at the back of the room, behind the councilman, stepped out into the light. It was Prosecutor Lothane. His menacing gaze was fixed on Magda. Chapter 16. Lothane's smile looked every bit as deadly as a skeleton's grin. "And how do you know, Lady Cirrus, that it was not really Ulrich Rawl's own magic that was in fact tearing you apart from the inside, as you put it?" "Lord Rawl's magic?" Magda gaped at the man. Why would he do such a thing? Lothane arched an eyebrow. The grace of his smile, as mocking as it had been, vanished. "Perhaps for the exact reason that brings you to stand before us. To have you put on a show to frighten people into going along with his scheme to seize power and become the leader of all of the New World." He stood as motionless as a rock, challenging her to deny it. "That is not what is happening." Magda wished her own voice didn't sound so inadequate and defensive. "Because your husband had convinced you that Ulrich Rawl was to be trusted?" Magda blinked. She didn't want to agree with the man, but she had to say something. She pulled herself up straighter. "My husband told me of the very real danger from the Dreamwalkers. As a war wizard, he knew all too well exactly what they are capable of. Like everyone else, I have for years admired Baracus's knowledge and wisdom. He was, after all, named First Wizard because of the great respect in which he was held. As First Wizard, he had a great deal of trust in Ulrich Rawl. They both have fought from the beginning to keep all of our people from being slaughtered." Lothane smiled just a bit, as if he had caught her in a slip of the tongue. "It would appear by your own admission that your husband carefully shaped your thinking in a great many areas." He stroked a finger across the stubble of his chin as he took a few slow strides toward her. "Are you saying, then, that your husband was all along a secret party to Ulrich Rawl's plot to rule the New World? Perhaps that was the reason for your husband's secret dealings and covert midnight meetings with strangers?" Magda's hands fisted at her sides. This time she had no trouble bringing power to her voice. "My husband has from the beginning fought this long war for no reason other than to protect us all. This long war that we are losing. Your accusations are as insulting as they are groundless." Lothane bowed his head. "Your loyalty to your husband is admirable, Lady Cirrus, but it is to be expected." "This is all quite beside the point," Elder Cadle said. "Motives aside, we have been through all of this before quite exhaustively, and in the end we made our decision to decline Lord Rawl's offer." Magda closed the distance to the elders sitting at the imposing center of the council's desk. "But things have changed. There is no time to waste. The Dreamwalkers are here, now, in the keep." "No one is doubting that you may in fact believe that," Prosecutor Lothane said from behind her. "However, even though there may be those who are inclined to trust your sincerity in what you believe, it is the truth of that belief that is in question. Dreamwalkers will no doubt pose a threat at some point in the future, but when they do, I would expect that they will come after important targets." Magda rounded on the prosecutor and held out her blood-stained arms. "They came after me!" Lothane smiled dismissively. "At such a great distance from down in the old world, how would a Dreamwalker know of you? Or find you? And, more to the point, why would they bother with you? But Ulrich Rawl was in the keep right there in the room with you, and he had motive enough to want to make you believe it was a Dreamwalker who was attacking you." "That's absurd," she said. "The Dreamwalkers are real and a threat." "Of course they are," Elder Cadle said. "But in any event, we have decided on our own solution to protect our people." "Your own solution?" Magda's brow twitched into a frown as she rounded on the elder. "Surely you don't mean the towers?" "They will be completed," a glowering Councilman Geimer said, dismissing the concern. Magda was horrified. She looked back at Elder Cadle. "But the towers would mean the death of untold numbers of our wizards." "It is a price that must be paid," he said. "It will end the war." Magda was incredulous. "At what cost? How many thousands of our best and brightest will you condemn to death to create your towers?" Looking down at the desktop, Cadle scratched an eyebrow. "They will be volunteers." Volunteers? Yes. The elder frowned as he looked into her eyes. Your husband, in his capacity as first wizard, did much the same thing, did he not? Didn't he choose volunteers from among the most talented of the gifted to go to the Temple of the Winds in the underworld? When each failed to return, he sent another, and then another. Baracus knew that he was likely sending those men to their death. The men knew it as well. It was a risk that was judged to be necessary, and a price that was paid willingly. This is no different here. It is a sacrifice that our people, including those you often advocate for, might survive. Magda took a step back. And even if the price is willingly paid by those thousands, it will take time before the towers can be completed. The Dreamwalkers are coming. We can't afford to wait. Elder Catel's frown began to show anger. Do you suppose that the towers are the only solution we pursue? Do you think we are foolish old men leaving the matter to languish while our people are in jeopardy? We have gifted who, as we speak, work feverishly to find a way to shield us from the Dreamwalkers. I'm not saying that you are foolish, Elder Catel, Magda said with a bow of her head. But the Dreamwalkers are here now. What if the gifted can't create a shield? What if the Dreamwalkers cut through the ranks of those gifted who are working on the problem in order to prevent them from coming up with a solution? We have a solution through Lord Rahl that works, and it will work immediately. You claim, Lothane said. The question for us here remains, do you say this because you have been duped into believing it? Or because you are a willing participant, a traitor, plotting against the Midlands? The prosecutor cocked his head, as if inviting a confession. Plotting against... Magda's surprise darkened into a murderous glare. I say it because it is the truth. So you say. It remains to be determined what Baracus may have been up to. For all we know, you too could be a part of a conspiracy. After all, you were the wife to the first wizard, yet you advocate surrendering our sovereignty to Ulrich Rahl. And no wonder, since you now tell us that Baracus himself, a man who was supposedly our noble leader, confided in you his trust in the Lord Rahl of the Darren lands. Over the Council of the Midlands. That does not strike me as the kind of thing that would be said by a woman who has always claimed to be an advocate for those of the Midlands. It sounds to me like a woman who advocates for Darren interests over ours. The crowd broke into a drone of whispering. Magda thrust a finger toward the prosecutor. Your twisted accusations could very well cost uncounted thousands of lives. As the echo of her voice still rang around the room, the whispering behind her died out. You are avoiding the true issue before us, Lothane said. The true issue. The true issue is that you see conspiracies lurking in every shadow, spies hiding around every corner, traitors behind every door. You care only about chasing inventions of your imagination in order to advance your own personal fame and power. The crowd gasped. Magda spread her arms before him. In your fixation on coming up with conspiracies designed to elevate your own status, you deliberately ignore the bloody truth standing before you. Apparently so surprised that anyone would dare to speak to him in such a tone, much less publicly accuse him of inventing conspiracy theories for personal gain, Lothane was for the moment struck speechless. Before he could recover and say anything, Magda wheeled around to the crowd, watching in rapt attention. The Dreamwalkers are among us, she said loud enough for all to hear. These men on the council choose to be blind to the bloody truth before their eyes, while the clever head prosecutor chases phantoms only he sees. If you follow the lead of the council or Lothane's self-serving gossip about conspiracies, then you risk what I suffered. Know that without protection you very well could die in unspeakable agony. As well-intentioned as the council's choice may be, you are the ones who will pay the bloody price for their mistake. The crowd again buzzed with anxious chatter. Some people shouted out over the racket, wanting to know what they could do. Magda held up her hands, calling for order so she could answer. Let the council do as they will, she told them. But if you wish to live, then to save your own life, Go to your knees, bow forward, place your forehead to the ground, and speak the following devotion to the Lord Ra. Master Ra, guide us. Master Ra, teach us. Master Ra, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Repeat the devotion 3 times to ensure that you invoke the link to Lord Ra's magic, so that your mind will be shielded from the dreamwalkers. Do it in secret if you don't want to have to explain it to these men your reasons, or if you fear reprisal. Realize that it does not make you a traitor to the Midlands to swear your allegiance to the Lord Ra. Rather, it makes you loyal to your own life. Lord Ra is not an enemy of the Midlands. He is a fighter for all of those in the New World. We are all one. We are all fighting for the right to live, the right to be free from bloody tyranny. You cannot help the Midlands if you are dead. Magda thrust an angry fist high. Choose to live. Swear your loyalty to Lord Ra, and you will be protected from the Dreamwalkers. Magda saw the council frantically signaling for the guards to lead her from the council chambers. Before they could come to escort her out, she lifted her chin and marched toward the doors. The crowd parted, falling back out of her way, as if she were someone of power and authority. Some whispered their thanks as she passed. Magda kept her eyes straight ahead and her expression blank, not showing her emotions as she made her way toward the great doors. Chapter 17. Magda spotted the stony Lord Ra standing just outside the great doors, watching her long march out of the council chambers. His 2 grim bodyguards waited not far behind him. Glancing back over her shoulder, as she passed the massive mahogany doors, Magda saw the council guard who had been following after her slow to a halt when they were sure that she was indeed leaving, and looked to have no intention of returning. Far off across the rotunda, Magda saw Lord Ra's small army standing ready to draw weapons and defend him if there was trouble. She realized that they would not be in a good mood after word of all the angry charges and accusations that had been leveled against Lord Ra reached them. As far as the soldiers were concerned, they must believe that they were in a potentially hostile place. What's more, 3 of them had already died mysterious deaths since arriving at the keep. At a signal from Lord Ra, though, their hands eased off their weapons. Back inside the council chambers, despite the calls for order, things were not returning to normal. The crowd didn't want to go on with the agenda. They wanted answers to pointed questions about the threat from Dreamwalkers. Magda hoped that the council would think it over and see the wisdom in using Lord Ra's solution to shielding people from the threat. In her experience, it was often the case that upon further reflection, the council saw that her suggestions made sense. She hoped that was the case this time. "I must apologize, Lady Cirrus," Ulrich Rahl said with a deep bow. "I was terribly wrong." "Wrong about what?" Magda asked, her own temper still burning hot as she started out once again. As he fell in beside her, he gestured back through the door to the council chambers, where a near riot was taking place. People were shouting at the council, demanding to be heard, demanding to know if it was true that danger was really that close at hand. "I must beg your forgiveness. I was wrong and you were right." He leaned down toward her a little and arched an eyebrow. "I can see now that having shorter hair has indeed lowered your status to that of a nobody, and that you are now completely defanged." Magda's fury faded in the face of his satire. She couldn't help but to smile. "Well, the truth is the truth, no matter your status." He glanced back briefly toward the council chambers. "Unfortunately, I think that speaking the truth has made you some enemies." Magda's smile faded. "I almost died twice this day. The second time you brought me back as I was passing through the veil into the world of the dead. I was nearly in the embrace of the good spirits. I was dead but for you pulling me back to the world of life. Every moment I live now is a gift. All anyone can do is return me to that place where I should rightfully be. If I am to live, then I will live free of pretense." "You're wrong that you should rightfully be dead, Magda. You chose life and you lived." This is the fact of the matter. We can't live our lives according to what might have been. We have to live by what is. You're alive, and that is what's important. To Magda, though, life without Baracus seemed dismal and empty. Despite the pain she had been in, she had thought that she was about to be with him again. Despite wanting to live, she was in a way sorry to have been snatched back. You lived, and you have given other people the gift of also being able to choose to protect themselves so they can also live, one of Lord Rawl's big bodyguards said. Ulrich Rawl glanced back at the man and nodded. The choice is now their own, not the council's. He turned his attention back to Magda. But by helping people make their own choice, you have put yourself in jeopardy. Perhaps you should come with me back to the People's Palace. You will be safer there. With the world at war, Magda wondered if there was such a thing as a safe place. If one place fell, then the next would come under siege until it, too, fell. Eventually, there would be no safe place left to run to. Either the new world survived together, or all of it would fall under the swords of the invaders. Though he didn't return the stares, people watched Ulrich Rawl as he passed. Their eyes betrayed their fear of the imposing figure of Lord Rawl, a man that few in the keep had ever seen. But they would have heard stories of him. As they passed through the great rotunda, she noticed others, back in the shadows, a collection of worried people who glanced her way as they talked quietly among themselves. She saw the silent dread in their eyes tracking her. In that moment, she realized that while some feared Lord Rawl, most of the others were not watching him. They were watching her as she passed by. They were looking to her for something, for answers or salvation, or maybe simply a reason to hold out hope. They weren't seeing her short hair. They weren't seeing Magda Cirrus, a woman covered in blood who would declare that it didn't have to be. Magda finally shook her head. I grew up in Idendrill. Since I married Baracus, I've lived in the keep. This is my home. We are at war, and my home is under threat. I have to stay and fight for it. These are my people. I have to stay and fight for them. People are accustomed to doing as the council says. I don't know if any will choose to become bonded to you and your protection, but at least I'm shielded from the Dreamwalkers. That means I will be better able to fight for these people. Maybe I can convince others to join in accepting the same protection. Besides, the Dreamwalkers are not the only threat. There are things going on that don't make sense to me. I know that Baracus, too, always thought that there was something wrong here at the keep. Lothain's conspiracies? Magda pursed her lips as she considered. Knowing my husband, and I don't think it's that simple, there is something terribly wrong here, something much deeper. What do you mean? Well, for one thing, the temple team was supposed to take the most dangerous thing of magic away into the temple for safekeeping. They betrayed us, supposedly to help protect mankind from the tyranny of magic. But they've all been caught and put to death. Magda was beginning to think the whole story was too simple, too neat and tidy. She was beginning to wonder if they all really were traitors. But how could such men turn against us? How is mankind suffering under a tyranny of magic? Dear spirits, they were wizards, creatures of magic. They weren't tyrants. For the temple team itself, 100 men to have been working for the enemy was horrifying. No one, not even Baracus, had suspected such a thing. So if no one suspected, do you really think that Lothain managed to catch and execute every last one of the traitors? It is hard to imagine such a widespread conspiracy here at the keep, and especially among such trusted men, but I'm sure that Lothain tortured confessions out of those men before they were executed, and would have rounded up any others if there were any. You told me that 3 of your men died mysteriously since arriving here, she reminded him. There is that, he said. Baracus left me a note. It was his last words to me. He told me that my destiny is here. He asked me to have the courage to find the truth. The truth? The truth about what? Magda let out a deep sigh. I don't know. How do you know that the note really meant anything specific? Maybe Baracus, knowing your nature, simply wanted to let you know that you were in his heart. In that note, he told me to guard my mind. Lord Rahl missed a step. Guard your mind? You mean from the Dreamwalkers? She cast him a sidelong glance. You tell me. Some of his long blonde hair fell forward over a shoulder as he looked over at her. So you think he also wanted you to stay here? Yes. He said that my destiny is here. Baracus was a war wizard. He had the gift for prophecy. I think that he knows that something dark is going on here, and he wanted me to find it. Lord Rahl thought it over as they walked past soaring marble columns, supporting an arched ceiling with scenes of great events painted between the ribs of the vaulting. But Baracus was a war wizard. You're not. What can you possibly do that he couldn't? Try and guess how many times I've tried to make sense of that very thing. Lord Rahl grunted his understanding of her point. You have no idea what it is you are supposed to look for, he asked. I guess that I'm supposed to look for the truth. But what truth? Maybe the truth of why Baracus killed himself. Lord Rahl considered that for a moment. He finally gestured in frustration. Perhaps after venturing into the world of the dead, he was simply overwhelmed by the experience, and lost all hope. Magda again glanced over at the man. None of the temple team killed themselves after they returned. None of them seemed overwhelmed. Baracus was stronger than those men. Lord Rahl clasped his hands behind his back as he walked silently beside her, thinking it over. Baracus never did anything without good reason, he finally said. Exactly. I think that he had a purpose in killing himself. I think it must have been the only way he could accomplish something profoundly important. I think that Baracus sacrificed his life for a calculated, powerful reason. I need to know what that reason was. I think he wanted me to look for the answer to that question. I have to stay and find the truth behind all of the things that have happened. I'm the only one who seems to care why he killed himself. I may be the only one who can find the answer. In any event, Baracus seemed to have faith that I could. In fact, he charged me with that mission as his last request. He said for me to live the life that only I can live. As they entered the long gallery, Lord Rahl glanced up at the red banners hanging above them. Where will you start? I'm not sure yet. For a time he walked in silence along the crimson carpet with the names of battles woven into it before finally glancing over and smiling. It was not a happy smile, but rather a sad, grim smile. I understand. These people are fortunate to have you fighting for them, but know this. You are not the only one here who is safe from the Dreamwalkers. Magda frowned up at the man as they passed immense black pillars. What do you mean? The council rejected your help. He clasped his hands behind his back and waited until they had gone by a knot of onlookers and were out of earshot before answering. I expected that they might, so when I first arrived, I went to those who do the work of protecting us, the officers and the gifted working here, and laid out the situation. Military men understand threat all too well and grasp the value of an effective defense. You are a devious man, Lord Rahl. He grinned, looking happy with himself. I knew better than to put all our necks in the hands of the council. That's why I went to a number of important people here at the keep first. And they've sworn loyalty to you? Not all. But some comprehended the true dimension of the threat and spoke the devotion as you have. He chuckled softly, though none of them had to bleed first. She smiled with embarrassment. Baracus mentioned a few times that he found me stubborn. Officers Rendell and Morgan are with us, he said. They command troops in and around Eidendrill, Grunwald, too. He leads the Home Guard. Magda nodded. I know them. They're good men. What of the gifted? Since it involves magic, they tend to understand the true dimensions of the threat, and therefore the wisdom of the solution. Some didn't take to my offer, but many did. That means we have a fair number of allies who can go about their work without worry of Dreamwalkers subverting what they do. Magda sighed. Still, not all have accepted the protection of the bond to you. Maybe I can help convince them. When they reached his big, brawny soldiers at the far end of the great gallery, Ulrich Rahl turned to face her. I have to be on my way. Now that I've done what I came here, there are pressing matters that I must attend to. Magda looked up into his blue eyes. Before you go, tell me something. If I can. Are the counsel and prosecutor right? Are you after rule? Is power what you really care about, what drives you? Is that why you created the bond to work in the way it does, so that people must swear loyalty to you? The truth, now. He hooked his thumbs in his weapon's belt as he gazed down into her eyes for a time. His intent resolve didn't waver. Know this, Lady Cirrus. I have agents in the old world as we speak. They seek out the Dreamwalkers. They are there to hunt down and kill every last one of those bastards. I couldn't tell you before you were sworn to me, because I couldn't risk the Dreamwalkers learning of it. If my purpose was to rule, I would let the Dreamwalkers live so that people would have to swear loyalty to me. If the men I send succeed in the mission I've given them, no one will have any need of swearing loyalty to me. Magda smiled. Thank you, Lord Rahl. In your wisdom I am humbled. Chapter 18. Holding up her small tin lantern, Magda tried to see ahead into the blackness. She thought that she knew where she was, but she wasn't entirely sure. The dank maze of stone passageways beneath the more heavily used portions of the keep was as black as death, making it all the harder to get her bearings. While up above, many of the areas were expansive, elaborately decorated, and comfortable. The little-used passageways Tilly led her through resembled cramped caves. Magda could see the vapor from her every breath lifting into the cool, damp air. Water seeping from joints in the rough stone blocks of the walls held in places over many years built up spongy, slimy mats across the floor. At times Magda had to hold her breath against the stench of rat carcasses rotting in puddles of stagnant water. The inky pools reflected flickering yellow lantern lights in twisting patterns across the low ceiling. Tilly, are you sure you're not lost? Walking in front because the passageway was too narrow for them to walk side by side, Tilly looked back over her shoulder and spoke without slowing. I often go this way, mistress. Other routes are sometimes crowded and noisy. I find that this way is faster, and besides, I would rather be alone with my own thoughts. Magda understood that well enough. As much as she didn't like the confining, dark passageways, they did have the advantage of being virtually unused. In the more direct routes by the way of busy corridors, she would have encountered a lot of people. Is it much farther? A ways yet, mistress. The two of them worked their way around an awkward jog in the passageway that skirted a protrusion of wet, gray, speckled granite on the right. It was the bedrock of the mountain itself, left in place to serve as a wall. Evidence that they were at the margin of the wizard's keep, deep in the mountain, into which the vast structure was built. Much of the lower keep was pinned directly into the stone heart of the mountain. At an intersection, they followed the passage that cut off to the left, heading in the direction of the keeper's interior. The walls were even closer together, the ceiling lower. Not long after they had taken the turn, a deep thump shook the stone floor. Magda could feel the concussion in her breastbone. Grit rained down from joints in the stone. They both paused. She then heard a distant scream echo through the cramped corridor. "What was that?" Magda asked, her words echoing back to her from the darkness. Tilly glanced back and saw that Magda had stopped. Not far ahead be where some of the gifted work on creating weapons. Sometimes people get hurt. It might be nothing more than that. Are you saying that you think it might be something else? The old woman leaned closer and lowered her voice. I know that I be the one who planted the seed of this idea in your head, mistress. But that was before people started turning up dead down here. Like I told you when you asked me to show you the way, I didn't know if this still be such a good idea.
As much as I would like to believe your suspicions, I don't know if I share the explanation.
Not long after Baracus's death, people had begun to find mutilated bodies down in the lower keep. Tilly's fears were understandable, especially since she had found one of the bodies herself. People didn't know who was to blame, and that only heightened everyone's fears. At least Lord Raw was long gone, so they couldn't blame him, though a few still tried. For some people, it was better to blame anyone than to fear the unknown. Magda's suspicions was that the killings were most likely the work of the Dreamwalkers, just as she had warned the council. Since giving the devotion to Lord Raw, Magda was protected from the Dreamwalkers by that bond, so she wasn't too worried about the danger to herself in the lower keep. Tilly wasn't so sure that it was the Dreamwalkers. She was worried for Magda's safety down in the areas where the victims had been found. Despite suspecting Dreamwalkers, Magda couldn't help sharing that nagging worry in the back of her own mind. Magda ruffled her short hair, ridding it of the bits of stone and dust that had rained down from the joints in the ceiling. If you don't think it's the Dreamwalkers, have you heard any suggestion of who else might be responsible? Tilly checked the darkness ahead and behind.
Not who, mistress. What?
Magda's frown deepened.
What does that mean? From what I hear, no one knows much about the killings, and no evidence has been discovered. I have heard it said, though, that such as was done to the poor souls they found dead does not appear to have been done by people. At least not people who could be in their right mind. Considering what I saw, I am inclined to agree. Dreamwalkers can rip a person apart or make them attack someone else as savagely as any animal.
Tilly straightened.
Maybe so. Please promise me that you will be careful when you are down here. You are ungifted. Promise me that you will be on guard at all times.
Magda nodded. You need not worry about that. As soon as I'm done with what I came to do, I'll be headed back up. I have no desire to stay down here any longer than necessary. She followed after as Tilly started out again, moving quickly enough to reveal the slight hitch in her gait. Magda heard the screams several more times before they finally died down to a brief murmur of weeping, and then even that mercifully ended. She hoped it was Wizard's work that had injured someone and not something else. If Wizards were involved, then help would at least be at hand for the person in pain. If Dreamwalkers were involved, there would be no help at hand. Magda was well aware that Tilly could go just about anywhere in the keep, and few people ever paid much attention. Most people didn't even seem to notice her, almost as if she were invisible. She was just a lonely worker, one of many going about her work. People rarely gave her a second look. Magda had been worried that Dreamwalkers might see the significance of that as well, see an opportunity in such anonymity, and take Tilly in order to use her for their ends. To protect her, Magda had convinced Tilly to take on the protection of the bond to Lord Raw by giving the devotion. Though Tilly was now protected from Dreamwalkers, she still feared what else might be on the loose in the keep. Magda didn't entirely dismiss those fears. The old woman stopped and moved to the side, pressing her back to the stone block wall to make room for three men who suddenly appeared, approached from the darkness ahead. The three, dressed in simple robes, were in a hurry. Magda pulled the cowl of her cloak forward to hide her face as she backed up against the wall beside Tilly. Tilly, the first of the men said in greeting as he dipped his head, while most people didn't even know Tilly's name. There were apparently at least a few people, like Magda, who did notice her and know her name.
Do you know who screamed?
Tilly asked. The man had to turn sideways a little in order to shuffle past. Yes, he said, anger charging his tone. Merritt just got another 2 men killed. A third was injured. That's who you heard screaming. Magda thought that she recognized the name. Baracus must have mentioned it before. She spoke before she thought. How did this Merritt get the men killed? The first man looked up at her, indignation clearly evident in his eyes. Magda held her lantern off to the side, making it look as if she were trying to stay out of the way, but in doing so put her face in shadow and lit his. Merritt refused to help us any longer in crafting a critical weapon. 5 brave wizards went to their death as a result. The muscles in his jaw flexed when he clenched his teeth. Now 2 more have just died trying to accomplish the task that Merritt abandoned instead of leading. The 3rd man at least will recover, though he may be blinded. I don't know how many more we will lose until, the Creator be willing, we are successful. I'm sorry, Magda said in a sympathetic tone. Merritt should have been there, the 2nd man in line said. The 1st man grunted his agreement as he moved on past Magda. She noticed that he smelled of smoke and burned flesh. As he passed close, she saw specks of blood splattered across his robes. Magda lowered her head so that the second 2 men, holding glowing spheres that cast gold, greenish light up across their heated expressions, wouldn't recognize her. All 3 swiftly disappeared back into the darkness. Chapter 19. Once the men were out of earshot, Tilly leaned closer. Wizards, she confided before starting out once again. Magda had suspected that they were wizards by their simple robes. She had known they were when she had looked into their eyes. While she had no gift for magic, she did have the rare knack of being able to see the gift in the eyes of those who possessed it. She'd always thought of it as merely a form of intuition. Baracus had said that it was more. He had told her that while she was ungifted in the overt sense, she had latent abilities that set her apart in at least some small ways from others who were ungifted. He'd said that the spark of life was stronger in her than in most people. That, he said, was what he saw in her eyes. That she was not merely beautiful but intelligent, unusual, rare. He had sometimes looked into her eyes and whispered to himself how bewitching she was, as if she weren't there hearing him, as if he were all alone looking upon some exceptional specimen rather than his wife. Magda never thought of herself as exceptional, but she did feel lucky that he thought so. She recalled quite clearly the first time she had looked into Baracus's eyes. She remembered feeling momentarily lost for words as she gazed in those gentle, knowing eyes. Looking into his eyes had made her feel safe. She had known that he was gifted, of course, but she'd also seen a handsome older man behind those abilities that she was inexplicably drawn to, who knew the ways of love. Besides being aware of the presence of the gift in the eyes of all 3 men, Magda was pretty sure that she recognized the first 2. She didn't know their names, but she thought that she had seen both of them before. Magda had occasionally gone with Baracus on some of his frequent visits down into the lower keep to see his wizards. She thought that she must have seen the men one of those times because she didn't recall them ever coming to see Baracus in their apartments. She also thought that she recalled the name Merritt. Baracus met with a lot of gifted men, and he didn't always introduce her. She knew when he preferred that she remain in the background, or even out of sight, such as when people came to discuss confidential matters or to report trouble. There had been times, after such visitors left, that he would stand at a window, stoically staring out at the city of Idindril below. Sometimes, though, when visitors left, he would tell her their names and what it had been about. On occasion, he talked to her about people he'd met with down in the lower keep. The name Merritt sounded familiar, though she couldn't place a face with the name. It could be that she'd never seen him, merely heard Baracus mention him. Magda would rather not be returning to the lower reaches of the keep. It was an unnerving place, in the best of times, to say nothing of some of the things she had heard from Baracus. But it was even more so now, in light of Tilly's warnings. Yet Magda didn't know what else to do. She had run out of ideas and needed to find answers. After Lord Rawl had left, she'd spent weeks making discreet inquiries, all to no avail. She had spoken to every wizard and sorceress she knew, at least the ones she felt comfortable enough to approach. Most were sympathetic, but no one knew anything that was in the least bit useful to her. Magda knew that Baracus confided little in others, even the gifted, except for specific things they needed to know. Her questions had only confirmed it. Others knew only small bits of the picture. Magda had been a bit surprised to come to the realization that she knew a great deal more about Baracus and his activities than did anyone else. even the people he regularly worked with. Through Baracus, Magda had seen more of the larger picture of the war, complex alliances, and covert activities than any of them, even if she didn't know some of the finer details. Other people saw the details of small segments, while she in many cases glimpsed the overview of all the things with which Baracus dealt. She had a deeper insight into how all the parts that various people knew about were connected. Even Lord Rawl, one of the men Baracus trusted most, was not a great deal different. Baracus might have trusted him with more vital missions than he entrusted to others, but hadn't trusted him with everything. Even with as many details as Ulrich Rawl knew about the Dreamwalkers, he didn't know as much as Magda about the larger picture. Her husband had been a man who closely guarded not only his secrets, but his activities and the reasons behind most of the things he did. He'd often said that keeping things to himself was a matter of survival. Yet even with as much as she knew, Magda still didn't know nearly enough about the various matters he had been involved in. She still didn't know why he had killed himself. A number of those she had spoken with had been more interested in talking to her than about Baracus. They wanted to know about the Dreamwalkers, and if what they had heard from people who had been at the council meeting the day she had gone before them, covered in blood, was true. When Magda had confirmed that it was, they asked about that devotion that was said to be able to protect people's minds. She had given her counsel to anyone who had wanted it. Some of those people had listened with open minds and had been grateful. Some weren't interested in being allied with Ulrich Rawl. A few of the gifted, she learned, had already met with Lord Rawl and had already taken up the bond to him. At first, after Lord Rawl had left the keep, Magda had been worried about the bond working once he was gone. To her surprise, she had discovered that she could sense him through that bond. It was the strangest feeling. But through that link she could find her connection to him, tell the direction he was in, and sense the distance. It was a reassuring connection that let her know she was safe from the Dreamwalkers. Now, with the summer wearing on, and the secrets behind Baracus's death haunting her at every turn, the only thing left was to try Tilly's original suggestion. She still didn't like the idea, especially in light of the new dangers down in the keep. But Magda had reached a dead end in her search for answers. In the back of her mind, she also feared to lose the chance should the Dreamwalker get to the woman first. Despite her misgivings, Tilly seemed to understand Magda's need to find answers as to why Baracus had killed himself. Tilly thought that if she went to see the woman, it would at least help bring peace to Magda's heart. Magda was looking for more than peace. She wanted answers. The passageway finally emptied them out into a vast, narrow chamber that rose up like an enormous split inside the mountain. Fine-grained granite blocks lined the soaring walls. The chamber was perhaps half a dozen stories high, yet only as wide as the public corridors up in the keep, where merchants sometimes sold their wares from small carts or stands. The narrow hall was so long that Magda couldn't make out faces of people at the far end. In some cases, she couldn't even make out their gender. She was able to make out the dots of various colors of robes, denoting rank and duties. Magda found herself somewhat relieved to see people again, relieved not to be alone in the dark passageways. The screams she had heard, and learning that men had just died, made her own loss fresh again. Up near the lofty top of one of the long walls, slits were open to the night sky. Bats up high darted about, chasing bugs. One of the keep's young cats sat on its haunches, peeking around the corner, its big green eyes watching the bats. It was obviously hungry. Feeling sorry for the scrawny black cat, Magda pulled a small bundle of chicken strips from her waist pouch. She unwrapped the meal she had brought along and tossed a small piece down to the hungry cat. As long as she had it out, Magda handed Tilly a strip and took one for herself, before replacing the bundle in her waist pouch. The cat pounced and devoured the unexpected prize as Magda and Tilly went on their way, each nibbling at her own snack. Magda had been to the enormous room several times, though by a more agreeable route, so she knew that it was a central hub leading to a number of important areas of the lower keep. the first time she had been to the place. Baracus had told her that the slits along the top of one of the walls helped the chamber serve as a ventilation chimney, drawing air through the lower keep in order to provide a bit of fresh air. The open slits were also one of the ways that birds sometimes found their way into the keep. It wasn't uncommon to find a small bird lost in the halls. Sometimes grackles found their way into dining halls, where they hopped around on the ground looking for crumbs, or even boldly stole food right off people's plates. Magda could see several sparrows that had obviously found their way in via the high slits, roosting on supports near the tops of the walls. She even spotted a raven perched on a beam, its feathers fluffed up, its black eyes watching the people down below. While it being hotter outside than in, the ventilation openings seemed to be working in reverse this night, letting muggy air sink into the room and leaving the place feeling clammy. A haze of smoke coming from work areas had stratified through the room. Stone stairs, built tight against the wall to the right, led to long, narrow balconies with widely spaced openings. Some had doors, while most were passageways to different areas. Many of the people in the room seemed in a hurry, but Magda was used to seeing people in the keep in a hurry. As large as the place was, it wasn't uncommon for a journey between areas to take hours. Delaying for any reason, such as to chat, could, in certain cases, cause an errand to end up taking the better part of the day. This was probably why Tilly preferred the mostly deserted secondary passageways. When Tilly saw Magda staring at carts piled high with bloody bandages parked haphazardly along one wall, she leaned closer and whispered,
"Down here, in the matters these people deal in, errors are costly. Even worse, they are frequently punished by death."
Magda didn't have to ask what Tilly was talking about. She had escorted Baracus to the place several times when he needed to speak with some of his wizards working on weapons for the war effort. They were entering the area of the keep where some of these weapons were created out of people. While she understood the need, she was still appalled by the very idea of using magic to alter a person's nature, to change who they were, in some cases to something no longer even human. She found the practice of changing people in such ways to be beyond abhorrent.
Chapter 20.
Over there. Tilly gestured to an entryway, set back into the shadows, some distance down on the far side of the vast chamber.
"We must go down that way."
Magda nodded. She knew of the place, of course, though she had never had reason to go down there before. She pressed a hand against the pang of anxiety tightening in her stomach. As they made their way along and diagonally across the chamber, she tried as best she could to keep her face concealed by the cowl of her cloak. She wasn't going to go out of her way to prevent people from recognizing her, but she wasn't going to deliberately let people know she was there if she didn't have to. The echo of her every footstep, though, whispered through the cavernous room, as if to betray her. Glancing out from the edge of the hood of her cloak, Magda saw gifted people she recognized. Even though she was doing nothing wrong, she didn't want to stop to talk with them or have to explain her purpose. It was nobody's business. She kept the hood pulled forward. Baracus had often told her that if she was doing something important, she shouldn't tell people anything they didn't need to know. He lived his life by that rule. In fact, he often wouldn't even tell Magda about things she didn't need to know, like why he had killed himself. She was certain that what Baracus had done was not the simple suicide it had appeared to be to those who didn't know him as well as she did. Magda knew that it was more complicated than that. Suicide was simply not consistent with his character. So she knew that there must be more to it, that there must be a larger purpose to it. She also knew that for Baracus to sacrifice his life, the purpose had to have been vitally important. She also suspected that this time it was different in that he really did not want her to find the reason behind it. His last words, in the note he had left for her, seemed to say as much. His voice still rang in her head with his words from that note. Your destiny is to find truth. One way or another, Magda intended to discover the truth behind his death. As they made their way through the immense room, she saw that the series of arced, recessed areas in the wall to the left served as workstations. People stood over the workbenches, filing, hammering, cutting, and shaping metal, but in some cases wood. Back beyond some of those arched work areas were large rooms, most with big rolling doors pushed open to each side, probably to provide fresh air. Reddish light from the fires of a forge deep in one of the dimly lit rooms revealed feverish activity that drew Magda and Tilly's attention. Men yelled instructions as they urgently worked to contain the damage from what appeared to be a serious accident. Through the broad opening, Magda could see that the room was a shambles. The forge had been partially torn open. Broken brick and burning embers lay scattered across the floor. The metal hood that belonged over the forge, along with its chimney, was nowhere in sight. Acrid-smelling smoke and glowing ash, still rising from the remnants of the fire, rolled across the ceiling and out the open doors. Iron bars set into the brick around the forge were twisted and bent outward, as if there had been a violent explosion. Ominous flashes of lightning still flickered around the damaged forge, sparked through the dimly lit room, and arced off through the smoke, hugging the ceiling. The twisting strand of lightning crackled through the room, all seemed to anchor at the forge, evidence of the magic that had been involved in the labor, and probably the source of the catastrophe. The shuddering lightning lit the lines of men in spasms of bluish light as they rushed in carrying buckets, heaving water on the fire. Hot coals hissed and steamed. Other men rushed in with glowing spheres to provide more light. Magda spotted the body of a man slumped on the floor against a far wall, and another sprawled nearby. Both men were torn and bloody. It was obvious they were dead. One of the men's blackened robes still smoldered. A long, gleaming section from a shattered sword was embedded in his chest. Magda could see that he was missing an arm at his shoulder. She could see by how still the piece of blade jutting from his chest was that he wasn't breathing. Coals still glowing red lay strewn among the abandoned bodies, along with polished fragments of the broken blade. One piece stuck in a far wall shined out from the shadows. A small clutch of people surrounded an injured man on the floor. The circle of kneeling men, all seeming to be working together, were clustered together, bent over the moaning man, tending to his injuries. One of the man's legs bent at the knee, then straightened, then the other, back and forth, as if he were in great agony. Some of the men held him down, while others appeared to be using their gift to try to help him. Magda knew that this had to be the source of the scream she had heard. She felt an urge to go help the man, but the gifted were already doing that. From what the three men they had met in the corridors had said, none of it would have happened if the wizard Merritt hadn't abandoned these men. She couldn't imagine why he would leave people who needed his help. Now, men were dead because of it. She also couldn't imagine how a sword could have exploded to do much damage. Magda and Tilly kept moving through the busy room. There was nothing they could do to help. Other rooms, dark but for the intense glow from forges and furnaces, were beehives of activity. Despite the accident that had happened close by, work continued, unabated. Furnaces and molten metal could not be left unattended. Teams of men lifted heavy containers and pushed them into furnaces with the aid of long poles. In other areas, men lugged blazing crucibles from the furnace to pour luminescent, liquid metal into molds. In other rooms, men rushed with glowing steel from the forges to massive anvils where other men with hammers waited. As the hot metal was held in place, the hammers worked in unison. The steady beat of cold steel against hot metal at various stations rang through the large chamber as the men shaped the malleable metal. The ringing of hammers mixed with the roar of fires being fed by bellows, shouting, conversation, and the dull background rasp of files. Magda could smell molten metal, smoke from fires, and steam from salt water and oil used to quench the glowing steel. The haze of smoke and steel that hung motionless the length of the enormous room was in places tinted yellowish-orange by the blush of light from forges and furnaces off under archways and rooms to the side. Despite the accident, work looked to have hardly paused. The war raged on. Every day the enemy drew closer. These people knew that they could not slow their efforts. The threat overhanging them all was almost palpable. Chapter 21. When they reached the far side of the long chamber, Magda glanced around, checking to make sure that the people were going about their own business and not paying any attention to her. Satisfied, she and Tilly slipped into a sheltering entryway. Though its style mimicked many of the grand places in the keep, the recessed entry was, in contrast to most other areas, rather small and intimate. Fluted limestone columns lined each side of the gloomy alcove. The small pillars, not much taller than Magda, were topped with long entablatures that provided support for arches elaborately decorated with complex, carved stone moldings framing tiles laid out in dark, geometric patterns. Benches to each side had been intricately embellished to match the forbidding architectural details of the rest of the entry. The benches seemed to suggest that visitors sit and reconsider before going any farther. Or maybe that they pause in their weary grief and rest to steady themselves before continuing on. Surrounding the pitch-black opening at the rear, larger-than-life stone figures in grim, contorted, distorted poses clearly conveyed a sense of desolation and tragedy for what lay beyond. For good reason. The brooding figures surrounding the doorway were meant to tell all that this was not a region to be entered lightly. This was the threshold to the place of the dead. Without pausing to reconsider or to rest, Tilly vanished into the dark maw. Magda followed swiftly behind. Their lanterns, along with more hung at intervals, revealed stone steps descending down into blackness. The stairs were wide enough that the two of them could walk side by side. "Do you come down here often?" Magda asked. "No, mistress. Only when a wizard or sorceress asks that I come down to clean a specific area for them. Some like their rooms kept tidy. Most don't like anyone coming into the places where they do their work. Other members of the staff are assigned to the common areas down here, the same as up above." Magda glanced at the meticulously maintained and polished stone balustrade. She supposed that it was a sign of respect for the dead that the place be kept presentable for visitors. In contrast to the marble staircase that gave the descent a sense of grandeur, the walls and ceilings were nothing more than a broad shaft hollowed out of rock. Flight after flight of stairs, each ending at a landing from which the next run turned, were all part of a massive staircase that spiraled ever downward. There were no rooms or side corridors along the way, nor areas set aside to sit and rest. It surprised Magda how far down they had to go before they finally reached a spacious cavern at the bottom. The chamber had been carved out of the rock, much as the tunneling descent had, with tool marks and drill holes from the excavation still in evidence on the rough stone walls. Only the floor was finished off, in a circular pattern of light and dark stone tiles. A table veneered in burl walnut, sitting alone in the center of the room, held a simple white vase filled with white lilies. At intervals around the room, openings cut into the stone led off into darkness. Each looked like a cave. None of the 9 passageways were trimmed or decorated, except for a symbol that had been carved into the stone above each opening. Without delay, Tilly entered the 9th opening, a number that she knew from Baracus had great meaning in things having to do with magic. The walls of the passageway were the same roughly hewn stone as the chamber had been. Almost immediately, they started down yet more steps, except that these, rather than being built, were carved directly from the stone itself. The treads were rugged and uneven, so Magda had to be careful lest she fell. It was another long descent down the twisting tunnel before the stone abruptly changed. As the tunnel leveled out, they found themselves within a vein of softer sandstone. Unlit corridors branched off in every direction, but Tilly led them on through the largest main hallway. Before long, rooms carved out of the sandstone began to appear on both sides. Almost immediately, Magda began seeing the dead. As they passed by room after room, their lantern light revealed niches carved right into the stone walls of the rooms. Each cavity looked to hold at least one body, most held more. Some of the hollowed-out chambers seemed to have entire families laid out beside one another. Magda slowed to take a better look into a larger area off to the right. She saw that in places the resting chambers were half a dozen high, the uppermost niches reachable only with a ladder. Most of the bodies laid to rest in the honeycombs of cavities were wrapped in shrouds that were so old and dirty that they looked to have been carved out of the same tan sandstone as the rooms themselves. A number of the recesses held coffins, all of them stone, most with carved decorations, all of them layered in dust and partially encased within masses of cobwebs. As they went on, they encountered rooms of niches that held massive numbers of bones. Each recess was filled to the top with neatly stacked bones, sorted by type, covered in dust. Several of the chambers held only skulls. Many of the resting places looked untouched for decades, if not centuries. Very few looked tended. "These are the oldest tombs," Tilly said. As more space was needed, the oldest bones were brought together and stacked here to make room. As time went on, catacombs had to be extended deeper and deeper in order to make new places to bury the recently deceased. The excavation goes on to this day. Many of those living up above will one day end up down here. "These are the oldest tombs," Tilly said. As more space was needed, the older bones were brought together and stacked here to make room. As time went on, catacombs had to be extended deeper and deeper in order to make new places to bury the recently deceased. The excavation goes on to this day. Many of those living up above will one day end up down here. Above many of the hollowed-out resting places could still be seen a family name in faded paint, or a name and a title of the deceased. Some were decorated around the edges with crudely carved decorations, probably done by family members. Many people preferred to inter their family members so that they could come to visit them. Other people, especially the relatives of more famous people, preferred to let fire consume their loved one, rather than allow their bodies to become an attraction or provide rivals a corpse to spit upon. Magda had chosen to have the shell that had contained Baracus' spirit to be consumed by fire, as that was also said by some to purify the spirit of its worldly trappings for its journey to the underworld. Some couldn't stand the thought of a loved one reduced to ashes. Magda didn't see that empty vessel as her loved one. Her loved one was gone to be among the good spirits. The choice being forced upon her, she chose to have his vessel reduced to ash rather than to rot. The passageway they hurried down widened out, so that the two of them could walk again comfortably side by side. As they descended level after level, past the dead numbering in the thousands, they eventually came to newer sections of the catacombs. The bodies Magda saw wrapped in white shrouds were not yet layered in centuries of dust. Torches and rusty iron brackets were lit in these newer sections, providing enough light to see without the need of lanterns. Tilly blew out the flame in hers. "Besides the dead," Tilly said, "here, too, be places where some of the gifted chose to work." Although her guide didn't mention it, Magda recalled Tilly telling her that some of the gifted down here worked with the dead. Magda didn't like to contemplate such a concept, and tried hard not to imagine what such work could entail. Before long, Magda began to hear the whisper of conversation. They soon encountered people coming out of passageways to the sides. Some hurried past in the opposite direction. Most of them were alone, but she also saw groups of 4 or 5 people talking in low voices among themselves, absorbed in debate on formulas or the order of prophecy. Magda finally saw rooms that were something other than burial chambers. They looked like crude work areas cut out of the sandstone. Some were lit by torches, but a number of the rooms were brightly illuminated by glass spheres. Inside a few darker rooms, Magda saw glowing verification webs surrounded by people studying them, pointing out certain elements to others, or casting in additional branches. Some of the webs hummed. The colors of the web reflected off faces focused on the work. There were several large libraries, lined with shelves from floor to ceiling, all filled with books. Magda knew from Baracus that these would be valuable and profoundly dangerous books that needed to be kept away from the more public areas. Some were books that had been taken away to the Temple of the Winds. People sat at tables, quietly studying volumes open before them, while others stood in the aisles, searching the shelves, apparently looking for particular information. Other rooms had heavy doors. At one door, flashes of light crackled and flickered through the gap at the bottom of the door, as if there were a thunderstorm inside. Tilly gestured down a passageway to the right. This way. The long corridor was noticeably different from any that had come before. It was wider than the others, with carefully carved straight walls and a flat ceiling. It was also completely deserted and silent in a way that was oppressive. As they left the occupied areas far behind and made their way down the passageway, something about the place made the fine little hairs on the back of Magda's neck stiffen. At the far end they reached a single arched opening, its significance highlighted by the broad corridor that had led up to this lonely archway. A textile with long faded colors and vertical geometric designs hung over the entryway. Tilly paused to the side of the covered opening.
"Here be where you need to go, mistress. I can take you no farther." "Why not?"
Tilly glanced at the hanging.
"The gifted who I sometimes work for, and who have told me about the woman, also say that I am not to go beyond these symbols hung here. They say that it is only for the gifted to go beyond."
Magda frowned.
"I'm not gifted, but you are, Magda Cirrus. As the wife of the first wizard, you had to live up to responsibilities others don't have. But with those responsibilities came liberties not always enjoyed by those who are not gifted."
Despite Tilly's confidence, Magda wasn't so sure that she would be welcomed. The fact that Tilly wasn't allowed beyond was a troubling sign that Magda hadn't anticipated. Tilly pulled a small piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over.
"This map was given to me by a friend I trust. It will show you which passageways you must take. Pay close attention so that you don't become lost in the maze. When you reach an archway covered over with red cloth, that will be the place. Inside there is said to be a blind woman named Isidore who tends the spirit. I have never met her, but as I hear it told, if the spiritist is willing to see you, Isidore will take you to her. You must understand that the spiritist may not wish to see you. Her purpose is to help the gifted to see into the world of the dead, not to grant audiences to petitioners. She may choose to turn you away. But you're the one who suggested in the first place that I come to see the spiritist. You mean you don't even know that she will see me? You are the wife of the first wizard, now in the world of the dead. Though I can't say for certain, I have believed from the first that you are the one she would agree to see."
Despite looking somewhat apologetic, Tilly tried to allay the concerns by going on with her advice.
"If you are allowed to speak with the spiritist, she will need to reach into the spirit world to find what you seek. My advice would be to think carefully about what you most need to know."
"I understand." Magda glanced down at the paper covered with lines and intersections, unsure if it was all worthwhile.
"Thank you, Tilly. I appreciate you showing me the way. If she agrees to help you, I have heard that it takes some time. With your permission, I would leave you to your search for answers. I should be back to my work before I am missed."
Magda could tell by the way the woman stole glances back up the strange entrance tunnel that she was afraid of the place. Magda didn't feel all that comfortable there either. Of course, Tilly. You've done enough bringing me down here. Please, go back. I'll be fine.
Tilly offered a brief smile. Can you find your way back from here alone?
Magda nodded.
Yes, I know how to return.
Tilly touched Magda's arm.
I wish you well, then, mistress. I hope that you can find the answers you seek and that your heart can at last be at peace.
Magda didn't know if her heart would ever be at peace, but she nodded anyway. She was at least determined to find answers. Tilly leaned close and lowered her voice.
Be careful, mistress.
What do you mean?
The spiritist is said to be a dangerous woman.
Magda frowned down at the old woman. Dangerous in what way?
Tilly arched one brow. She deals with the dead.
Magda let out a sigh as she again looked in the cloth, hanging in the dead still air of the arched opening. I will be careful. She watched as Tilly hurried back through the cavernous passageway and vanished around a bend. Standing in the silence before the hanging textile covered with a simple geometric pattern, Magda looked at the map again to get her bearings. For a long time she stood alone, debating the wisdom of going to see such a woman. At last, she let out a deep sigh. She had no other ideas. She had tried everything else she could think of. It would be foolish to turn back when she was this close. Chapter 22. Magda lifted the rough cloth aside and cautiously entered what the map showed to be a complex maze. She held the lantern out, trying to see into the darkness, but she could see little of what was ahead. As she moved deeper into the carefully carved tunnel, she encountered layers of coarsely woven raw linen hanging motionless across the passageway. It was unnerving to abruptly encounter the walls of cloth suspended in the darkness. She couldn't imagine their purpose. She speculated that perhaps they were there to make the maze more confusing to trespassers. They were certainly confusing her. The hanging cloth also hid many of the side passageways, making it difficult to know for certain where she was on the map, and if it was merely a cloth hanging in the middle of the hall, or a cloth covering the opening to another passageway. Sometimes there were 4 cloth walls forming a square, several with passages behind them, some with none. Over and over, she had to check behind the hangings and then consult the paper Tilly had given her. Several times she had to retrace her steps and start over again, trying to be sure of the proper turns to take. Even though she carefully studied the map as she slowly made progress deeper and deeper into the warren of tunnels, it seemed that the complex network didn't match the drawing. It was frighteningly confusing. She was having trouble reconciling the map to the tunnel she found herself in and feared becoming lost in the maze. After a time, though, Magda realized that the short marks along the line of the route she was to follow were not side corridors, as she had thought at first. The short lines were actually intended to designate the locations of the layers of cloth that hung across her way. She confirmed her theory by counting the hangings between side tunnels. Once she was properly oriented to Tilly's drawing, she was more confident in selecting the proper turns when she reached intersections. The place was dead quiet. The only sound was the soft swish of her boots on the sandstone floor. She noticed that the floor was relatively rough, while the others they had been in had been worn smooth by foot traffic. Apparently, not many people ever ventured this way. Magda turned when she thought she heard a soft sound from behind. She stood motionless for a time, breathing as slowly as she could while she listened. When she didn't hear it again, she finally moved on, quickening her pace. To the sides, a few of the inky black tunnels didn't have the hangings covering the openings. There were no doors anywhere in the maze, as there had been in the areas where people worked. It was as if doors were not needed because the oppressive darkness itself barred the way into the side passages, that, or the ominous, dead-still curtains. The place smelled dusty and dry, with little hint of the burning pitch from the torches back in the occupied areas. Magda cautiously checked each room as best as she could as she passed by, but she saw no one. Each room was completely bare, without any furniture or indication of purchase. None of them looked to have ever been inhabited. She heard no voices. It was as if she had entered an empty world entirely devoid of life. She paused and turned back when she thought she heard a sound from behind. She stood stone still for a time, holding her breath, listening. But she didn't hear it again. Finally, she let her breath out and continued on, but from time to time she checked back over her shoulder. She could never recall being anywhere in the keep that felt so lonely. She had never been down into the catacombs, so she hadn't really known for sure what they were like. Even the resting places of all the dead had seemed less desolate than the passageways leading to the spiritist. She hadn't been aware that such strange, deserted areas existed down below the keep. Every tunnel of every corridor looked the same. It would be all too easy to become lost in the complex network of tunnels. As she checked her map at every intersection, she was thankful that Tilly had obtained it for her. Magda abruptly found herself at the end of the corridor. An archway covered over with a coarse red cloth loomed up before her. This was where the map ended. It was the place Tilly had told her about. She stood stock still for a time, not knowing for certain what to do. There was no door for her to knock on. "Is anyone there?" she finally called out. Her voice echoed back to her from the cold corridor behind. "We are here," came a woman's voice from deep within. "Why are you here?" "I have come to speak with the dead." The only sound was the hiss of Magda's lantern as she stood motionless, watching the vapor of her breath slowly rise into the still air. She glanced back into the darkness as she waited, listening for the sound she'd heard before. "Enter if you have need enough," the woman finally said. Something about the voice made Magda wonder if she should turn back now, while she still had the chance. Chapter 23. Before she lost her courage, Magda pushed the dead-still, faded red cloth aside and ducked under it into a narrow hallway. Under a low, arched ceiling, the hall led back through darkness toward an area of mellow light. At the end of the entryway she found a roughly rounded chamber lit by dozens and dozens of fat candles. The room was hollowed out of the same pale sandstone as the rest of the catacombs. Ledges carved into the walls all the way around held all the candles. The candles gave the whole room a soft, warm, amber glow. To the right, Magda saw a dark doorway, presumably leading farther back into the quarters. She suspected that the spiritist would be in the back area. In the middle of the room, a thin young woman sat cross-legged on the floor. She had very short, fine brown hair and wore a dark, loose-fitting wrap of a dress that covered her legs entirely, but left her shoulders and slender arms bare. Her hands remained nested in the lap of her dress. A strange, thick leather blindfold fastened around her head covered her eyes. It was a uniform width except for a notch cut in the middle to fit around her delicate nose. The blindfold went temple to temple, held in place with a leather thong tied at the back of her head. Magic symbols and spell forms had been carefully tooled into the leather, with some of the lines colored in with paint. By the way the leather edges were worn and smooth, it looked to have been in use for quite some time. It was beautifully made, but covering the young woman's eyes as it did, struck Magda as rather foreboding. The woman cocked her head as if to use an ear to better locate her visitor. "Welcome." "Thank you," Magda said. She glanced into the dark opening to the side, but saw no one. "Are you Isidore?" The young woman smiled, making her bony cheekbones stand out all the more. The smile, while pleasant enough, did not put Magda entirely at ease. The woman's expression and the lines around her mouth had an uncompromising toughness to them that seemed at odds with her young age. It reminded Magda a bit of the look she had seen in the eyes of orphan girls who lived by their wits in the alleyways of Idendrill. Those girls were tough beyond their years. "I am Isidore. Strangers are most uncommon down here. Who would you be, then?" "Magda Cirrus." "Ah, wife to Baracus. I have heard of you." Magda didn't know if that was a good thing or not. She glanced again in the dark doorway, wondering if the spiritist could hear the conversation. While most people had heard of Magda, and a number of people knew her and genuinely liked her, she knew that there were also those who didn't like her. Some women had been jealous of her, resentful that she had somehow attracted and married the first wizard. Some men thought marriage in general, and to an attractive younger wife in particular, was a distraction that the first wizard didn't need. A number of people simply resented her for marrying such a great man when she herself was ungifted. They thought it improper. She also knew that a few people, besides some of the council, had come to loathe her after that bloody day in the council chambers. They didn't like to have trouble come into their lives at the keep. It was as if by warning them of the danger she had personally brought the threat into their midst. As frustrating as such an attitude was the truth was the truth. "I'm sorry for your loss," Isidore said. "The first wizard was a great man." "Thank you." "I am here about that great man. I would like to speak with the spiritist if I may." "I'm afraid not. You see, the sole purpose of the spiritist is to serve the wizards in their work here. I don't know what you've been told, but she does not give spirit consultations for either the solace or the pleasure of others. She has instructed me to tell people that her work is vital and consumes all her effort and strength, so she can see no one else. I am sorry." Magda knew what was being implied. "I was told only that it might be possible for an ungifted person to see her." Isidore considered Magda's words. "Is it important?" "It is to me," Magda said. "And I can assure you it would not be for either my solace or my pleasure. I would just as soon leave the dead to their eternal peace." The young woman smiled vacantly for a time. "I meant, is it important to us?" Magda was a bit surprised by the question. "It very well may be essential to all our survival. Come back another day." Magda stood frozen, surprised by the abruptness of the rejection. She hadn't even been given a chance to plead her case. She decided that she had not come this far to give up so easily. "This has to do with the continued existence of our people and of our way of life. We are at war, and we are all in danger. I need the help of the spiritist. I'm afraid that I must insist." "Insist?" The woman leaned back a little as if to look up from behind the blindfold. "And you think that because you were married to an important man you should be granted special favors? Do you believe that because you were married to the first wizard himself, you can insist, and we must obey?" Magda thought that the woman's words actually sounded more innocently curious than bitter, so she decided not to let the questions unnerve her, and instead answered calmly. "Not at all, Isidore. I admit my status often gained me access, but I sought that access to plead on behalf of others who have no voice, not to obtain special favors for myself. It is much the same now. I am not asking for special favors because I was married to an important man. I am asking to see the spiritist because I have need of answers so that I might help keep others safe. I admit that my safety is at stake along with theirs. I'm trying to find a way to help us all survive. That important man, my husband, the first wizard, in his last words to me, told me to seek truth. He believed that I had a purpose in life. That is why I am here, and why I must insist, not because of who I am, but because I have been charged with finding the truth." "What truth?" "For starters, the truth behind my husband's death. Baracus was not the kind of man who would kill himself out of despondency. He would have had a crucial reason for what he did. Something happened when he went down into the Temple of the Winds. I know that there was a purpose behind him leaping to his death, a purpose meant to help us all. It was not a suicide. It was a compassionate sacrifice of his life to give ours a chance to go on in safety. I need to find out what was behind that act so that his sacrifice will not be in vain." Isidore smiled to herself. It was a curious smile that softened her angular face. "I am sorry." The woman lifted her hand toward the entryway where Magda had just come in, inviting her to leave. "As I said,
The spiritist has her job to do and cannot see others. That job is also to help us all. Admirable as your effort may be, it is not our problem. Magda took a deep breath and let it out as she reminded herself to be patient. It very well might become your problem sooner than you think, and then it will be too late. Isidore's hand lowered, and then nested back in her lap. For the first time, the woman's brow wrinkled with a hint of worry. What do you mean? All is not right in the Wizard's Keep. We are at war, and the enemy is already here, among us. The woman showed no emotion, but she lost a bit of color. The enemy is inside the walls of the keep. Yes. What are you talking about? Have you heard of the Dreamwalkers? Isidore sat silently for a moment. It was clear by her expression that she had. I have heard of them, but they are distant, down in the old world. The Council thinks so as well, but the Council is wrong. The Dreamwalkers are slipping into the minds of people right here in the keep. I fear that they may have help from spies or traitors inside the keep. A number of strange murders point to the enemy. I am all too aware of murders taking place down here in the catacombs. For that reason, surely you must realize that it could be dangerous for you to be down here. But Dreamwalkers, here, in the keep? Are you really sure? Yes, they attacked me. Isidore seemed surprised and fell silent. She finally gathered her thoughts. If that were true, you would be dead, yet you seem unharmed. I was very nearly killed. I thought for certain that I was about to die. I was, in fact, at the Vale, very near to passing forever into the spirit world, but I was able to obtain a defense against the Dreamwalker in time to save my life. That same defense can also protect your mind being taken by a Dreamwalker. The smile returned. Ah, so you wish to bargain. You wish to offer me this protection, if I can get the spiritist to agree to see you. It was not a question. It was an accusation. Not at all, Magda said. I would offer you the protection without any precondition before we go on with anything of substance and before you agree to anything. In fact, I intend to insist, even if you refuse to help me. The frown returned. You think that if you are kind by offering this help freely, then we will relent and be inclined to indulge you? No, Magda said. Make no mistake, it is not a kindness at all, but an act of self-interest on my part. Dreamwalkers can invade an unprotected mind, and that person can be completely unaware of it. The spiritist is at great risk of being taken because she is valuable. I believe that there are traitors in the keep. If I'm right, then they would likely direct the Dreamwalkers to the spiritist. Once so identified, the Dreamwalkers would obviously want to control her, so as to spy on important matters. Or they might simply choose to eliminate her so that she could no longer help our cause. For all I know, a Dreamwalker could already be in your mind, watching, listening, hoping to hear what I would ask, and especially what answer I would be given. I can't take that chance. Too much is at stake. The frown deepened. Do you mean to say that you offer this protection so that you will know that you are safe in my presence? That's right. I know all too well what the Dreamwalkers are capable of. I nearly died because of them. I don't want to risk that I could be given answers from a spiritist who is unknowingly being controlled by a Dreamwalker, intent on hiding the truth. They could send me off in the wrong direction so that I would fail and we all die. I suspect that there are traitors in the keep. Among other things, I think they are guiding the Dreamwalkers. I have to believe that such traitors could be plotting, sometimes even worse. Perhaps this is what Baracus intended me to find. I know that assassins of some sort are among us. We are running out of time. I need to trust that the spiritist helping me is guided by the truth and not by a Dreamwalker. Isidore turned her head to the side, as if looking off into her own personal darkness. More than that, Magda said. I fear that if a Dreamwalker is secretly lurking in your mind, he might tear you apart from the inside to prevent me from having the chance to get the answers I need. So, you see, while I would not want to see you harmed, I am more concerned for myself and everyone else than I am just for you.
Isidore had lost even more of her color. She looked ashen. Magda could see goosebumps prickle up on her bare arms. Her head turned up toward Magda. "I value my mind," Isidore said. She reached a hand out. "Please sit with me, Magda Cirrus. I would very much like to be protected, for the reasons you give and for my own reasons." Isidore had just confirmed Magda's suspicion. Chapter 24. Once Isidore had completed the 3 devotions, she pushed herself up from the floor and folded her legs under her as she sat back down. "Thank you, Magda Cirrus, for teaching me how to be bonded to the Lord Rahl, in order to be protected from the Dreamwalkers." Magda noted what Isidore did not say. She bowed her head, but then remembered that the woman couldn't see. "You are very welcome, and Magda is name enough for a friend." Isidore smiled. "You have a shadow, Magda." Magda leaned in. "Excuse me?" Isidore's smile widened as she pointed back toward the entrance. "Your shadow walks on nearly silent feet." Magda turned and saw a pair of big green eyes looking at her. The skinny black cat arched its back and rubbed bashfully against the side of the hallway opening. It looked like the cat Magda had seen before, the one she had fed a scrap of food. It must have followed her, hoping for more. It was a relief to realize that the sound she had heard before hadn't been something more sinister. Magda couldn't help smiling. "It's a cat," she told Isidore. "What color?" "She's black." Isidore nodded knowingly. "That's why she is not afraid to come in here." Magda frowned. "What do you mean?" "People fear black cats, thinking that they are evil. They are not evil. It's just that they have some small ability to see between worlds. Black cats catch glimpses of the spirit world. That's why people fear them, and why she wasn't afraid to follow you into this place. This place is not entirely alien to her, as it is to those who only see the world of life." The catacombs filled with the dead certainly did seem to be nearer the spirit world than anywhere else Magda had ever visited. The whole subterranean region of the keep seemed to be very far removed from the life up above. When the cat again voiced a small cry, Magda asked, "Are you hungry, little one?" The cat meowed, almost as if she were answering, and rubbed the side of her face against the doorway, fearing to come close, but at the same time aching to approach. Magda pulled the small bundle from her waist pouch and unwrapped the chicken strips. She knew that the temptation of a meal would overcome the cat's caution. She asked Isidore if she was hungry. When Isidore nodded, Magda held the woman's hand out and placed a piece of chicken in it. The cat sidled up to Magda and rubbed against her leg. Magda pulled off a small strip and held it out for the cat. "Here you go, little one. Have something to eat." As Magda ate the rest of the strip, the cat hunched forward and devoured the welcome tidbit. "She seems to shadow you," Isidore said. "You should name her Shadow." "I don't need a cat," Magda said as she gave the hungry cat another small piece of chicken. "For those who understand their talents, a black cat is good to have around." "Talents?" Magda couldn't imagine what good the cat could do her. "You mean being able to see into the spirit world?" "I mean seeing things from that world that are here, in this world." Magda realized that this was no longer idle chit-chat. Isidore meant for her to be mindful of her words. "You mean you think they can see ghosts?" "Some think that cats, black cats in particular, can see the presence of spirits, or perhaps the essence of spirits. We don't always know when such an essence has drifted into this realm and is near, but such a cat would be aware of it. For this reason, black cats have long been linked to death. Ignorant people wrongly fear them for this association. But just because they can see into the spirit realm, that does not mean that black cats are agents of death or that they are evil. Sometimes we need to heed subtle signs, for such signs may be more than they seem, especially down here. I never let any sign down here go unnoticed or unheeded. But what use could having such a creature be?
While it is rare for spirits to drift through our world, it could possibly be useful to know when they are near.
Magda didn't know what good that could be to her, but she didn't want to dismiss Isidore's words out of hand.
So you think that this cat coming to me is a sign that I should keep her around to know when spirits are near? She is shadowing you. Perhaps you should heed such a sign.
Isidore shrugged.
It could even be that a spirit guided the cat your way to be a comfort to you in your loneliness.
So you really think that she may be a sign from the spirit world?
Isidore smiled. I couldn't say. She might have simply been hungry and smelled the food you had with you.
Isidore's enigmatic smile ghosted away.
But I wouldn't dismiss such a creature coming into the circle of your life energy.
Magda had come to a spiritist seeking answers. It occurred to her that it might not be a bad idea to listen to her advice.
Shadow it is, then.
She stroked a hand along the sleek fur of the cat's back.
Do you like that name, Shadow?
The cat meowed as if to answer. Before long, Shadow was in Magda's lap, hoping for more chicken. Magda pulled off pieces, giving her a much-needed meal. When the cat had had her fill, she curled up and started cleaning herself.
How long have you been a spiritist?
Magda asked as she stroked the warm little cat. Shadow purred in appreciation. Isidore feigned shock.
Me? A spiritist?
No.
I am only...
You are the spiritist, Isidore. Isidore had wanted to protect herself, but had not asked for protection for the spiritist. In her alarm at hearing about the threat, and then with the distraction of the cat showing up, she had forgotten to keep up the pretense. That told Magda what she had suspected all along, that there was no one else. Isidore was the spiritist. Isidore stiffened a little, falling back into her role.
I am flattered that you would think I am such a woman, Magda. But I am merely her humble servant.
You play the role of aid to the spiritist so that you will not have to entertain appeals directly. That insulates you and gives you an easy way to turn people away, saving time and trouble. You work with the gifted, so you need to be able to keep others at arm's length without having to turn down the appeals directly. More than that, you are empathetic and don't like to disappoint people. But you have more important work, and this small deception enables you to remain focused on that work, without the streams of supplicants who would be eager to contact deceased loved ones if word got out that you were a spiritist, and you would be willing to help them. Isidore sat quietly, hands nested in her lap, not offering any comment. I will not betray your secret, Isidore. But there is no one else. You are the spiritist. Your eyes are covered to help hide this world from your vision so that you may look into another world. That is what you do. You look into the spirit world. I have helped you to be safe from the dreamwalkers as you go about your important work. Please, Isidore, my work is important as well. Let's not play games. As Isidore finally released a deep sigh, her posture sagged a bit. She was apparently relieved to no longer have to lie.
You have it mostly right.
What do you mean?
It is more than a blindfold keeping me from seeing this world.
Magda reached out and laid a hand over Isidore's. Show me. As the cat curled up for a warm nap in Magda's lap, Isidore nodded, then reached up behind her head to the leather thong holding on the blindfold. When at last it was untied, she slipped it away and sat a bit stiffer, nesting her hands again, letting Magda look at her face. Isidore's eyelids were closed over sunken sockets where her eyes should have been. They were not sewn shut. There were no eyelashes. It looked as if she never had eyes, or as if they had been injured and healed over. Magda knew better. She knew that Isidore had not been born this way, nor had she been injured. How did you lose your eyes? Magda asked, fearing that she already knew the answer, fearing that this was wizard's work.
Is that the question you have come to ask the spiritist?
No. It is a question I would ask from one woman to another, because the reason for it greatly concerns me. Isidore thought a moment, her head turning blindly as if trying to see Magda.
My eyes were taken from me so that I could see.
You were altered by wizards?
Yes.
I am sorry for your loss, Magda said in soft sincerity. The woman's brow bunched with the arc of tears that could not flow. She cleared her throat.
No one has ever been sorry for my loss. That makes it even worse then, doesn't it? The young woman nodded. In a way, but the loss is far greater than you could suspect. Tell me why you would allow this to be done to you. I did not allow it, the way you may think. I sought to have it done, asked to have it done so that I could see into the spirit world. Magda was incredulous. Why would you do such a thing? I had need enough. Need enough? Why would you request wizards to alter your eyes in such a way? Why would you have them take away your eyes? It's not a pretty story, either to tell or to hear. I imagine not. Magda steeled herself. But I would hear it if you were willing. Chapter 25. Isidore nodded, then started to reach up as if to wipe away tears. Her hand paused when she realized that she could no longer make tears any more than she could see. The hand sank to her lap. I lived in Grandingart. The name means guardian at the gates. It's an old name that signifies Grandingart's place at the southern fringe of the New World, and long-standing as an outpost in the trackless lands of the wilds. The old world lies beyond to the south. Because of its location, it has long been a crossroads of trade routes in the New World. Rare trade goods also came up from a few distant places down in the Old World. Grandingart had for ages been an outpost as well, the place where people first come over from the Old World. Trade relations with people of the wilds and distant places to the south had always been good. The several thousand people who lived there mostly made their living in one way or another because of the trade. For many of the peoples who inhabit vast stretches of inhospitable land of the wilds, and the merchants who dealt with them, we were a trusted place to do business. As a result, with all the different kinds of people and goods passing through, it was an exciting, vibrant place to live, with different cultures and beliefs, as well as plenty of fascinating stories of far-off places from all the travelers. A while back, we began to see the first signs of trouble. Rare spices, foodstuffs, and other commodities from the south began to slow, and then halted altogether. Everyone considered that a worrisome sign in and of itself. For a time there was no word. Then trickles of people fleeing the new rule down in the Old World began to come through, headed north. When trade stopped, timber coming down from the north, a scarce commodity down in that part of the world, began piling up, awaiting transport to arrive from buyers in the south. That transport never arrived. Food waited to be moved, rotted. With all the trade halting, people began to worry about how they would make a living. They worried, too, about what the distant signs of trouble could mean, not just for themselves, but for people they know to the south. I was the sorceress assigned to serve the people of Grandingart. People from the south, down in the Old World, didn't hold much with magic. They always stayed well away from me as they passed through. But the people of Grandingart relied on me for my abilities, my skills, but mostly for protection from shapeless worries. To most people, I possessed inscrutable ability, so in a way I was not exactly one of them. As a result, I sometimes felt that I was little more than their talisman, meant to somehow keep shapeless evil from their door. People seemed to think that merely having a sorceress's powers nearby was a vaguely beneficial thing, that it would somehow ensure good fortune, much like their prayers to the good spirits for a safe journey. Their worries about the increasing signs of trouble to the south, though, were not so shapeless. They looked to me for help with this troubling development. I didn't know exactly what I could do about it. Magic didn't offer any solution that I could see, although it seems as if it must to those who knew little about it. In the end, I traveled here, to the keep, to see the council, hoping they could help. They told me that they would take the concerns of the people of Grandingart, as well as the details I had offered, under consideration, along with other reports they were receiving. They suggested that the unrest would likely soon calm down and trade would resume. One of them even suggested that perhaps a bridge had washed out, and it was nothing more than that. I told them that from what I had heard from people fleeing from the south, there was a new ruler, and his forces were the source of the unrest. They seemed disinclined to see such a change in rule as necessarily a bad thing. because the old rule was so fragmented and inefficient. While I could get no immediate help from the council, they did promise that as soon as troops were available, they would send a detachment to investigate the situation. I decided that until the troops could be sent, it would be best if I returned home at once. I knew how nervous people were, and I wanted to be there for them. I arrived home the day after General Kuno and his forces from the old world flooded across the border and swept through Grandengart. Even if some of us saw the storm building, until the day Kuno arrived, the world had been at peace. Magda stiffened in alarm. General Kuno, right hand to the Emperor? Isidore nodded. Emperor Sulachan himself sent Kuno north and through my home place. Magda took a deep breath and let it out with a sigh. She knew from Baracus that General Kuno was ruthless. He struck fear into the hearts of anyone in his path. Emperor Sulachan wanted the world under one rule, the rule of the old world. He wanted everyone to bow to him as emperor of it all. She knew, too, that the start of the war had been both swift and violent. Apparently it had started in Isidore's hometown. General Kuno had everyone brought to the town square, Isidore said, where he told them that this was a new day, that the world order was about to change. They had been selected to be given the opportunity to join the cause of the old world and bow to Emperor Sulachan. He told the men that the choice was theirs to choose for their families to either stay a part of the new world or join the empire of Sulachan. He asked for a show of hands of those who would side with the emperor or those who would decline the offer. Remember, we were not yet at war, so people mostly didn't yet realize the danger of choosing to side against Emperor Sulachan. This was to be the day that the world would learn of that danger. The men with General Kuno kept track of how each person voted. Then they divided up the people of the town. Those choosing to bow to Emperor Sulachan were put on one side of the town square, those against on the other. It was then that people began to panic. Soldiers grabbed anyone who tried to run and keep the two crowds packed together, surrounded by a ring of steel. A number of those trying to flee were brutally cut to pieces before everyone's eyes, to discourage anyone else from attempting to escape. Soldiers took the people who had voted against bowing to the emperor out to dig holes along the side of the road into Grandengart. They then made the people erect poles with the timber that the townspeople used for trade. To the full, screaming panic of the people, most of the men who had voted against, along with their family members, were hoisted up by their wrists up onto the poles. As General Kuno's soldiers walked up both sides of the road, slashing the terrified people hanging by their wrists, the soldiers pulled down strips of their flesh, leaving muscles and ribs exposed. Other people were stabbed in the legs or stomach, but left alive in their panic to hang there in helpless agony. The townspeople who were left, those who had chosen to side with Emperor Sulachan, after watching what was done to their friends and neighbors, were taken as slaves and sent south. The small group of old men who had been made to watch were released. They fled to later recount the terror far and wide so that other places would panic before the advancing forces of General Kuno and dare not resist Emperor Sulachan's will. When I arrived the next day after Kuno's forces had left, the road into Grandengart was lined on each side with poles, each holding a victim. Men, women, children, all were treated the same. There were over 1,500 poles, each holding a person, each person alone in their agony, but close enough to their neighbors, friends, and family to see them suffering and dying. Mothers, watching their children screaming in terror and pain, blamed husbands for voting against joining the side of the old world. Husbands had to endure the dying hatred of their wives and unimaginable suffering of their children for the decision they had made. Beyond the poles, at the end of the road, smoke from the smoldering ruins of the town rose in the still air, high in the blue sky. Not one building was left standing. Everything had been burned to the ground by Kuno's men. Dogs and coyotes hounded the condemned, pulling and tearing at the strips of skin still attached to them. They set upon the already dead. I threw sparking flashes of fire to chase them away. Flocks of birds had come to feast as well. I used booming bolts of air and scattered most of those as well. In the bright sun, exposed rib bones of the victims stood out white against the red meat still left on them. Many of the bones had been picked clean. Most of the people were clearly dead, their middles torn open so that scavengers could get at their organs. Between the blood, the fluids, and all those who had lost control of their bodily functions, the stench was staggering. While a number had died over the course of the night, many of the victims, perhaps 1 in every 4 people, were still alive. Most of them had long since lost their voice from screaming, but they moaned, they cried, and they whispered prayers that went unanswered. I walked up that road between those poles as those still alive watched me, hoping that I, their trusted sorceress, could do something for them. Some cried out with their last breath for help. Inky black ravens perched on the poles, warily watching me as I came up the road, waited for me to pass before they resumed the feast. Some cawed loudly, hoping to drive me away from what they had claimed as theirs. Isidore's head turned to the side a bit, as if she was staring off into another place in her mind's eye. Her breathing was ragged and labored. "What did you do about the people on the poles who were still alive?" Magda finally asked. "Could anything be done to help them? Could you use your gift to save some of them at least?" Isidore sat motionless for a time, staring at nothing in her lonely blindness, as if reliving the vision of what she had seen that terrible day. "They were beyond healing," she whispered at last. "Those still alive used all their strength to beg me to deliver them from the unendurable pain. They begged for death. Could you heal none of them? All but 1 were well beyond healing of any kind, even from wizards, far more talented than me. There was nothing I could do to save their lives. Nothing." Magda leaned in. "So what did you do then?" Isidore turned blindly toward Magda. "All I could do was spare them the remaining suffering so as to ease their soul's final journey into the spirit world. As I hurried up the road, I first used a slash of my power to sever the ropes holding each of them up on the poles. Hanging there like that had made it difficult to breathe. Many of the dead had suffocated. Each person in turn collapsed to the ground as I parted the ropes. Then I went from one of those still alive to the next and held their hand for a moment, as I offered each a few quiet words of comfort, sympathy, and a promise of a gentle end to their agony. It felt as if I were outside my own body, watching myself moving from one person to the next, holding their hand, offering words of comfort, and then stopping their heart. I couldn't believe I was doing such things. I had never envisioned my ability being put to such a use as to have to end the lives of those I was supposed to be protecting. But I knew that I had to do it. I was there to serve these people who had rarely thanked me for my efforts, and this was the only service I could now offer them. To think, after living among them, each person thanked me more than ever before for what I was about to do to each of them. They wept with joy and whispered their deepest appreciation that I was about to end their life. Isidore's breathing came with difficulty as she labored to continue the story. Then I used my gift to stop their hearts, each one in turn, one at a time, over and over. I had to do it more than 400 times in all. It took until long after nightfall before I had delivered all but one of the people of Grandengard from their agony. I was not quite through with my work. I had silenced the moans and stopped all but one heart. Chapter 26. It was long after the moon should have been high in the sky when I finally reached that last man, Isidore said. But there was no moon because a thick overcast had gradually covered the sky. Like a shroud of gray darkness pulled over the dead, I knew that it would soon begin to rain. The last man alive was trembling and having difficulty breathing. His name was Joel. He was a baker. Every day he used to bring me a small loaf of bread. He would never accept payment. Joel said that it was his small part to make sure that Grandengard's sorceress did not want for a meal. Truth be told, Joel had feelings for me, though he never spoke of those feelings or acted on them except to bring me that loaf of bread. I think it was an excuse for him to see me. Joel's wife had died in childbirth before I came to Grandengard. He was lonely and terribly sad. There was something about him, something beneath that sadness, that I liked. But knowing about the death of his wife and unborn child, I felt uncomfortable saying much to him other than to ask, as the town sorceress, how he was and if there was anything I could do for him. He always said that he was fine and turned down any offer of help. Over time, my feelings for him grew, but in light of the loss, I felt that it was not my place to speak of such things. I knew that he would be a long time in getting over such a loss, and felt that I had to respect the pace of grieving, and felt that I shouldn't interfere. So, as much as I longed to tell him of my feelings, I kept my distance. Yet every day he would bring me a loaf of bread, as if that was the only way he could reach out to me. I was exhausted by the time I reached Joel lying there on the ground in the dark beside the road. By then I could barely walk. I was in shock and covered in the blood of the people that I had just helped to die. I fell to my knees beside Joel and took up his hand, knowing that I had to be strong enough to bring death to one last person. I held his hand to my own heart, put all my strength into sending as much comfort as I could into him. But in so doing, I sensed that, unlike all the others, he was not entirely beyond healing. I knew that there was a small chance to save his life. I remember seeing his cracked lips move in the moonlight. He wanted to say something. I gave him a sip of water from a water skin, as I had for so many others, and then bent close. He told me that he was sorry for my ordeal. I told him that I was ashamed that I had not been there for them, that had I been there I might have done something. He said that he had been there, and he knew for certain that I could have done nothing against such brutal men. He said that they'd had gifted among them men with fearsome powers. He said that had I been there, I would be hanging on a pole along with the rest of them, and then I would not be there to help end their suffering. Joel said that he thought it was meant to be this way, so that I could help the people. I told Joel that I thought I could save his life, that he could be healed. I told him to hold on, to be strong. I spent several hours hunched over him in the dark, healing what I could. I knew, though, that he needed more than I could provide. I knew that Whitney, a town to the north, would have the healers needed. I helped him onto my horse, and we started riding north to Whitney. I rode as hard as I dared push the horse. We rode the rest of the night and the next day. I often had to use my gift not only to give the poor animal endurance to continue, but to give Joel the strength to hold on to life. We almost made it to Whitney. Joel cried out in pain. I tried to hold him up, to keep going, but he couldn't ride any farther, and begged me to help him to the ground. As I knelt beside Joel, I realized that the one person I thought I might be able to save was now beyond help. I knew through my gift that despite how desperately I had worked to help him, his internal injuries were too severe. I could sense his life slipping away. It was a cruel blow. After such hope, I could save him. In that moment, there wasn't anything I could do to prevent Joel from dying. As I bent close, clutching his hands in mine, tears running down my face, he said that he was sorry for what he had done. I asked him what he meant. Joel said he had clung to the memory of his dead wife to the exclusion of everything else. He said that he had loved her, but she had passed. He should have gone on and embraced the life he had left to live. He said that he knew I was remaining silent out of respect. He said that if he had told me of his feelings, maybe I would have been open to him, and then we both could have had happiness for that time. Instead, he clung to the dead rather than turning to the living. He said he should have lived his life, but now it was over and it was too late. He wept as he told me that he was sorry that he had never given himself or me the chance to seek happiness, and now it was too late, and he was so sorry. His life was over, without having lived what was right there all the time. I sobbed uncontrollably as I confessed that I, too, had lived for the dead. Fearing to reach out to him, I told him that I should have known better, that I should have sought to comfort him while encouraging him to use the time he had to live his own life. He said that he wished he had known that I would not have pushed him away. He said he should have tried to get closer to me than to just bringing me a loaf of bread every day. I laughed through the tears at that. He said that by respecting his feelings for his dead wife, I had shown true compassion, and that he wished he had returned it. Joel knew that the others of the town would be with the good spirits. He told me that he would soon see his wife again in the spirit world, and regretted only that he had not lived the last couple of years of his own life. He told me that one day when my time too was done in this life, I would be back with them, with the people of Grandengart, where I belonged and would be welcomed. He promised to be waiting for me where we would all be safe in the light of the Creator among the good spirits. Joel's last words were for me to pray on his behalf of all those who had died that terrible night. He asked me to pray that the good spirits welcome them all and give them peace at last. I promised that I would use my abilities to help guide them all into the spirit world. He smiled, and as he thanked me and squeezed my hand, his last breath of life left him, and he was gone. On my knees, as the gentle rain began, I hunched over him and rained my own tears down on this poor man for all that he and the others had suffered, wept for what might have been had we each had the courage to let the past go, and embraced what life still had to offer. Magda understood all too well that desolate agony of loss. So there I was beside the road to Whitney, with the dead body of my friend, while back in Grandengart lay the corpses of my charges, my town, the corpses of the people I had failed. Magda laid a hand on Isidore's arm. You did not fail them, Isidore. Emperor Solochan's minions are as powerful as they are ruthless. Joel was right. You could have done nothing to stop it. Don't take on the guilt that rightly belongs to the killers. Not many would have shown the courage you did in such a difficult situation. You did your people the greatest kindness possible. You were there for them to end their suffering when there was nothing else that could have been done. I thought so too. But as it turns out, after reaching Whitney and burying Joel, that was only the beginning of the nightmare. Chapter 27. Magda stroked a hand along the silky back of the sleeping cat, curled up in her lap. The cat's contented purring served to emphasize the stretch of empty silence. The beginning of the nightmare? Magda finally asked. What do you mean? Isidore took a deep breath. Her shoulders slumped as she let out a weary sigh. After Joel died, I managed to lift him up and over the back of the horse. She flicked a hand in and aside. I used to be stronger than I am as you see me now. I've lost weight and muscle since then. I find that I rarely have much of an appetite. Anyway, I rode most of that night, stopping only for a brief nap when neither I nor the horse could go on. It was the first sleep I'd had since arriving home to Grandengart. It was also the first of the terrible dreams that haunt me to this day. The short rest was at least long enough for me to be able to resume the journey. By late the next afternoon, I finally reached the wheat fields and scattered farms at the outskirts of Whitney. A man and his wife working a field saw me and must have realized that I was having trouble. They both rushed out to the road to help. When they saw the body slung over the back of the horse, they said that he needed to be buried at once. They were kind enough to lead me to a small graveyard beside a clutch of oaks, the only trees in sight out on the plains of the southern reaches of the New World. There, they helped me lift Joel down, and then bury him. I was in a numb daze from the whole ordeal, from traveling so long and hard with the dead body of my friend, with tormented thoughts of what might have been between us, and worse, what I might have done to stop the madness had I returned home from seeing the council just a little sooner.
I hadn't eaten in days, and I was near delirious with exhaustion. Even so, I knelt beside Joel's fresh grave and prayed earnestly to the good spirits to welcome him and all the others into their arms. Hunched over his grave, I again promised Joel that I would keep my word, given just before he died, that I would use my abilities to help make sure that they all made it safely into the embracing shelter of the good spirits. After that, the man and his wife, feeling sympathy for me, gave me some food and water, and then escorted me the rest of the way into Whitney. I think they thought that I might not make it on my own. In Whitney, I learned that a few of the terrified old men from Grandengard, the ones who had been released by General Kuno to carry word of what had happened, so as to spread panic, had done just that, coming through and telling everyone of the horrifying fate of Grandengard's people. The whole town of Whitney was buzzing with the news. So the town officials were not surprised when I briefly recounted my story. They were gifted there, and they listened with even greater interest than the officials, though they said nothing when I told them what they had not heard yet, that I had gone from one dying person to the next, ending their suffering. A number of the townspeople were already packing their belongings, and more yet had already left, all headed north. No one knew where General Kuno and his army would strike next, but they wanted to flee to a more distant place where they thought it would be safer. I couldn't really fault them. A detachment of troops sent by the council to look into the reports of trouble brewing to the south happened to have just arrived in Whitney. I talked with the commander and reported what had happened. I told him that I couldn't bury well over 1,000 bodies by myself and I needed help. I didn't want my people to lie there and rot in the open or be scavenged by animals. All I could think of was that it was my duty to at least see them buried. Fortunately, the commander was an understanding man. He and his troops took me with them. We rode hard all the way back to Grandengard to attend to the dead as swiftly as possible. When we got there, the dead were missing. Magda blinked, not sure she had heard correctly. Missing? What do you mean they were missing? Isidore lifted a hand in frustration and then let it drop back into her lap. They were gone. Not a single corpse was there by the road where I'd left them. The town had been burned down. The rain had since doused the smoldering rubble. There were no bodies in the town, nor were there any beside the road where the poles had been erected, where I had delivered them from their suffering. Did the troops believe you, believe your story? Isidore grunted bitter confirmation. The ground was soaked with clotted blood. They believed me. The poles, each with the rope still attached, were covered with blood as well. There were some remains still scattered about, the viscera of those that animals had ripped open. After inspecting the remains, the commander confirmed that they were human. Isidore again weakly lifted a hand. But there were no bodies. None. Magda hooked a lock of her short hair behind her ear, at first having expected it to be long. She still wasn't used to it being short. I don't understand. How could there be no bodies? What could have become of them? Well, I saw tracks that hadn't been there before, so my first thought was that maybe General Kuno's army had decided to turn back to the safety of the old world, that they had come back through Grandengard. I thought that maybe on the way back through they had decided to bury the dead, rather than let them decay out in the open. No, Magda said. That doesn't sound at all like what I know about Kuno. Baracus told me that Sulachan personally selected Kuno to lead their forces because he was so ruthless. Kuno wouldn't care about any such decency as burying his enemies dead. Like Sulachan himself, he's the kind who would have deliberately left the bodies there in the open as a ghastly warning to anyone who had thoughts of resisting. He uses tactics of terror to sap the will of those who will eventually have to face him. Isidore was nodding as she listened. Though it was the beginning of the war, before we had learned how truly brutal Emperor Sulachan and his forces were, the commander I was with harbored no delusions. He said that any army that would come in and torture and murder innocent people like that would not care about burying them. And then his men, as they searched, found evidence that the bodies had been taken. Taken "What do you mean taken?" Magda asked. The whole thing was not making any sense to her. The soldiers said that there were a lot of tracks showing that an army had come back through and crossed over the road, headed south. There were drag marks in the ground where it looked like the bodies had been collected into piles. The ground there was covered with even more of the gore. The dragged marks ended at wagon tracks, lots of wagon tracks. Magda frowned. "You're saying that Kuno's army came back through and took them?" "They came back and harvested the dead," Isidore confirmed in an icy tone. Magda's hand paused on the cat's back. "Harvested the dead." She tilted her head toward the woman. "For what purpose?" Isidore shrugged one shoulder. The officer was only able to say that it appeared that they had taken the dead with them, south, back to the old world. Magda pressed her fingertips to her forehead as she tried to make sense of it. "But why would they do such a thing? What would they want with the bodies?" Isidore's hands opened a little in a vague, non-committal gesture. Magda could only imagine the grisly state the bodies would have been in. Collecting hundreds and hundreds of days' dead corpses and taking them away in wagons would have been a sickening task. No one would have done such a thing without a powerful reason. Isidore offered no immediate insight into the mystery of what that reason might be. Magda thought that maybe it was simply such an outrage that the woman didn't want to think about it, much less discuss it. By Isidore's guarded response, though, Magda suspected that she knew more than she was revealing. Rather than press, Magda thought it best to try to soothe the woman's terrible memories and let her tell the story at her own pace. "That certainly is gruesome. I can see what you mean about the nightmare just beginning." Isidore's head was hanging. She didn't lift it. "No, that is not what I meant when I spoke before of the nightmare only beginning." Surprised, Magda stared at the woman for a moment. "Then what exactly did you mean?" Chapter 28. Isidore finally lifted her head. "Well, after that, the troops went south after Kuno's army to make sure that they weren't going to turn back and head north again into the New World by a different route. But also the commander thought that, burdened at Kuno's forces were with so many wagons, there was a good chance that if they rode hard he could catch them. He was confident that he had a large enough force to fully extract vengeance when he did. I didn't know what to do at that point. With the commander and his troops gone, I was again alone. Most of my people from Grandengart were dead, and the remainder captives. And my friend Joel dead and buried. I had no one. I decided to go back to Whitney." Magda thought that made some sense. There was nothing left of Grandengart, and Whitney was the closest town. Yet there seemed better options, such as going to Eidendrill, where she could have given what information she had to the council at the keep, and to the army. After all, this was an enormously significant event. It was the first attack in a war that many had long feared would eventually erupt, and had now begun. Magda suspected that there was more to Isidore's decision. "Other than Joel being buried there, do you have some reason for choosing to go back to Whitney?" Isidore rubbed a thumb back and forth on the side of her knee for a time before answering. "Yes, I went back because I knew that there was a spiritist there." "A spiritist?" Magda's brow tightened. "Why did you want to see a spiritist?" "I was so distraught by everything that had happened, and by the final injustice of the bodies being taken, that I wanted to consult the woman. I guess I wanted what most anyone else who goes to a spiritist wants. I wanted to know that Joel was safe in the fold of the good spirits. I wanted to keep my promise to him." Magda at last resumed stroking the cat. "I guess I can understand how you felt. So, did the spiritist help put your mind at ease?" Magda watched as Isidore's thumb continued to rub back and forth on her knee. She spoke without lifting her head. "Sophia was much older and quite experienced, although she told me that in recent years she had not practiced her craft. She said that while she was proud of the work she had done, she had spent a lifetime at it and was finished with the whole business of dealing with the spirit world. She said that she wanted only to live the remainder of her life in peace. She refused to help me. I persisted. I told her that it was important that I had made promises. Promises not only as a friend, but as a sorceress. She angrily waved away the request and said that my promises were not hers. I asked if she couldn't see her way to helping out of compassion for all those innocent people, so that I would know that they were now at peace. She said that even if she wanted to, which she didn't, she couldn't help, because my loss was too fresh for me, and that I was too distraught. I asked if I could return later, after I had gained a bit of perspective. She told me that delving into the spirit world wasn't what most people thought it was, that her craft wasn't intended as a means to commune with the dead, to find comfort for the living. She said that there were dangers involved that I couldn't begin to understand. Sophia again, and very emphatically, refused to help me. Isidore smiled. I guessed I learned from Sophia much of my reluctance to see people who want to consult with the spirits. She advised me, as one sorceress to another, to forget the whole thing. The smile ghosted away. As it turned out, it was very wise advice. Perhaps I should have listened. Magda didn't say anything, instead waiting for Isidore to go on at her own pace. The frail young woman brushed the back of a slender hand against the opposite cheek, as if wiping away an invisible tear, before she finally did. Much as you like, though, I had no intentions of taking no for an answer. Isidore's head turned up. As it turns out, that persistence is a requirement. Magda's brow lifted in surprise. A requirement to having a spiritist help you? Isidore nodded. I waited a few days, got some rest, and spent some time thinking. Then I went back. Sophia still refused to consult the spirits on my behalf. I couldn't understand why not. I decided to stay in Whitney and try again later. Since I'm a sorceress, I made myself useful by helping some of the people in Whitney with ailments and such. I made a pest of myself with Sophia, asking to help around her home, until she started giving me little things to do to help her. I asked roundabout questions as I cooked her meals, brought her firewood, banked her hearth, fetched her water, always trying to sound innocently curious, conversational. I listened carefully to anything she would tell me. I was doing my best to get lessons out of her in any way that I could. I figured that if she wouldn't give me the help I needed, then maybe I could learn enough to do it on my own. I'm a sorceress, after all. So I'm not without abilities. Although the methods involved were a mystery to me, I thought that maybe it wouldn't be so complicated to learn just enough to check on the souls lost to me and find out if they were at peace. I guess I felt guilty for failing to be there for the people of Grandengart when Kuno had shown up and wanted to make up for it. The old woman, of course, knew what I was up to. She finally asked what it was I had hoped to accomplish by contacting the spirit world so directly. I explained my promise to Joel to help make sure that he and all of the people of Grandengard had made it safely into the embracing shelter of the good spirits. She chuckled and asked why I thought one of the living could do to influence events in the spirit world. How did I think I could help souls gone to the underworld? Did I think I could take them by the hand and lead them into the glory of the light of the Creator? Did I really think that the souls in the underworld would never be able to find peace until I found it for them? Of course, I had no answers. So I told her then of how the bodies of those killed in Grandengart had been harvested and taken away. I told her that I was greatly worried about what the gifted down in the old world were doing with the dead people of Grandengart. I told her that I had a terrible feeling that the souls of those people were not at all safe. That gave her pause. Sophia became darkly moody and said again that such things were not the responsibility of the living, and besides, no matter what we might wish we could do to help, we had no say in the spirit world. But the worry about why the corpses had been taken nagged at her. I could see her demeanor change with the mystery surrounding the harvesting of the dead. One evening, she finally said that she would help me to see that the people of Grandengart were at peace, but on a condition. Because I was a sorceress, and not the typical person who came to her for consultation, she wanted me, in exchange for her help,
to first learn from her to be a spiritist. She explained that it was an old and honorable craft, but with an unfortunate stigma attached to it. She said that she was nearing the end of her life and wanted to pass her lifetime of knowledge on to someone of a new generation. She wanted the skills to live on. I told her that I had no desire to become a spiritist. Sophia smiled and said it didn't matter to her if I wanted to or not, only that I did. She said that it was a dying art and she had never found anyone willing to learn the old craft. She said that young sorceresses nowadays don't really want to have anything to do with the world of the dead. They figured they would have an eternity of being dead, and so they would rather spend their time living. Sophia said that it was understandable for people to feel that way, but she believed in the value of what she did, and she didn't want to see the old ways die out. I certainly believed in the value of what she did. In fact, it seemed the only thing of real importance to me at the time. Still, as much as I wanted her help, I admit that I was repulsed by the idea of taking up such a profession myself. She reminded me of how much I'd wanted the help of a spiritist, and said that there would be others in the future who would also need such help. Sophia said that without younger people like me learning the old ways, they would vanish forever, and that help would be lost to them. She told me that it might be my chance to make a difference for the future of the living. I told her that I would have to think on it. Then we got the reports that the soldiers who had gone back with me to Grandengart, and then gone south after General Kuno's forces, had been slaughtered. Magda gasped at the news. Slaughtered? All of them? Isidore nodded. It had been a trap. Sophia thought that the bodies the enemy took had been the bait for the trap. 2 men had escaped to tell what they saw. More like Kuno let them escape to spread fear. I think you're probably right. The men said that they were charging south and thought they were getting close when they were ambushed. All of our men, other than the 2 who had escaped, were killed or gravely injured. After the battle, Kuno's men tied all of our fallen soldiers together into bundles of a dozen or so, tied them by their wrists, and then fastened groups of them to the wagons of the dead from Grandengart. One of the 2 men said that it reminded him of stringers of dead fish. Kuno's army dragged all the dead and dying soldiers along with them, some of them still alive and screaming in pain or moaning in mortal agony. Magda was incredulous. I've never heard of an army hauling away the soldiers they'd killed. They harvested the dead, Isidore confirmed. As I have since heard that they have done in other places as well. At the time, I thought that maybe it was yet more bait to entice others to chase after them. In a way, I was right. After hearing about them taking the dead soldiers, I knew that I had to get Sophia to help. Something was going on that no one understood, but we all feared. I thought that the spiritist might be on the way to discover the truth. Sophia told me that if I agreed to learn the craft, then I would be able to draw more from the experience than simply having her report on what she saw. She said I would be able to see the truth I needed to know for myself, the truth that only I could grasp, the truth that only I could understand. Though the idea frightened me, I could no longer shy away from what I needed to do, so I agreed. Sophia then told me that the spirits had surely sent me to her for a reason, and there was a purpose, that I was meant for something. She began teaching me that very night. Chapter 29. How long did these lessons take? Magda asked. Less time than I had thought they would. Being the daughter of a sorceress and a wizard, I had a good start on what I needed to know. My father, in particular, had a lifelong fascination with the underworld. He had learned a lot in his adventuring, as he called it. Adventures dealing in where we all eventually had to end up, he would say. My mother would say that the adventure was just another name for trouble. Some people whispered that my father had a death wish. I knew that wasn't true, but I was fascinated by the fearless way he liked to challenge death. At the same time, I shared my mother's worry about it being trouble. His adventures were mostly experiments with spell forms, learning how the interplay with additive and subtractive magic worked. That was how he had learned so much. It was how he learned to balance on the cusp between worlds. That and racing horses on overland courses through dangerous countryside.
I see what you mean about him liking to challenge death, Magda said. Isidore confirmed it with a nod and a sigh.
He even taught other wizards about the things he had discovered, from a young age, much to the discomfort of my mother. He told me stories of his exploits with experimental magic and the enthralling things he'd uncovered and how the interaction between worlds worked. I would sit wide-eyed as he spun tales of riding the rim, as he called it. He said that he believed that life and death were connected in much the same way as additive and subtractive magic, depended upon each other to define their nature. He saw that connection in everything, even in something as elemental as light and dark. Consequently, he also saw such interdependence in simple things as well.
Simple things? Magda asked.
Like what?
Isidore lifted one shoulder in a matter-of-fact shrug.
Where I saw a shadow cast across the ground, he saw the shadow, but also what he called the negative shape created by the shadow. He said they were inextricably linked, locked together. The positive shape and the negative shape, each depending on the other to exist. He said that to truly appreciate one, you had to at least recognize the contribution of the other. Thus, he would tell me you need the dark to show light, so you didn't curse the darkness. You needed death to define life. Hence, the delight he found in his adventuring into areas others found terrifying. I guess you could say that his quest for understanding of the world of the dead contributed to a greater appreciation for life. My mother would roll her eyes when he would tell me about such things, but sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I would see her flash him a private smile. So, perhaps more than most, I already had a pretty good working knowledge of the grace, how it is drawn and how it functions, how magic itself is connected to creation and death through additive and subtractive magic, and how spell forms can draw on these elements for power. My father did not view different aspects of the world, such as life and the underworld, beyond the veil of life, as independent things, but rather as interdependent elements that were all part of a great, unified whole. In that way, he said, we were all part of all things. Sophia said that such an upbringing, learning, and understanding put me years ahead of most in becoming as a spiritist. She said that I had come to it as if it were my destiny, although she said that she didn't believe in fate. The hardest part of Sophia's lessons was that from my father's teachings, I was accustomed to thinking in terms of the whole, so learning not to see this world, but rather to exclude it from the whole, was difficult for me.
Magda frowned.
What do you mean, learning to exclude this world? To see into the spirit world, Sophia told me that I had to be able to look beyond what was around us in order to see into the other realm. While she didn't herself know if it was true or not, some people believe that the underworld was all around us, in the same place we existed. But at the same time it was separate, and so we couldn't see it. I can understand that now, that I am blind. I can hear things I never before knew were there, but always were. She blindfolded me for all of our lessons. She said that it would help me to learn more quickly. It was a few weeks after starting that she told me that it was time to venture on my first journey, to look into that other place. By then, of course, after all I had learned, the warnings, the cautions about the smallest mistakes, the grim stories of small things gone horrifically wrong, I was properly terrified. Sophia believed in safety through preparation. We drank teas in the morning to cleanse our auras, lest they snag on the veil and trap us. We took powerful herbs in the afternoon to dull our senses to the world around us, so we would not fail to see the dangers lurking in the dark world. In the evening, we began the soft chanting to condition our minds to open. The whole day, of course. In addition to the teas and herbs, we had been laying out spells and conjuring various forms of wards and protections. As the sun went down, we banked the fire. She said the flame was an anchor to this world, and that if anything went wrong, it could light our way back through the eternal night.
Isidore lifted an arm, gesturing around the room.
This is the reason, even though I am blind, that there are candles lit in here.
She smiled just a bit.
That, and of course so that others don't stumble and fall on me.
Magda wasn't able to appreciate the humor. So once you were ready, then what?
Sophia had me cut my finger and use blood to draw a grace around where we were to sit on the floor before the hearth.
Though Magda was not gifted, she had certainly spent a lot of time around the gifted. She had also been married to the first wizard. She knew full well the significance of drawing a grace in blood. A grace connected creation, the world of life, and the world of the dead via pathways of magic.
I remember that it was an overcast, windy night, and dark as pitch,
Isidore said in a tone half to herself, as if drifting back to that night.
The black world outside the 2 tiny windows of Sophia's home seemed foreboding and oppressive.
Isidore looked to be trying to return from her haunting memory. She paused to wave a dismissive hand.
None of the details would matter to you. Not being gifted, you likely wouldn't understand most of it anyway. The important thing is that we had to invoke the darkest forms of magic to summon up the darkness of the underworld. Then, we drew spells with subtractive threads that brought about the parting.
The parting?
In the veil to the underworld, she managed with difficulty.
Magda thought that Isidore looked at the edge of composure. She covered her mouth with a hand, as if in her mind's eye seeing again the horror of what she had seen that night. Her brow wrinkled into tight furrows, her chest heaved with each ragged breath. Magda realized that Isidore was sobbing in the only way she could, even though she had no tears. Feeling a sudden pang of sorrow for the woman, for her terrible loss and crushing loneliness, Magda lifted the cat and scooted around to sit close beside Isidore. Magda set the cat down to the side, where she stretched from her long nap. Magda put a comforting arm around the frail young woman. Isabel melted into the embrace, burying her face against Magda's shoulder. Magda held Isidore's head against her shoulder.
I'm sorry for asking you to recount such terrible memories.
Isidore pushed away, swallowing back her emotion.
No, I want to tell you. I've never had anyone to tell, except, of course, for the one who took my eyes from me. I want you to know, much like I had to know, what it means to be a spiritist, to practice such a sorrowful skill that puts you there in the midst of death. I understand, Magda said. I'm afraid that you really don't.
It wasn't said in a cruel or condescending way, merely as Isidore's expression of the simple reality.
I didn't understand myself until we actually pulled the veil of life aside and faced the unimaginable.
Magda listened to the silence for a while, then finally had to ask, "What did you see beyond that veil?" Isidore stared off blindly into the memory.
I saw a place of darkness beyond dark,
she finally said in a haunted voice.
An endless place of souls that would take forever to see, and yet I glimpsed it all in an instant. In that instant I saw what I had come to see, learned the truth I had come to learn, and I was horrified.
Horrified by seeing the world of the dead?
No,
Isidore said.
Horrified by the truth.
Chapter 30. I don't understand, Magda said. What truth did you see? For a time, the only sound was the sputtering of a few of the candles glowing around the room. The cat sat silently on her haunches, as if waiting to hear what Isidore would say.
I saw Joel there,
Isidore finally said.
His spirit, anyway. That much of it was a comfort. Seeing the light of his soul there, at peace.
Magda, her arm around the woman, squeezed Isidore's opposite shoulder. She didn't want to sound suspicious or disbelieving, but she found it hard to imagine. How is it possible, Isidore, considering how many millions upon millions of souls there are in the underworld, the souls of everyone who has ever lived and are there now in the world of the dead, and are all there now in the world of the dead, for you to be able to immediately see the one you were looking for, out of the multitude? Well, it's rather hard to explain, Isidore considered the question briefly. She frowned as she tilted her head up in thought. You know the way you could walk into a vast gathering in the keep, and despite how many hundreds and hundreds of people are there, you could always spot Baracus immediately, pick him right out of all those people? Magda smiled sadly at the memory. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do recall such events. It's something like that, Isidore said. It's not the same, but that's the only example that I can think of you might be able to grasp. Things don't work the same way in the underworld as they do here. Time, distance, numbers, things like that are all different there. It's like the same rules you were used to don't work that way there. Baracus traveled the underworld, Magda said, her mind wandering, just before he killed himself. She wondered what it had been like for him, what he had seen, and how it must have affected him. It's not the same for a spiritist. Isidore squeezed Magda's hand in sympathy. Baracus was a profoundly powerful wizard who journeyed through the world of the dead. We don't have that kind of power, and are not venturing into the underworld. A spiritist is only parting the veil just enough to look beyond for an instant, rather than going into that place, as Baracus did. A spiritist is a sorceress invoking her gift in a unique way. We are calling together a number of forces through spell forms, along with both additive and subtractive magic conjured to a very specific task. He was in that place. We are only looking in through a window. I see, Magda said. So when you looked through that window, what did you see? In that cauldron of magic, at the center of a storm of power, it all happens in an instant, yet that instant seems to last an eternity. In that terrible spark of time, I saw the truth. And what was the truth that so horrified you? Isidore bit her bottom lip as she gathered her courage. The truth that the others, the people of Grandingard who had died, were not there. Magda frowned and leaned in close to the woman. She was unsure exactly what Isidore had meant. You mean you couldn't find them? You couldn't tell in the vastness of the underworld that they were safe and at peace, like you could with Joel? Isidore shook her head emphatically. No, I mean they were not there. I still don't understand. They're dead. Of course they're there. Maybe you were only able to find Joel there, the way I could spot my husband across a room of people because you cared deeply about him, but you couldn't do the same with the others. No, Isidore said with forceful certainty. This is the truth that I saw in that instant. I saw that their souls were not in the eternal world of the dead. Their souls, their spirits, whatever you want to call them, were not in the underworld. Then where are they? I don't know, Isidore said. I've been looking for them ever since that day, and I have not yet found them. All I know is that the spirits of the people of Grandingard, the people whose bodies were harvested, are not in the world of the dead, and neither are the souls of the other bodies that have been harvested. The silence felt suffocating. Magda had to remind herself to take a breath. How can the dead, she finally asked, not be in the world of the dead? How is that possible? Chapter 31. That was the very thing I wanted to know, Isidore said. I knew as soon as I grasped the truth of it that I had to find the answer. But how? Magda swiped her hair back off her face. You said that you only hold the veil open for an instant. Yes, but in that moment where all that magic, all that power comes together, that spark of time seems to last an eternity. In a way, it isn't an instant at all. In a way, it is an infinitely large piece of forever. Magda felt as if she were getting lost. How can that be? The reason, as I had learned from my father, is that there is no time in the eternity of death. Because there is no beginning, no end. There is no way to measure how long you're there. But there still has to be a way to measure how long an event lasts. Time still exists. A day is still a day. Here, but not in the underworld. Here, time is finite. Days start and end. There, it's eternal night. I still don't understand, Magda said. Imagine encountering a rope stretched across your path. There is no beginning to your left and no end to your right. The rope is infinitely long. It started forever ago and runs on forever. How can you take a measured portion of it? A portion of infinity is a contradiction. How could you, for example, measure out a fourth of forever? If you try to cut a section out of such an eternal rope, it would be eternal, because the rope has no ends. So you cannot create them in something that does not have them as part of its nature. Just because you want a beginning and an end for your convenience, that does not mean that they exist. Well, they certainly exist here, in the underworld. Those beginnings and ends do not exist. In the center of that vortex of power, time itself does not exist. A minute, a day, a year, they are all the same. So in that eternity of time, that instant I was there in eternity. I had all the time I needed to search. In a way, I had forever. I searched forever. I tried to ask Joel's spirit where they were, but before I even began to form the question, he told me that they were not there. I saw people I knew from Grandengard, people who had died in the past before that terrible day Kuno's army arrived, people who had been old or sick, even a boy I had tried to help, but who had died of fever. None of them knew where the rest of the people were. The people of Grandengard who had died out on the road that day. Everyone I knew could only tell me that the others were not there. They were not in the underworld. How is that possible? Magda asked. How can they be dead but not dead? Isidore showed the slightest hint of a smile. That is the question that has led me to be down there, among the husks of the dead. The smile melted away, as if she were again lost in the vision of the memory. I saw tormented spirits, evil itself. Lost in the black sorrow of eternal darkness, I dared not let my attention linger too long on such entities, lest they pull me into everlasting night with them and tear my soul apart. I saw the glory of the good spirits. I saw them at peace and gentle light. I didn't want to disturb them, but I had to find the people who were missing. I had to ask them to help me, to tell me what they knew. One turned toward me then, and I saw that it was Sophia's spirit looking back at me through the soft golden glow. She said that I had already learned the truth. She said that there was nothing more to learn there. Magda's brow drew together. Sophia's spirit? How could Sophia's spirit turn and speak to you in the world of the dead? Isidore licked her lips. Because she was dead. What? Isidore cleared her throat. It was her final journey to the spirit world. I knew then that she would not be returning back through the veil with me. She had given me the answer, and it was as simple as could be. Magda was shaken to realize that Sophia, a woman she didn't know except through Isidore's story, had died on the quest. What do you mean the answer was as simple as could be? Isidore gently laid her hand on Magda's arm. It wasn't complicated at all. I had learned it the very first thing. They weren't there. The spirits of those people weren't in the underworld. That was the simple truth. If the simple truth is that they aren't there, in the underworld, then that would have to mean that their spirits are still here, in this world, and they haven't yet crossed over. Isidore's only answer was a hint of a smile. Chapter 32. Magda couldn't believe what she was hearing. Is that what you're saying? That the spirits of all those people are still here in this world? I mean, if they aren't really there in the world of the dead, then they could only be here, still in this world, still with us. She caught herself glancing around the room, half expecting to see spirits hovering around her. Is that what you're saying? Isidore pressed her lips together for a moment, but then finally answered, I'm afraid so. The truth is, though these people died, their spirits, their souls, have not yet been able to cross over to where they belong. Magda didn't know how that was even possible, or if it really was possible. It occurred to her that maybe they had crossed over to where they belonged, but then they had somehow been pulled back. But why? She wiped a weary hand across her face. She feared to imagine the reasons for such a thing. She couldn't begin to imagine the implications, the consequences. Her mind spun with a confusing tangle of thoughts. Isidore went on without Magda needing to prompt her. Sophia's spirit swept in closer then, her arms spread open like a falcon swooping in to stop right before me. Even though I knew Sophia, I was terrified, and felt as if I were frozen in place, unable to move. The spirit's eyes, Sophia's eyes, blazed with the same light that enveloped her. She stared out at me from the underworld and said, "You have the truth you came to find." I didn't know what to do. As if to answer, her spirit came closer yet, right up to my face, and said, "Find them." In that terrible instant, I had the answer I had come to find, the answer to everything I needed to know. I knew then what I had to do. I returned. Having learned the truth I had journeyed to find, I returned a spiritist, but I returned without the spirit of the woman who had taught me. I returned in her place, taking her place. Sophia lay dead beside me in the center of the grace, her hand clutching the blindfold she had used when she had taught me to be a spiritist. Magda could tell how much Isidore had come to like Sophia. She could see the grief etched in Isidore's sightless face. Magda felt terrible for Isidore that the search for answers had cost Sophia's life. "I'm sorry about your friend." Isidore smiled distantly. "Yes. She ended up being a good friend in many ways. She helped me learn what it was that I needed to do to help my people." Magda cocked her head. "Are you saying that in making this discovery that you thought it had become your duty to what? Somehow escort missing ghosts to the world beyond?" "I am saying that I know, then, that the battle wasn't over just because I had gone to the underworld and found part of the truth. The war that had started with the murder of the people of my town had only just begun. I realized then that I am a warrior in this struggle. But you, the same as you are here, because you, too, have become a warrior." "Me?" Isidore turned to Magda, almost as if she were able to look right into her eyes, the way Magda imagined that the spirit of Sophia had looked into Isidore's eyes. "You were wife to Baracus, but since he died, you too have been searching for answers to troubling questions. You too came here, to a spiritist, because you need to learn the truth. You too want answers from beyond the grave, not unlike your husband had done. You do these things because you have the spirit of a warrior. Though you are not gifted, you have knowledge, abilities, and heart that make you a uniquely capable individual. You may think that anyone would do the things you do, such as confronting the council, but in fact they wouldn't. They couldn't. Only you could do the things that you have done, and you may be the only one now able to uncover the terrible truth. Make no mistake, Magda Cirrus, the enemy fears you, and with good reason, even if you don't know it." "Fears me?" "Yes, that is the mantle you have taken up. By coming here, seeking a way to find the truth, you too have shown yourself to be a warrior. You have also shown yourself to be dangerous to them." Magda remembered all too well then, how the dream walker had been there, lurking in her mind, and then had tried to kill her. "I guess I have. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I guess I have. I'm not even gifted. But they, for some reason, don't want me looking for the truth. The journey to reveal the truth sometimes takes us to places we never expected to go," Isidore said. "But it is vital that the right person walks that path, because we are fighting against those who can enter our minds and steal our souls. Perhaps they see, somehow, that you are the right person, and so they fear you. Because they fear you, they will come after you." Magda couldn't argue. From the day up to the outer keep wall, when she decided that she wanted to live, she knew that she was seeking something essential. Chapter 33. "So where did your journey to discover the truth take you after you returned and found Sophia dead?" Magda asked. Isidore gently ran a hand along the silky back of the cat curled up between them.
After I buried Sophia, I stayed at her house for a time, making several more journeys to the spirit world. In doing so, I came to realize that my battle was not there in the world of spirits, but here, in the world of the living. I knew that I had to find help where our fight is centered.
You came to see the council, Magda guessed. Isidore confirmed it with a nod.
I came to report what I had learned. I requested to speak before a session closed to the general public. I felt that my information, if spread among people who didn't understand such things, might cause a panic. I wanted to speak only to other gifted, only to those who had some understanding of the work of a spiritist. I finally found myself in the council chambers, standing in line in a closed session, waiting my turn to speak. I had thought that such a closed session would be more private than it actually turned out to be. Even a closed session has a sizable crowd of important people. All of them, it seemed, were there with news, reports, or concerns about the war. A number of Army officers started out with confidential reports on battles along with details of intelligence that had been gathered. I could hear only bits and pieces, but I grasped the general nature of their reports. A number of wizards then brought forth information on what was being discovered about new weapons of magic we are up against. I could only hear bits of that as well, but what I could hear was frightening enough. Other gifts had proposals that needed approval, mostly for weapons of our own. Some of the officers and wizards, as they reported on enemy activity, leaned in and spoke in low voices as council members gathered in close, listening in stony silence to what I couldn't hear at all. I didn't have to hear what they were saying, though. I could read the worry on the faces of the council, worry that the war was not going well. After the war reports, an old wizard not far ahead of me in line limped up when it was his turn and spoke at length on the need to create another sliff so that we could quickly get information from place to place, out ahead of the enemy.
Magda recoiled at the very idea of them creating another. She was not at all fond of the sliff. As far as she was concerned, the one they had was one too many. She forced her mind back to listening to Isidore's story. The council elder was respectful, but told the man that it had been a great deal of effort to create the sliff, and it had ended up causing trouble that no one had anticipated. The wizard started to argue his case, but the council elder cut him off, saying that when the war started, the enemy had found their way into the keep through the sliff. Magda clearly recalled the ensuing carnage. Baracus had ordered that one of the gifted guard the sliff at all times to prevent anyone from again slipping in to attack them. She knew one of the wizards, Quinn, who was assigned the lonely task of standing watch over the sliff. He had grown up with Magda in Idendrill. It was a grim duty guarding the sliff. Quinn didn't seem to mind. He said it gave him time to write in his journals. He was fond of recording details about events at the keep, information about people he knew, and his thoughts on the state of political intrigue. Magda had asked if she could one day read his journals. He promised that she could, but said she would likely be bored. The old wizard hadn't known about this breach and fell to stunned silence. Isidore said. They thanked him, but denied the request. They told him to instead create some additional journey books to help with his communication problems. As the old wizard bowed and departed, the next man in line, right ahead of me, impatiently stepped up. He was a tall, broad-shouldered wizard, not much older than me. He wore a beautiful sword, a rare thing for a wizard to do. That's why I noticed it. Nor did he wear the more common robes that most wizards wear. Since I was next in line behind him, I was able to hear the entire conversation. The faces of the council turned sour at the sight of the young man. One of the councilmen asked, "What is it this time, Merritt?" Magda remembered the name. The wizards that Tilly and she had encountered in the dark passageways earlier that day had told them that Merritt had just gotten some more men killed. They had been quite angry about Merritt's refusal to help. Merritt told the council that he was now confident that his method to create a person who could elicit truth was achievable. Isidore tilted her head toward Magda.
That caught my attention.
It did Magda's as well, but for a different reason. Magda had never liked the idea of altering people with magic. The council only listened briefly before interrupting him to say that they'd heard his proposal before, and in their judgment, his idea was beyond the ability of any wizard. Merritt insisted that since he had last talked with them, he had studied every aspect of the process, and then worked through an extensive series of verification webs to satisfy himself that he was right. He said that not only was it achievable, he believed he could do it. He told them that the purpose was critical enough that it needed to be pursued. They agreed about the theoretical value of the objective, but asked if he thought it was possible. Why hadn't he done it? Why hadn't he already succeeded in accomplishing such a thing? Merritt said that he would first need some arcane celestial calculations to complete the process, and then a willing subject. They asked what celestial calculations he needed. I couldn't hear his answer, but several members of the council laughed. Another smacked a hand on the table in anger and told Merritt that he was out of his mind. Merritt was not cowed when they told him that the existence of such templates were only speculation. In a clear, quiet voice, he told them that he knew what he was doing. He said that he had been able to learn through his research that such occulted calculations would have to exist. He said that he was sure that the formulas from before the star shift had survived. He said that at the least there had to be charts for a 7th-level breach from which he could plot his own templates. Merritt assured them if he could get the rest of what he needed, he could create a weapon, a person, who could infallibly pull truth from any lie. All the councilmen started talking at once, and the elder interrupted them and told Merritt that based on what he had heard and what he knew, the attempt to create such a weapon would likely result in the death of the subject. He said that the enemy took such risks with lives, but we did not. Merritt didn't answer. He stood with his back straight and let the other councilmen similarly denounce his ideas. By the things they were saying, I'm not sure that the council even understood Merritt's concepts. The things he was talking about were well over my head. Yet I was able to grasp sparks of his brilliance in the things he said, but I don't know enough to judge the accuracy of Merritt's claims. The council certainly didn't seem to think highly of them. The elder asked if he was correct about the danger to the subject. Merritt was silent for a time and then quietly said that while he was confident that he could do it, he had always been honest about the lethal risks involved. But he asked them how many would die without his weapon. They sat back in their chairs, unable or unwilling to say. The elder finally leaned forward again and said that there was nothing they could do to help him, because they didn't know if such 7th-level riff calculations even existed. But if they did, the council didn't possess them. Merritt then said that since the council wasn't able to provide him with the zenith formulas he needed, he would have to go to the first wizard himself. Several councilmen laughed and said that he could try. Magda now knew why she had recalled the name Merritt. When she had heard it back in the passages, on the way to see the spiritist, she remembered Baracus coming home after a private meeting that had unsettled him. Magda had asked what troubled him. He had stood at the window looking out at the moon for a long time before he finally said that a brilliant wizard had come to see him, seeking some valuable and rare rift calculations for creating a 7th-level breach. Magda hadn't known what that meant, but there was no doubt in her mind as to the seriousness of the issue. She asked if Baracus had given the man what he needed. Baracus had said, I couldn't give Merritt the formulas he needs. I wish I could. But all the breach calculations are locked away in the Temple of the Winds, out of reach in the underworld. Magda knew, in Isidore's story, that Merritt was not destined to get what he needed by visiting the first wizard. Finally, Isidore went on. The elder suggested to Merritt that he go back to work on lesser tasks until he could come up with something worthwhile, something not outside the realm of possibility. When Merritt passed me on his way out, I could see that his jaw was set and his teeth were clenched. His fist was tightly gripped around the wire-wound hilt of his sword.
I felt sorry for him because I heard something in his voice that I liked.
Magda came out of her thoughts and glanced over at the woman.
What do you mean?
Isidore shrugged.
I don't know. Sincerity. Competence. I could tell that he knew what he was talking about, even though the council wasn't taking him seriously. And his eyes.
What about his eyes? Isidore shrugged self-consciously.
I don't know. They were an unusual color, for one thing, on the green side of hazel, but it was what I could see in his eyes that caught me up. When he looked at me, I was stopped dead by his gaze. It was like he could look right into my soul. Even though he was quietly angry at the council's rejection of his request, there was still something gentle about his eyes. Through the anger in them, I could also see his compassion.
Even in the soft candlelight, Magda could see that Isidore was blushing.
He made you feel safe, she guessed.
Isidore nodded,
and I felt bad for him. I thought they were failing to recognize his true ability, his potential. I guess that because I'm a young sorceress, I know what it feels like to have people not take you seriously, when you really do know what you're talking about. Sophia had taken me seriously, but few others ever did.
What about your meeting with the council? Magda asked. Did they agree to help you?
Isidore let out a deep sigh. When my turn came, the council sympathized with my story but said that there was nothing they could do about the tragedy. I suspected that they didn't entirely believe me. I can't say that I blamed them. Most people, even most wizards, don't really know much about the underworld. So the council couldn't grasp the significance, the danger, of the things I was telling them any more than they could grasp the insights Merit had brought them. My father would have. But these men hadn't spent a lifetime studying the underworld the way he had. The council's view was that as tragic as it was, the people from Grandincourt were dead and therefore beyond help. The elder said that they needed to worry about the living. No one in the council could see that my discovery had a direct bearing on the living, and especially on keeping the living alive. The elder looked me in the eye and said that they had a great many important things to worry about, though he didn't say it. I got the distinct impression that he meant to scold me for wasting their time. I said that with the war growing day by day, I completely understood, but as a sorceress and a spiritist, I believed that this had something important to do with that war, and that it was somehow tied into it all. I said that I feared there was more going on than anyone was aware of, and that we were all at far greater peril than anyone realized.
Magda had been before the council a number of times and knew full well their capacity for detachment.
What did they say? Well, after a moment's thought, the elder leaned back in his chair and suggested that perhaps I could find a wizard willing to help me. He said that if I could find such a wizard, I was welcome to his help. One of the other councilmen chuckled and suggested that I seek the help of young wizard Merit, and maybe I could take his mind off his daydreaming.
Magda was afraid that she knew all too well what had happened next.
Chapter 34. So, Isidore said, considering the possibilities of what the enemy could be doing with the bodies they had harvested, and what they might be doing to prevent the spirits of those poor people from finding their rightful way into the spirit world, and why they would do such ghastly things, I decided that my best chance was to look for Wizard Merit.
Magda was not liking where the story was going, especially since she already knew that a wizard had taken Isidore's eyes, and it seemed that Merit was a man already engaged in the secretive business of altering people with magic into something other than the way they were born. She knew that some such alterations were relatively minor, but some, like the Sliff, were monstrous transformations.
Inquiring where I could find Merit, I began to learn that people didn't laugh at him the way the council had. People were afraid of Merit.
Magda was surprised by this news, especially in light of the way the council had dismissed him.
Afraid of him? You mean because he alters people into weapons? Well, yes, to an extent. But it's actually more than that. They are afraid of him because he's a maker.
A maker? Magda leaned in. Are you sure? She knew that the things made by such wizards often frighten people, and with good reason. She also knew that true makers were exceedingly rare and opinions of them tended to be contentious. She was beginning to better understand why the council hadn't wanted to deal with Merritt. Isidore nodded.
That's one of his gifted talents. He makes all sorts of things. Everything from exquisite leather bindings, heavily invested with wards for books of magic, to piles of edged weapons that cut in ways that steel alone can't, to complex metal creations I couldn't even begin to describe, and can only wonder at. He even carves beautiful statues from marble. His place was littered with an array of metal objects left all over the floor, sitting around the statues and piled in corners. There were knives stacked on some tables and swords neatly arranged on others. I'd never seen the likes of it in my life. It reminded me a bit of the blacksmith places I've seen, except cleaner and, I don't know, more refined, I guess.
Magda smiled. I'm familiar with strange objects left in corners. My husband was a maker, though I rarely heard that name applied to him.
Really?
Isidore asked.
Baracus was a maker as well as a war wizard.
Magda nodded. When I met him, he was already first wizard, so that's the way people referred to him, the way they thought of him. In fact, people were hesitant about calling him a maker, so they were eager to refer to him as first wizard. Despite his duties and responsibilities, Magda said, Baracus was always making things. He would often sit at a work table late at night and craft the most intricate things I've ever seen, yet I always knew that some of those things, despite how beautiful they may have been, were actually quite deadly. Not long after we were married, I asked him why, with so many responsibilities and other things to do, he took the time to sit at the table and make things. He smiled and said that he was a maker, and driven to make things.
That's a maker,
Isidore said.
That's the way they are. Creativity in large and small ways defines their nature in everything they do.
When he had first mentioned that he was a maker, Magda had confessed to Baracus that although she'd heard whispers about makers, she didn't really know much about them. At that time, a lot of things having to do with his abilities were a mystery to her. He had patiently explained how the gift manifested itself in various ways in different people. He said that as a war wizard, his gift contained a number of these discrete elements. Magda had been surprised. She'd always thought that being a war wizard was a unique talent in and of itself. She remembered him smiling and saying that a war wizard's power was not a singular ability, but its strength actually came from a combination of components. He explained that prophecy sometimes guided a war wizard if combat was called for. Such a man could envision a battle plan, or wield a blade, or sometimes focus the force of his rage into destructive power, or do the opposite and call forth his ability to heal the gravely injured. He said that in his case, if a stronghold and defenses were needed to protect people, he also knew how to build them because he was a maker. All of those things and more, added together, he said, made up his unique ability as a war wizard. She recalled how his eyes lit up when he explained that makers were more, though. They were actually artists, he said. And true artistic ability was as rare among the wizards as it was among those without the gift. And, like true artistic ability, a lot of people thought they had it, but few actually did. According to Baracus, this genuine artistic ability enabled exceptional makers to use magic in creative ways that others had never imagined. He said that all the new spells, all new forms of magic, all new uses for spells were first envisioned by these kinds of makers. Baracus had told her that while a number of wizards could make things, the same as the ungifted could make things, it was this component of artistic ability in creating new things that took it to another level and made true makers more rare than true prophets. That was also part of the reason that people feared them. They could conceive of and conjure what had never before been done. New things were frequently treated with suspicion, while new things having to do with magic were usually treated with great suspicion. Baracus held that without makers, magic would stagnate, its scope left to accidental discoveries and to those who learned what to do through rules, formulas, and methods. Without that element of imaginative artistic ability, the gifted couldn't expand on magic or build it into new forms. Without makers to show them new ways, show them new forms of magic, the gifted were left with doing only that which had been done before. Magda had always heard that there were rules and procedures that had to be followed in order to make magic work properly. She thought it must be rather like baking bread, that it had to be done correctly. She asked Baracus how a maker could get magic to work properly if they weren't following rules, formulas, and methods. He laughed and asked how she thought all those things arose in the first place. Where did the rules originate? Where did the formulas come from? How were the methods first discovered? Who created the first shield? Who first used the gift to mend a broken bone? Who first cast wizard's fire? Makers, Baracus told her, first conceived of all those things and more. They created forms of magic that others then went on to mimic and copy and use. What was at first remarkable in this way became common, eventually acquiring rules and formulas and methods. But it was the creativity of makers that first showed the way. Makers created new recipes, as it were. Those who couldn't wield magic creatively had to follow the recipe someone gave them. Magda remembered the passion in his voice as he told her about such things. Making things was in his soul. Creating new things seemed to be his spark of life. Baracus told me that without makers there would be no new conjuring, and magic would be forever confined to simple things that were endlessly copied. He said that it takes makers to think up and create what never before existed. Isidore smiled as she nodded. That's the secret about magic that most people, even most of the gifted, don't really understand. The things created by a maker are endlessly imitated and copied to the point where people cease to think about where such things originated. People who have lived with a particular form of magic their entire life tend to assume that it always existed. I guess that's because true makers, such as my husband, are so exceedingly rare. You are a rare person as well, Magda Cirrus. You seem to know more on the subject than even most of the gifted that I've ever encountered. I would never have understood about makers either had it not been for Baracus teaching me about them. It was a subject close to my heart. Magda shook her head as she remembered some of the things Baracus had done. He made such beautiful things. I still have all his tools. Since he died, I sometimes go to his work table and pick them up, trying to feel a bit of him. Isidore was smiling as she listened. I wish I could have known him. Magda's own smile ghosted away. Some of the things he made, I feared. Isidore frowned. Really? Like what? Magda stared off into her memories. At the start of the war, Baracus created an achingly handsome amulet of precious metals surrounding a blood-red ruby. Despite its mastery, its beauty, its intricacy, that amulet was at the same time invested with meaning I couldn't begin to understand. Yet I knew how important its meaning had to be to Baracus because he always wore it. One night, after a particularly disturbing report from some of his wizards, I found him again at the window, staring out at the moon. I knew that he was thinking, as he often did, about the Temple of the Winds, off in the underworld. He was clutching that amulet in his fist. I asked him what the amulet meant to him, what its meaning was. At first I thought he wasn't going to answer, but then in a haunting voice he said that it represented the dance with death. I was rather horrified by that. He said the dance with death was the way of a war wizard. I sat on the floor beside him that night, him standing, staring out the window, me with my back leaning against the wall beneath it, while I held his hand, as he held his private thoughts close, and that amulet in his other hand. He was a remarkable man, a man that in many ways I don't think I really knew, and now he's gone. Isidore gently touched her arm. Magda came out of her thoughts to look over at the spiritist. I'm hoping that you will soon know his spirit. At least enough to bring me the answers I need, or at least answers that can guide me in the right direction. Isidore gave Magda's arm a sympathetic squeeze. "We will find your answers, Magda. You found your way to the right person, a person with the right kind of vision." Chapter 35. Magda put thoughts of Baracus out of her mind as she returned to the matter at hand. She couldn't bring herself to ask Isidore if Merritt had been the one to take her eyes. She skirted the subject and asked something else instead, to steer the conversation back to the subject at hand. "So what about you? What happened with Merritt? Was he able to help you with your efforts to find the lost souls of Grandengard?" "Well, when I finally found his place." She pointed a finger toward the ceiling. "Up under the southern rampart of all places, Merritt seemed to be distracted by his own problems. But he was kind enough to allow me in and at least listen to my story. He listened as you have, and far more seriously than the council had. I guess people closer to your own age are more inclined to take you seriously. He didn't say much as I told him what had happened. He stared down at that beautiful sword of his, lying on a table, as he listened. He asked a few questions, though, and I got the sense from those questions that, perhaps even more than me, he considered the implications of bodies being taken, and worse, their spirits missing from the underworld, to be quite ominous. In a way, his concern made me worry even more and served to reinforce my conviction in what I knew I had to do. When I finished with my story, he asked what it was I thought he could do to help. I told him that I believed that there was a threat that everyone was ignoring. He didn't argue the point. I told him that because of my abilities as a sorceress and a spiritist, I thought I had a unique understanding of the problem, an understanding that the council was not taking seriously. He seemed in harmony with that as well. I told him that while I believed the enemy was somehow meddling with the world of the dead, I at first had not been able to come up with any solution to finding the truth until I finally began to consider how I could use my ability to do what had never needed doing before. I told him how I had eventually come to understand that I needed to search the world of life for the dead, and for that I needed a new way to use my abilities, a way that had never been conceived of before. Up until that moment, he had listened with great interest to the things I was telling him, but now he was even more intently focused. Magda had no doubt of that. Isidore smiled self-consciously. I guess that I was trying to appeal to his nature as a maker, trying to talk to him in a language he would understand and appreciate. It seemed to be working, as he was acutely interested in what I was telling him. Finally, I told him that I had come at last to understand what was needed. I told him that I needed to have a new way to see what no other could. And to do that, I needed to have my vision of this world removed. To see, I had to first be blinded. I said that I wanted him to do it. Merritt was shocked and angered by my unexpected request. He refused to listen to anything else I had to say. He ushered me to the door and sent me away. Magda, for the first time, thought better of Merritt. Over the course of time, I had gradually become used to the idea of trading one kind of sight for another, and had accepted its necessity. I was used to the idea, but I realized that it was a shocking request to make of Merritt, so for a while I left him alone to think about the things I had told him. I knew that he needed time to absorb it all. After a while, I went back to see him. I would have liked to have given him more time to consider the situation, but I knew that time was working against me, against all of us. Before he could say anything or send me away, I asked him to first tell me one thing. He folded his arms and looked down at me, waiting for me to pose the question. He's a tall man. You are more his size than me. For a moment, I had trouble summoning my voice under the scrutiny of his hazel eyes. I finally did, of course, and asked him to tell me why General Kuno's forces would take the corpses of our people. He stared down at me for a long time. Finally, he told me, in a quiet voice, that he feared to imagine. I told him that I did as well and asked him to allow me to explain. He at last stepped aside from his doorway and allowed me in. I again told him that I needed to be blind, anticipating what he might say, and before he had a chance, I told him that I needed to be really blind, not blindfolded, in order to see what I needed to discover.
I explained that I was searching for the answers to real problems and I couldn't use pretend methods. Merritt told me that if I wanted to be blind so bad, all I had to do was stab out my own eyes. I remember him pacing around his room, gesturing with his arms as he told me that he would be cursed with a lifetime of nightmares if he were to do such a dreadful thing. He said that it was a cruel request for me to make of someone. He grew more and more angry as he paced. He finally told me again to leave, and said that if I decided to stab my eyes out for such a crazy cause, I would be doing him a great favor if I made sure that he never learned of it. As he held my arm and led me to his door, I told him that if he cared at all about the people who had been slaughtered, and all those I feared would be slaughtered, he needed to listen to me. I insisted that he wasn't understanding what I was saying or what I was asking for. He finally calmed down and let go of my arm. He leaned back against a table covered in swords, all neatly laid out on a red velvet cloth. He picked out one particularly stunning sword from a raised place at the center and held the wire-wound hilt tightly in both fists as he rested the sword's point firmly on the floor. He then looked up at me and said he was listening. It was a warning that it was my last chance. I told him that it was not actually blindness that I sought. I was actually seeking vision. When he frowned, I went on and told him that of course I could blind myself, but I could not give myself the sight I needed, so it would be pointless to do so. Even more curious, he leaned forward a bit and asked what I meant. I told him that being blind to this world was only half of it, the easy half. I said that what I really needed was a wizard with enough of an imagination and ability to be able to create a new kind of vision. I told him that I needed to be invested with a singular ability, the ability to see what no one else could. Magda arched an eyebrow. I would imagine that by then, with him being a maker, you had his full attention. I did indeed, Isidore confirmed. He began to realize that I was not asking him to blind me so much as I was asking him to take my vision so that he could replace it with a new kind of sight, a better kind of sight, the kind of sight that no one had ever conceived of before. I told him that in my mind, my vision had already been taken by the enemy. They had blinded me to spirits so that I could not fight against them. This was about getting the vision I needed so that I could fight back. I told Merritt that I needed him to create in me the ability to be able to hunt spirits in this world. Chapter 36. Magda watched Isidore silently rubbing a thumb on the side of her knee for a moment, gathering her thoughts before she went on. Magda could not imagine what it must have been like for this woman, all alone, haunted by her calling of working with the spirit world, and by the spirits that were missing from it. Despite how thin and frail she looked, this was a woman of enormous determination. I remember the last day I had normal sight, Isidore finally said. Seeing the woman's courage flag as her jaw trembled for just a moment, Magda placed a reassuring hand on Isidore's back, but said nothing. Isidore spoke softly as she picked up the story. After giving him the details he would need, all the things I knew as a spiritist that he would likely be unaware of, I'd let Merritt work on the problem. I had told him that it was in his hands and asked him to come to me when he was ready. He worked for weeks. Not once did I go to see him. I let him create what he would in his own way. Merritt hated the thought of taking my eyes, he truly did, but he understood that I wasn't really asking to be blind. I was actually asking for something far greater than the sight we are all born with. I was asking for wizard-created sight. Magda stared at the candle flames wavering slowly as they burned, trying to imagine such a thing, trying to imagine what she would feel like, knowing that she was about to be changed forever by a wizard's power. She knew from Baracus that when a wizard changed a person in such a way, there could be no going back. Such changes could not be reversed. One day, a messenger delivered a note. It was from Merritt, saying that he was ready and would arrive shortly. It asked that I be ready. Isidore took a deep breath, letting it out with a sigh. I remember how my heart started hammering when he knocked on my door that day. My heart was pounding against my ribs, and I could hear each beat whooshing in my ears. I had to stop for a moment, hold on to the back of a chair, and make myself slow my breathing before I went to the door when he would finally arrive. I had gone over everything countless times as I waited. The waiting had been agony, but I knew that the last thing I wanted was to rush him. I needed him to get it right. I remember frantically looking at everything on my way to the door, trying to take it all in, trying to remember what everything looked like. I tried to remember the shape of the pottery bowl on the table, the simple design of the chair, the grain of the wooden table. It was a small place, but I had arranged the few pieces of furniture in it so that once I could no longer see, I would be able to get around and find things fairly easily. I had tried to anticipate every aspect of being blind, tried to set things out that I would need to find, move things that might trip me, ready everything I could think of. Still, despite my preparations, I was terrified. I had several scarves laid out in a line on my small sleeping mat. I'd selected them because they were each a different color. For some reason, color seemed more important to me, more dear to me than anything else. I desperately wanted to remember color. I had tied knots in the ends of each scarf, a different number of knots for each different color. 1 knot meant that it was a red scarf, 2 knots was brown, 3 green, and so on. I don't really know why I thought that was so important, considering that it could make no difference if I couldn't actually see the color. But I remember being panicked. That I might forget what color looked like, what flowers looked like, what sunlight looked like, what a child's smile looked like. I guessed that those scarves, with the knots in the ends, were my connection to all those things. They were my talisman to recall what color looked like, and so much more. Magda felt tears running down her cheeks and dripping off her jaw. She tried to imagine eyes in the sunken hollows Isidore was left with. She must have been a beautiful woman, with big, beautiful eyes looking out from a beautiful soul. I plucked up those scarves on the way to the door. I held them in a death grip, as if I could somehow hold on to color itself. Isidore cocked her head, as if recalling the scene. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see that Merritt's eyes were red. To this day, that, and not the scarf with 1 knot, is my memory of red. He told me in a quiet voice that he had figured out how to do what it was I wanted. He asked if I was sure, if I still wanted to go through with it. In answer, I took up his hand, kissed it, and held it to my cheek for a moment as I thanked him for what he was about to do. He nodded without saying anything. I was joyous for the lost souls that I hoped to be able to find. Merritt was miserable. He had a roll of papers he brought along with him. He unfurled them on the table, and I saw that each one had some kind of drawings all over it. He arranged them just so, putting various pieces where they belonged so that together they became parts of a larger drawing. When it was all arranged, I could see that he had drawn what looked to be a complex maze with odd symbols at various places. A maze? Magda managed to ask, without the tears surfacing in her voice. Isidore nodded. I asked him what he thought he was doing. I told him that drawings for a maze had nothing to do with the new kind of sight that I needed. He straightened then, he is an imposing man, and asked what I thought I was going to do. Walk all over the new world looking for ghosts? Look in dark corners and under beds? He said that it wasn't enough to be able to see such spirits as I was hunting. He said that I needed something more to help me find them. He said that he had not merely thought of a way to create a new kind of sight so that I could see them, but a way that might attract them, draw them to me. I was stunned. It was brilliant. I hadn't thought it through, thought about how I would actually search. But Merritt had. He had considered the entirety of the problem, and he'd come up with a way for me not only to see spirits, but to draw the dead to me. Magda glanced around the circular room.
imagining what was out beyond, remembering the way she had come in through the maze to find Isidore's place. "You mean to say that Merritt designed this maze down here? That maze out there, that confusing place with all the dead ends, all the twists and turns, all the confusing passageways, all the hanging cloth, and the empty rooms?" "That's right." "I don't understand. How can it help you? Why the passageways to nowhere that dead end? The hanging panels of cloth, the empty rooms, what's the purpose?" "To make them feel safe," Isidore said. Magda blinked in surprise. "To make the spirits feel safe?" "That's right. The dead ends make them feel a sense of safety, feel that others can't sneak up on them. The cloth gives them the comforting sense of being shrouded. Did you notice that the cloth panels have protection spells either painted on them or woven into the fabric? Most of it is very faint, but spirits can see them. Or maybe they are aware of the spells in their own way." "I guess I hadn't noticed," Magda said. "Some of those spells on the hanging fabric are my own creation, born of my work as a spiritist. They're powerful and significant." Isidore leaned toward Magda a bit. "The dead must heed them. And the empty rooms?" "The rooms are refuges that give the dead a sense of place. It has to be hard for them, not knowing where they belong. The rooms are empty so that the spirits don't feel like they are intruding into someone else's place. You see, the whole maze is a sanctuary for the spirits who find themselves trapped in this world. That day in my room, standing over the papers, Merritt said that he knew the right place to build such a sanctuary. He said that it would be down in the lower reaches of the keep, below the crypts, where there were countless dead laid to rest. The crypts, he said, were a place of such specific energy that spirits trapped in this world would already tend to haunt that area. He said that the refuge he would build below would then draw them into me. He said then that he would personally oversee the construction." Isidore swallowed. I knew what he meant. He meant that it was time for him to first take my sight. "I don't see how you could allow a wizard to alter you in such a way," Magda said, unable to contain her emotion any longer. "Sometimes it is necessary to step beyond what you have known and to reach for something more." Magda had intended not to bring her own views into the conversation. After all, what was done, but she couldn't help herself. "I'm sorry, Isidore, but I can't see how you could allow it. How could you stand to give up so much? How could you allow a wizard to alter you from the way you were born?" Isidore smiled then. "It's not that way at all, Magda. You were born unable to speak a language. Without people changing you from that natural, unaltered state, you would to this day not understand the spoken word, or be able to communicate." "That's different," Magda said. "A person is born with the potential to change, to learn, to grow. It's not always an easy step to take. You were changed by being taught to read and write. Reading and writing aren't natural abilities. They were instilled in you. Aren't you happy that people cared enough to change you so that you would be better than you were born, and thus have a better life? Aren't you better for it? Didn't the struggle make you stronger?" Magda swiped back her short hair. "But Isidore, he took your sight. How could you stand to lose—" "No," Isidore said, holding up a finger to cut Magda off. "It's not that way at all. Yes, I lost something. But I gained something truly remarkable. I gained far more than I lost. Do you know that I've never again bothered to hold those scarves with the knots?" "Why not?" "Because I don't need them. That memory is the past. I can see so much more now." Magda frowned. "What do you mean, see what?" Isidore lifted an arm, slowly sweeping it around the room. "Well, I can see." The cat hissed as she suddenly jumped to her feet and rose up onto her toes. Isidore's arm halted in place. The cat arched her back high. Her black hair stood on end as her mouth opened wide. Her muzzle drew back, exposing her teeth as she hissed. Magda blinked at the cat. "Shadow, what's the matter with you?" "You should run," Isidore whispered. Magda looked up. "What?"
"Run."
Chapter 37. Magda sprang to her feet, following Isidore up. Shadow's black fur stood out straight, making her look bigger than she really was. Her tail puffed out to twice as fat as normal. Hissing with her fangs bared, she looked ferocious. Isidore swept her arm out, pushing Magda behind her. "It's too late to run. It's in the hallway." Magda thought that her own hair might stand on end along with the cat's. "What's in the hall?" A gust of wind swept in low along the floor and then up through the room, swirling around the wall, extinguishing all the candles. The air turned icy, as if someone had opened the door into the dead of winter. The cat growled in a way that Magda had never before heard a cat growl. It was a ferocious, feral sound. The frigid, whirling breeze died away, leaving the room to settle into murky stillness. Fortunately, the shield door on Magda's lantern had been closed. The flame hadn't been blown out by the strange gust of wind, so it was still providing some light. But sitting off to the side as it was, and with the shield door closed, it wasn't much help at lighting the uncomfortably dark room. Magda squinted, trying her best to see in the dim light, looking for any sign of movement, something out of place, something that didn't belong. She didn't see anything that would have Isidore and the cat in such a state of alarm, but it was so difficult to see in the near darkness that she couldn't be sure that there wasn't something she might be missing. Using an outstretched arm, Isidore began backing Magda through the room, following the curve of the circular wall. The blind woman was obviously able to tell quite well where she was in the darkness. Now it was Magda who was at the disadvantage. Magda pulled her knife. With her other hand she clutched Isidore's arm, so if she had to, she could pull the spiritist back out of harm's way. Even though Magda knew how to use the weapon to defend herself, with the unseen nature of the threat, the knife offered less comfort than she would have hoped. Not seeing anything, Magda leaned close and whispered, "Maybe we should go into the back room." Isidore had both arms out, crouched a bit, as if she, too, was readying herself to fight the invisible opponent. "No," Isidore said. "If we go back there, we'll be even farther from the way out. We would be trapped." "Trapped by what?" Magda asked, holding her knife out as she scanned the room to both sides. "I don't see anything." Isidore came to a slow, fluid stop as she crossed her lips with a finger, urging silence. Slowly, quietly, each step taken with care, Isidore began ushering Magda closer to the side of the room, all the while facing the entrance. For the first time, Magda heard something coming from the entry hall. The strange sound sent goosebumps tingling up her arms. It sounded like fingernails dragging along stone. The cat, facing the black maw of the entrance hall, hissed and growled even louder. Magda didn't know if Shadow intended on making an escape or attacking whatever it was that she and Isidore had first sensed in the entry. With a sudden roar that made Magda gasp, a dark shape burst out of the blackness of the hall and into the room. In the dim light, Magda could see that it was a man. As Magda brought her knife up, Isidore ignited a bolt of power between her palms that lit the room in blinding flash of light. In that flash, Magda saw that the man didn't look the way she had expected. The folds of skin on his face seemed dry and stretched. It was difficult to see clearly in the crackling flashes of light, so she couldn't be sure exactly what she had seen. His scraps of clothes were dark and clung tightly, as if stuck to him. Isidore flicked her hands, casting the sizzling point of light toward the intruder. The cat screeched and sprang for his face. A dark arm caught the cat in midair and flung it aside. At the same time, the bolt of power that Isidore sent flying at the man seemed to glance uselessly off the dark figure as he advanced through the room. Stone shattered where the flickering light of Isidore's power hit the wall, sending shards flying and dust boiling up. Isidore didn't waste any time. Another bolt of powerful light ignited. This time, Magda had to turn her face away from the searing heat that slammed into the advancing figure. The shimmering heat turned to white vapor as he pushed through it without slowing. "Try to get around him and run," Isidore said. "I'm not leaving without you," Magda told her as she tried to think of a way they could get past the hulking man. "Forget about me. I am already lost," Isidore yelled as she pushed Magda back. "You're not lost." Magda regained her footing and seized Isidore's arm. "We both have to get out of here. We can't both get away." "Yes, we can. Hold my arm. When I cut him, that will give us an opening. Stay with me." "You will only have one chance," Isidore said, ignoring Magda's command and shaking her arm free. "When that chance comes, take it. Don't lose your life in here, Magda. You have to get away. You are more important than I am." Magda had no intention of leaving a blind woman to her fate with whoever or whatever was in the room with them. She grabbed Isidore's arm again and yanked her back just in time from what the woman couldn't see. A powerful arm swept past them. Magda used the opening to duck under Isidore's outstretched arm and to slam her knife up into the ribs just under the man's extended arm as it swung past them. It was a solid strike. She pulled back in time to miss the elbow that cocked back, trying to get her. The arm swept around again, inches from her face. She tried to slash the arm but missed. Magda saw that the fingers were like shriveled, blackened claws. Isidore pushed both hands out, using all her strength to send a concentrated, focused fist of air at the center of the figure. It bent him only a little. He staggered back a half step, but then kept coming forward again as Magda and Isidore kept circling away from him. The cat leaped out of nowhere up onto the man's back. He twisted and threw it off. The cat hit the wall hard. With an angry roar and sudden ferocious speed, the man lunged toward them. Magda snatched for the blind woman's arm to yank her back out of the way. But she caught only air as Isidore leaned in and again tried to force a focused wall of air at the attacker. Magda felt as if she were moving in a dream. Even with all her strength put into the effort, her legs wouldn't move fast enough to get her within range to stab the man, to stop what she knew he was about to do. Lashing out with lightning speed, his clawed hand raked through Isidore's middle. Isidore's scream turned to a grunt with the impact of the blow. An arc of warm blood and flesh splattered across Magda, and then in a diagonal line up across the wall. Isidore's legs began to buckle. "Run! Now!" She cried out at Magda as she was going down. Magda instead rammed her knife into the side of the man's neck. She had to stop him before he did any more damage. All she could think was that she had to stop him and then get help for Isidore. Driving the knife in deep didn't feel like stabbing into muscle and sinew. It felt hard and leathery and dead. She tried to yank the knife back so that she could stab him again, but it was stuck fast. She gripped the handle with both hands, trying to pull the blade back out of his neck. It was then, when she was close enough, that she saw in the dim light that the man, though he moved with impossible speed and power, didn't look like a man. He looked like a corpse. His face was sunken and partially decayed. His jaw hung crooked to one side. His dark teeth were exposed behind shrunken, shriveled lips. He looked like a rotting cadaver. But even as dead as the rest of him appeared, his eyes were something altogether different. The look in his eyes sent an icy chill through her. It wasn't just that they glowed with a kind of inner light. It was that the glow was fired by the gift, yet unlike any light of the gift she had ever seen before. It was at once dead and empty, but alive with menace. Magda was so shocked by what she saw that it stopped her cold for an instant. Then, that frozen instant shattered with a crack that made her ears ring. The room suddenly spun in her vision. Her back smacked the wall, driving the air from her lungs. Her head hit the stone so hard that it knocked her senseless. Through the pall of pain, she only dimly heard the terrible roar of the thing, only dimly saw blurry movement in the swirling room. Magda could taste dry stone, dust, and blood. She realized then that the man had struck her with a blow so powerful it had lifted her from her feet and thrown her back across the room. She was distantly surprised to realize that she still had the knife gripped tightly in her fist. Isidore's warm blood ran down Magda's arm and over her hand, making for a slippery hold on her knife. Magda blinked, trying to clear her vision as she struggled to get her breath back. Looking up from the floor, she saw the man in a wild fury ripping into Isidore. He tore off the side of Isidore's face and top of her skull with one powerful blow, the rest of her head with the next. The dark figure roared as he flailed and ripped at Isidore's body. Blood and gore from the poor woman splattered across the floor and up against the walls as he swung both arms in mad fury. In a strange pall of quiet shock, Magda told herself that it was too late to do anything but escape. If she didn't get away, she would be next. Chapter 38. In a daze, Magda stumbled as she ran. Tears streamed down her face. Blood dripped from her fist holding the knife. Glancing down at her arms, she thought it looked as if she had just butchered someone. As she ran, she struggled to comprehend what she had just seen. She knew that something only remotely human, or maybe only once human, had just slaughtered Isidore. It made no sense. It was such a horrific sight, such a shock, that she was already questioning if she had really seen what she knew she had seen when she had looked into the man's face. She began to wonder if it could have been a trick of the shadows, but she knew it wasn't. She cried out in fright when she suddenly ran into one of the walls of hanging cloth. It caught her, flapping around her like arms grabbing for her. She slashed wildly with her knife, frantically trying to get away from what she thought for a second was the man who had killed Isidore trying to seize her. She shoved the cloth aside and started running. She could only see a short distance ahead into the empty maze of halls. She looked down as she ran, fumbling with the lantern door, trying to get it open so that she could see better. It finally sprang open, casting a bit of useful light into the passageway. She realized that, lost in the maze as she was soon to be the next victim of the thing that had killed Isidore. It was coming for her. If she was wandering around aimlessly, it would likely be able to catch her in short order. Magda thrust a hand into her pocket, frantically searching for the map that Tilly had given her. She dug around with trembling fingers, but couldn't find the map. She didn't know if she'd dropped it as she was running or if she'd lost it in the fight. All she knew for sure was that the map wasn't in her pocket. She turned back the way she had come, holding the lantern up, trying to see if she had dropped the map when she had fought her way out of the embrace of the hanging cloth. She didn't see it on the ground anywhere. She heard a sound. She thought she saw a dark shape move back into the direction she'd come from. Then she saw the glow of his eyes, off in the darkness, like some goblin from her childhood nightmares come to life. Magda abandoned the search for the map and started running. She knew that it was foolish to run in a maze without knowing where she was going, but she was too panicked to stop herself. Besides, what choice did she have? She ran with wild abandon, taking random passageways at intersections. From time to time, she could hear the dead man in the distance behind her. He let out a growl of rage as he came, his feet sometimes dragging on the floor. Magda ran all the faster, imagining the goblin from her nightmares hot on her heels. She knew that she didn't stand a chance fighting against him. She had to get away. She was suddenly brought up short in a dead end. She spun around and saw the man step into the passageway from a side hall, blocking her way back. Magda stood panting, knife clenched tightly in her fist, trying to decide what to do. His glowing eyes watched her, and then he started toward her. As he got closer, the cat sprang out of the darkness onto the man's head, clawing at his gleaming eyes with wild fury. He twisted to the side, his arms thrashing, trying to swipe the cat off his head. Magda knew that it was her only chance. She didn't hesitate. She ran toward the man and the only way out. As she reached him, she bent low and slammed her shoulder into his ribs, knocking him to the side. He lost his balance and fell against the wall. Pain shot through her shoulder from the solid impact with his rock-like torso. Magda was already past him and running at full speed as the cat sprang off the man and raced after her. Magda took intersection after intersection, ducking around heavy panels of hanging cloth whenever they appeared unexpectedly out of the darkness. She didn't know where she was or how to escape the maze. She was simply trying to lose the man close on her heels. The man who had killed Isidore. Charging down a long hallway, she suddenly came upon another hanging cloth that loomed up out of the darkness. Magda pushed it to the side with an arm as she went around it. When she did so, she realized that it was different from the others she had encountered. Unlike the others, this one was light and airy. Almost immediately, before she could wonder at the silken nature of the cloth, she saw in the weak lantern light that it was a dead end. She couldn't go any farther. Magda spun around. The man had already reached the other side of the cloth wall, blocking the passageway. It was too late to go back the way she had come. The man slowed. He had her trapped in a dead end. Magda stood frozen in panic, gulping air. She could see the reddish glow of his eyes through the gauzy cloth. She had nowhere to run. Chapter 39. Magda could see his boots just on the other side of the hanging cloth. Her back was to the wall at the dead end of the corridor. The delicate cloth hung perfectly still, not 3 paces away from her. She tried to think what to do, how she could get away. She thought that maybe if he came around one side, she could dash out the other side at the same time and run. But where? She didn't have the map. She realized then that even if she had the map, it likely wouldn't do her much good. There was really no way to run and read the map at the same time. It had been hard enough to decipher when she had been able to stand still, study it, and count intersections. The truth was she was lost in the maze, a maze designed to attract the spirits of the dead. Magda didn't think that this man, or creature, or whatever it was, had been what Isidore had been trying to attract, but in dealing with the dark forces perhaps she had inadvertently gotten the attention of things she hadn't intended to attract. An arm thrust around the cloth, clawing at the air, as if trying to feel around to find her, hoping to snag flesh. Magda pressed her back against the wall behind, trying to stay as far away from the sweep of the clawed hand as possible. The cloth was sheer enough that had there been light beyond in the tunnel, she would have probably been able to see the man through it. With her lantern, she thought that he could probably see her. She turned the lantern window aside, hoping not to illuminate herself for him. She leaned to the side away from the arm, reaching blindly for her, and carefully peered through the small gap between the wall and the other end of the cloth. The hall wasn't as wide as some. She could see that if she went for the gap opposite the man, he would likely be able to reach over and grab her. Again he swung the arm, groping into the dead end, trying to catch her up. She was far enough away from where he was standing, though, that he couldn't reach her. But as soon as he came around the flimsy hanging cloth, he would be able to snatch her unless she could somehow get past him as he came for her. She was fast, but from what she had seen back in Isidore's place, he was faster. Making it worse, the hall wasn't very wide. There was no maneuvering room. Magda wondered how long it would be until he came around and had her. She kept imagining being ripped open the way he had ripped open Isidore. She knew that the end was going to come at any moment. But instead, he moved to the other side of the cloth, reaching around with the other hand, clawing the air on that side. He didn't even lean over and look around, probably because his glowing eyes couldn't see her on the other side of the cloth. She could see those eyes clearly enough, and they only added to her terror. Even as she gasped for air, trying to get her breath as she struggled to figure out what to do, Magda frowned. Why didn't he simply come around the cloth to get her? It was obvious that he knew she was back there. He roared in frustration, slashing wildly, blindly around the side of the cloth. He raced over to the other side, trying again to reach back and snag her. But he wasn't leaning in far enough to get her. She couldn't imagine why not. It seemed like the silky cloth was somehow keeping him back. Magda wondered, could it be? She remembered Isidore saying that some of the spells on the hanging fabric were her own creation. Isidore knew more about the underworld and the dead than most people. Magda held the lantern up. She could see then, through the diaphanous cloth, besides his glowing eyes, that there were symbols all over the other side. They were drawn rather crudely, and with what looked to be a thin wash of paint that wrinkled the fabric. Magda could see that they were definitely spell forms. She tried to picture in her mind what they would look like if she were on the other side and wasn't looking at them backward. She had frequently seen Baracus draw spells. She tried to think if she recognized these drawn spells. They were unusual. They didn't look like anything she had ever seen Baracus draw. The man lunged, reached around the side, grasping empty air with his clawed fingers. Magda ducked in and jabbed at the filmy cloth, pushing it toward him. He stepped back with a surprised, angry growl, then raced to the other side to try again to reach around and get her while she was close. Magda remembered Isidore saying that the spells she had drawn were born of her work as a spiritist, and that they were both powerful and significant. Magda remembered Isidore saying the dead must heed them. The man on the other side hadn't yet tried to come past the cloth, but he showed no signs of giving up. She knew that he would not leave until he had her. If anything, he was getting even more frantic to reach her. There was no telling when, or if someone like a wizard, would be coming down to the maze to see Isidore. But even if someone did come to visit the spiritist, it was possible that they wouldn't come this way. The maze was a sprawling complex. For all Magda knew, she could be far off the regular route in. Even if someone did come to see Isidore, they might never come this way and happen across Magda. Worse, even if someone did come this way, they very likely would be killed just as swiftly as Isidore had been murdered. Isidore had used powerful magic, and it hadn't saved her. Magda could be stuck down in the deserted tunnels forever, with the crazed killer ready to strike at any moment. For all she knew, it was possible that his fear of the symbols on the cloth might only be a stopgap measure that wouldn't hold him back for long. Once he got past that thin piece of cloth, it would be a horrific, painful death. Magda realized that if she was going to escape certain death, she was going to have to get away on her own. She had an idea she didn't like one bit. With her heart pounding nearly out of control, she clutched the knife tighter in her fist. She didn't see that she had a choice. Chapter 40. As the man beyond the hanging cloth moved from one side to the other, when he was about in the middle, Magda shoved the cloth toward him as hard as she could. Through the cloth, she could feel his body on the other side. His middle didn't feel at all soft like a living person's. It felt more like a tree trunk. He roared at the contact with the thin cloth and stepped back. Recovering quickly, he lunged to one side, his arm coming around, trying to grab her as she was still pushing at the cloth. His clawed hand caught a few strands of her short hair. Magda jerked her head away before he could get her better grasp. As he reached, sweeping the air, trying for more of her hair, Magda used all her strength to stab the blade deep into his hand. The blade pierced through his palm, coming out the back of his hand. He didn't cry out in pain, but instead yanked the hand back, pulling it off the blade to free it. He shoved the hand back toward her, sure that she was close, but he wouldn't get her when she stabbed at him again. Magda used the opening as he was occupied in reaching for her, thinking he had her, to race to the other side of the fabric panel. Without pause, she shot around the cloth. His dark shape turned abruptly when he saw her dash past him. Magda sprinted at full speed down the corridor, too frightened to look back. But she didn't need to look back. She could hear him coming. As hard as she ran, she could hear him getting even closer. He was as tireless as he was powerful. Magda ducked around another hanging and took a turn to the right, then at the next intersection another right, then a left, in her mind marking the turn she took. The heavy hanging she encountered along the way didn't seem to trouble him the way the wispy one at the dead end had. He kept coming. Even holding the lantern out as she ran, she still couldn't see very far ahead. She feared that she would run into another dead end, but one without the protective cloth. and then he would have her trapped. As intersections appeared, she took them at random and without hesitation, but still took note of each turn in case she came to a dead end and had to retrace her steps. As fast as she was running, and the way he was getting closer all the time, she knew that if she came upon another dead end, it would likely be the end of her. Even so, she knew that she couldn't afford to slow for anything. Despite her fear, despite how hard she ran to escape, she couldn't keep the horrific memories of Isidore being slaughtered out of her mind. She knew that she had to think, but the thought of such a fate also happening to her was filling her mind. She could only imagine the pain and the terror of such a death. The only mercy was that it had been swift. Magda looked up when she heard the cat yowl. The cat, a bit out ahead, turned back toward her. When Magda met the cat's gaze, the cat took a side passageway and started running. The thought occurred to Magda that the cat had found the way into Isidore's room on its own. Magda wondered if maybe Shadow could find her way out as well. She didn't know what else to do, and she had no better idea, so she started chasing after Shadow, taking every turn the cat took. With her tail high in the air, the tip hooked forward, Shadow raced through the halls. Magda glanced back over her shoulder and saw the glowing eyes. He had gained on her and was only 2 or 3 strides behind. She would have screamed, but she knew that if she did, it would slow her just enough for him to grab her. Instead of screaming, she focused all her effort on running as hard as she could, trying to keep up with the dark streak of the cat. The cat cut to the right, at an intersection, but then abruptly stopped and looked off into the dark. It reversed direction and took to the left instead. Magda hesitated for just an instant, not knowing if she should keep up her momentum to stay out of the reach of the man or follow Shadow. She chose to follow the cat rather than risk losing her only guide out, and again being trapped in a dead end. That instant was all the man needed. His arm circled around her middle. Magda spun around before he completely closed his arms around her. She struck hard, slashing the knife across his throat. She saw bits of dried flesh fly off from the deep gash, but no blood. The wound didn't slow the man. She slammed the knife into his chest, fist deep, over and over, then dipped her head under his arm when he tried to hook it around her neck. As Magda slipped through his grasp, she spun around to the side of him. Hard as she could, she kicked the back of his knee. His leg buckled, and he started to fall, but staggered back and caught his balance before he fell. Even though he stayed on his feet, it was just long enough for Magda to bolt away, out of his reach. Bellowing a deep growl that echoed through the halls, he charged after her. As she ran after the cat, trying to keep it within the limited range of the lantern light, Magda couldn't see well enough and took a turn in the corridor too wide. The man took the inside, shorter line around the corner. In that instant, he darted ahead of her, blocking her route. The cat stopped and looked back at her. The dark silhouette between them waited to see what she would do, where she would run. Back beyond the man, standing in the center of the corridor, blocking her way. Back beyond the cat, Magda saw light. She realized that they were at the entrance of the maze. Despite the welcome light beyond the man that offered the way out, Magda couldn't get to it. The man started stalking toward her. Magda didn't want to run back into the dark passageways. She was close to being out of the maze. But with his feet spread, with his arms out to the side, she knew that there would be no getting by him this time. As she started backing up to keep some space between her and the man, Magda thought she heard people in the distance yelling. She yelled back to them. Hearing her yell for help, the man started to run toward her. Just then, something dark swooped in, hitting the back of his head. Magda could see the cat in the distance, waiting for her. So she knew it wasn't the cat. When she heard the loud cry, she realized that it was a bird. She saw broad, inky wings fluttering and realized that it was a raven. It must have been one of the birds she had seen earlier that had come in one of the high windows in the large chamber and gotten itself trapped down inside the keep's vast network of halls. She knew that it was a relatively common occurrence and that when they became desperate they sometimes panicked. The raven let out a piercing cry as it attacked the man's head. He swiped at it, trying to fight it off, The raven withdrew every time he swung, avoiding his arms, only to dive in again and renew the attack. The man stumbled to the side, careening into the wall as he tried to get the bird away from him. When Magda saw her opening, she didn't hesitate. She raced past him, toward the light. She no longer needed the cat to show her the way. She simply followed the distant glow of light. Coming around a corner, Magda abruptly encountered a small cluster of men. Some had torches, while others had spheres that cast a greenish light. She recognized the gift in their eyes.
"What is it?"
one of the men asked.
"What happened?"
Magda pointed back. "A man, a dead man. He murdered Isidore. He came in and killed her." The wizard leaned in and frowned.
"A dead man?"
Magda swiped sweaty stray strands of hair back out of her eyes. I don't know what he was or who he was. But he looked dead, and he wasn't stopped by her magic. She lifted the bloody knife. "And he wasn't stopped by this. I stabbed him a dozen times at least. It didn't even slow him down." The men shared looks before peering off down the dark passageways. She thought they would question her or argue with her. They didn't. The raven suddenly burst out of the darkness and flew past them, back toward the lighted corridors.
"These birds are always getting lost down here,"
one of the men grumbled.
"Come on,"
the first man said to the others. As afraid as she was, Magda followed after the men, expecting that at any moment they would encounter the dead man. Despite the men being wizards, she wasn't entirely confident that they grasped the true danger of the threat. She wasn't entirely sure, despite their numbers, that they could handle the man who had killed Isidore. Some of the men broke away from the main group to take different routes through the maze to search for the intruder. She followed not far behind the man she took to be the one in charge, the one who had spoken to her first, until they made it all the way back to the site of Isidore's slaughter. In the light of torches and the light spheres it was, if anything, an even more horrific sight than she remembered. The men didn't waste any time once they saw the spiritist was well beyond any help. In grim silence, they quickly searched her quarters before they began retracing their steps through the maze. Along the way they looked in every room and behind every cloth hanging over the entrances to side halls. It was not hard to see how angry the men were as they searched for the one responsible for such a crime. Eventually they found themselves almost back at the entrance without coming across any sign of the man who had killed Isidore. Guards at the entrance told them that no one had tried to come through. The man in charge told the others that they would keep searching until they found the killer. As they again made their way off into the dark maze to continue the search, Magda paused. She stood alone after the men had gone, listening to the hiss of her lantern as she considered what she should do. Considering what she dared to do. She remembered the route at the end when she was being chased. She had counted turns. She knew the way back. At least back far enough. She knew what she had to do. Magda scooped up the cat and started back into the darkness. Chapter 41. Magda stood when the 6 men filed into the quiet room. A row of small, high windows let in glowing streamers of early sunlight that cut diagonally across the gloomy space. Elder Cadle gestured without looking up at her before pulling out his own tall-backed chair. "Please, have a seat." Magda did as he asked, sitting in the single, simple, and rather uncomfortable wooden chair set before a highly polished mahogany table in the council's private chambers. Though her chair was simple, the 6 chairs on the other side with Elder Cadle, and Councilman Sadler, Clay, Hambrook, Weston, and Geimer, were quite elaborate, as were the 3 walls of floor-to-ceiling bookcases packed tightly with faded leather-bound volumes. The furniture was intended to emphasize to people the difference in status between any of the council and those coming before them. Magda suspected that they had sent word that they would like to see her privately before they began the day's session, as to avoid a repeat of anything like the last time. A steady stream of people had sought Magda out since that day in the council session, asking her to help them with swearing the oath to Lord Rawl in order to protect themselves against the Dreamwalkers. She had met with hundreds of people who had heard about what she said before the council that day, and who were afraid of the Dreamwalkers. With good reason. While the councilmen had not forbidden such an oath, after all, Dar was part of the New World and on the same side in the war. They privately chafed at people giving a devotion to Lord Rahl. Their official position was that while Dreamwalkers were indeed real and presented a danger, the enemy was not yet advanced enough to put such a weapon into use. So while the threat was genuine, it was distant, in the future. Other than the attack against herself, Magda could provide no proof otherwise. But many people didn't want to take the chance and learn too late that the council was wrong. "I had been expecting to see you sooner," Magda said when they were all seated. "The war grows more desperate by the day," Elder Cadle said without looking up, as he lifted one paper after another from the table before him, glancing over each briefly before setting it aside and going on to the next. "We have been trying to keep from losing the effort." Councilman Sadler only briefly glanced her way between selecting specific papers from his own stack and handing them to the elder. Some of the other men were not interested in the papers. They were glaring at her. "Of course," Magda said, dipping her head respectively. With the elder continuing to look through papers, and several of the others staring at her, she felt compelled to say something. "Have you found the person responsible for Isidore's murder?" Elder Cato looked up from under bushy brows. "Some people seem to think that you are responsible." "Me?" Magda felt her face flush. "And have these people managed to explain how I could rip a person apart like that with my bare hands?" The elder grunted before returning his attention to a paper that Sadler handed to him. "That's true," Councilman Clay said. "She isn't gifted after all." Councilman Clay leaned forward. "And what you say you saw was not of any help in identifying the person responsible so that we could find him now, was it? There have been several such murders in the lower keep. You are the only one who has actually seen the killer, or, should I say, you are the only one who has survived the encounter." "It was an invaluable opportunity to help us catch the killer," Geimer said. "We need to stop him before he kills again. But because you didn't keep your head and imagined a monster, we have lost the chance to identify the attacker and capture him. Because of your emotional reaction, we still have a killer loose in the keep, and we don't know his identity, much less what he looks like. He is undoubtedly a traitor or an infiltrator sent to kill important people. We might have had him if you could have kept your wits about you so that you could tell us what he looked like. Because you couldn't do that. Simple thing. We missed our chance. And as a result, we don't have a clue who it could be. We are left to wonder why," Clay added. "She can't be faulted for being afraid," Sadler said. Magda sat quietly, refusing to allow herself to rise to the bait. There were more important things at stake than proving herself to these men. It was not only the lives of the people in the keep that were at stake, but all the people of the New World. She didn't know why the council had summoned her. But it wasn't to get at the truth. There was no point in defending herself when they had already decided that it was more convenient to blame her than listen to her. They didn't want the truth. She did. Elder Cato waved his hand again. "That's not why we called you here, Magda. We called you in because Councilman Weston had a valuable suggestion." "And what would that be?" she asked without looking over at Weston's smug expression. "She had a knife," Councilman Geimer reminded him. "A bloody knife." "Isidore's skull was torn in half," Magda said. "An axe could do such damage, but not a mere knife, especially not one wielded by me." "I didn't say that we believed you are responsible," Elder Cadle intoned. He looked up and lifted an eyebrow. "I said some people think you are." Magda didn't know what he was getting at. "People often believe a lot of things that aren't true," she said. "I wish I had a way to reveal the truth for you, but I don't."
The spiritist was doing valuable work for the war effort, Geimer said, and now, while you were alone with her, we lost her rare talents. Magda came up out of her chair. If you are suggesting... Sadler, what were you doing down there? Councilman Sadler asked in a quiet voice, meant to override Geimer's accusation. What business do you have with a spiritist? Magda sank back down into her chair. What do you think I was doing with a spiritist? Sadler shrugged. You tell me. I had what business anyone going to see a spiritist would have. I wanted to contact the spirits. Councilman Weston lifted an eyebrow. What is the meaning? Contact spirits? For what purpose? I miss my husband, Magda said. What other purpose would there be to see a spiritist? I wanted to know that he is safe in the arms of the good spirits, to know that he is at peace. Perhaps none of you miss Baracus or worry and pray for his soul, but I do. Looking rather uncomfortable for the first time, some of the men leaned back. You are not the only one who misses him, Sadler said. Magda thought that he sounded sincere. And was the spiritist able to help you? Weston asked. Did you find out what you needed in order to put your mind at ease about Baracus? No, she was killed before. Magda turned away and swallowed at the terrible memory. She cleared her throat and looked back to the men watching her. So has the murderer been found? She asked. Elder Cadle swished a hand back and forth just above the table, as if he wished he could brush the problem away. The lower reaches of the keep have been searched extensively. Nothing has been found. There is no trace of the killer. Magda looked from one face to the next. But how is that possible? How could he have gotten away? This dead man? Geimer asked in a mocking tone. The one you said killed our spiritist? I reported what I saw, Magda said. Are you suggesting that I lied? No, Geimer said with a smirk, only that in the heat of panic you may have imagined him to be more fearsome than he actually was. Imagined that a killer would have had to be a monster. Your description was hardly useful. How would anyone searching know what he really looked like, so as to know what to look for? Magda returned the glare in kind. I told you what I saw. Councilman Clay leaned forward. That we appoint you as a representative of the Council for the people in outlying lands. It's an important post. We value your experience with such distant lands. You would be our contact with these remote peoples of the Midlands, as you often were on an informal basis in the past. As Councilman Weston pointed out, there is simply no one better suited to the post. Chapter 42. Magda frowned as she looked from one grim face to the next. You want to appoint me to a post to advise you on the peoples of the smaller lands? No, not advise us. Weston leaned an elbow on the polished table. You would travel to these far-flung lands and represent the views and decrees of the Council to the peoples who inhabit those distant places. They are, after all, part of the Midlands. They need to know what is happening here at the keep, what is being decided. They need to know about the war and such. After all, Sadler added, should we lose this war, they too would fall under the merciless rule of Emperor Sulichan. You know as well as we do that if they win this struggle, they will slaughter any who possess magic. The forces of the old world are ruthless in their objective to wipe magic from the world. You would be the Council's roving ambassador, filling people in on what we're doing in our effort to protect them from such a threat. Imparting such information, you would be helping to keep them safe. At the same time, you could also solicit their help with anything they might be able to contribute. Despite Sadler's enthusiasm for the idea, Magda saw through the proposal. They wanted to get rid of her. Or some of them did, anyway. The widow of the first wizard was becoming an even larger, even sharper thorn in their side. They were trying to make the cause sound noble, so that she would happily accept, or at least wouldn't be able to refuse.
I am honored that you think highly enough of my abilities to suggest such a post, Magda said without committing to it. You flatter me with your confidence, Councilman Weston. Though the smile spread on his lips, it didn't make it to his eyes. There is also the matter of appointing a new first wizard, Elder Cadle said. We need a first wizard to lead us in our fight. Our very survival is at stake. Things are not going well. We dare not delay any longer in finding someone to replace Baracus as first wizard. We have large numbers of the gifted coming to the keep to help. They need a first wizard to direct them, and how best to work to defend the new world. These new arrivals need quarters, as will the new first wizard. I don't mean to sound callous, but if you were to become our representative, you would be traveling and wouldn't need the space. So, a side benefit of you taking up such a mission would be that the quarters belonging to the first wizard would once again be free. We don't want to push you from your home. But the new first wizard will need a place to work, and meet with his wizards, as Baracus did. Magda bowed her head. I understand, Elder. No need to feel that you are pushing me from my home. My home, the home I have come to love, is the keep and the city of Idendrill. It is the people here I have come to love, not the walls. I will of course vacate the first wizard's quarters. You are right that the new man will need the apartments. The elder brightened with a brief, relieved smile. For some reason, it appeared that he thought it would have been more difficult. The council seemed to have formed an opinion of her that was based to some extent on accusations about her. Thank you for understanding, Magda. So you will take the appointment then? Then? Magda had no intention of taking such an appointment and leaving the keep. There was something going on, something that threatened the keep, threatened their very existence. She seemed to be the only one who understood that the threat was real. She was not going to abandon her search for answers just to make life convenient for the council. That search for answers was a mission that Baracus himself had given her, both as her husband and as first wizard. At the same time, she didn't want to get into a battle with these men. That would only back them into a corner and make her search for answers all the more difficult. I appreciate the generous offer, Elder Cadle. I will certainly give it my most earnest consideration. But in the meantime, I would like to give over the first wizard's apartments. I have modest needs and will have no trouble finding a place. I know that there is space under the southern ramparts. The elder blinked. He was left momentarily speechless. The quarters under the southern ramparts were the least desirable in the keep, so there was always room there. As much trouble as she was to them, even the council would think that such quarters were beneath the widow of the first wizard. It reflected poorly on them that they would force her out of her apartments to live beneath the southern ramparts. Magda didn't really care where she slept. She was only concerned with finding answers before they were all killed. And the way she was nearly killed by a dreamwalker, or as Isidore had been killed by that walking nightmare. Before Elder Cadle could say anything, she asked, "Have you selected the man to become first wizard, then?" Sadler leaned back in his chair. Hambrook and Clay shared a look. Weston and Geimer showed no reaction to the question. Elder Cadle cleared his throat. "We have had discussions and have someone in mind." He smoothed his bushy brow. "We will reveal our choice at the proper time and in the proper manner." In other words, he wasn't about to tell Magda what they had decided. She hoped it was one of the men Baracus had worked closely with. There were good men among them. "Of course, Elder Cadle, I am sure that the council will choose wisely. They certainly did the last time." With the war going badly, they needed someone strong, someone like Baracus. Once the man was selected, she had important information to convey to him. He would need to know what she knew, what she had dared tell no one. It seemed to her like Baracus was already just a figure in their history, lost to the advance of time. The world was moving on. It was up to her to convey knowledge from that past history, but only to the right person. Magda dipped a quick bow and departed before they could insist that she accept the post they wanted her to take. As she was pushing closed one of the heavy double-oak doors to the council's private chambers, she heard footsteps. Turning, She saw Prosecutor Lothane and a dozen men of his personal guard. Magda stepped to the side to make way for them. "Lady Cirrus," Lothane said with a smile, "I hear that you have been at the center of yet more trouble. Shouldn't you be down in the lower portions of the keep searching for a killer to prosecute?" The menacing smile remained in place. "I don't believe that the threat to our security is confined to the lower portions of the keep. I think dangers to our cause are closer than most people think." She knew what he was getting at, but she didn't want to be distracted by Lothane any more than she had wished to be drawn into arguing with certain members of the council. She had to get back to her search. "I'm afraid that you would know about such threats better than I would. If you will excuse me, I have things to do." His smile returned. "Such as finding new quarters?" "As a matter of fact, yes. Rather sad that with a new first wizard soon to be named, you have to give up such luxurious apartments." Magda wondered how he seemed to already know all about it. "It's not sad at all, it's just a place to sleep. I am joyous that a new first wizard will soon be named. The people I care about are what really matter to me, not an apartment." "And which people are they, Lady Cirrus, that you really care about?" "The innocent people of the New World who are being slaughtered in the name of a cause." Before he could say anything else, Magda started away. He caught her arm, stopping her. His grip was hurting her arm, but she didn't give him the satisfaction of showing it. "No need to be in a hurry to move your things, Lady Cirrus. I may be able to help you out with an accommodation so that you can remain where you are comfortable." Magda's only answer was a brief, non-committal smile, before she pulled her arm away and marched off. She kept her eyes straight ahead and didn't slow for the wall of men in green tunics blocking her way. The prosecutor's big personal guard stepped back at the last moment, and just enough to let her pass. She couldn't imagine what Lothane was talking about, and she wasn't particularly interested in coaxing it out of the man. She was sure that was what he had wanted her to do. When she glanced back, she saw him vanishing into the council chambers. Magda wondered what business Lothane had with the council, that he would be seeing them in a private session. Chapter 43. It was apparent to Magda that the city of Idendrill, though as busy and active as ever, was on edge. Concern weighed on every face. People in small groups eyed passing strangers as they talked in low, worried tones. Every day brought new stories of enemy advances, of bloody battles, of the numbers of men lost, of cities that had fallen, of innocent civilians being slaughtered by the approaching forces of Emperor Sulachan. She knew that some of the stories were nothing more than rumors and gossip. She also knew that the truth was far more gruesome than most people knew. Glancing up between spaces in the tightly packed two-story buildings, as she made her way down the crowded cobblestone street, Magda could see glimpses of the lush forests covering the foothills and lower sweep of the nearest mountain. Higher up, the pines and spruce thinned as they reached granite ledges at the base of sheer cliffs. Beyond a few passing wisps of clouds and flocks of birds that lived in the stone face of the mountain, the massive cliffs supported dark, soaring stone walls of the keep. Above the walls, even at this distance, she could see ramparts, bastions, lofty spires, and towers joined by high bridges. For as long as Magda could remember, the dark shape of the keep had loomed over the city. At once protector and threat, the magic it embodied both guardian and target. Magda had always had mixed feelings about living in the keep. She loved the vibrancy of Idendrill. So with a soon-to-be-appointed new first wizard needing the apartments, she had given thought to moving back down to the city. But she couldn't do that until she found out what was behind Baracus's death and the other things that were happening at the keep. While no one seemed to believe her, Magda was sure that everyone at the keep was in danger. She couldn't leave the keep until she knew that the people living there were safe. While people were focused on the distant war, no one but her seemed aware that the enemy was already closer than anyone thought. Magda knew the enemy was already slipping in among them. Even as Idendrill sweltered in the summer heat, there was talk that by winter the enemy troops might be within striking distance of the city. Magda feared to consider how devastating such a strike would be to the place where she'd grown up. If the city was overrun, that would also mean a siege of the keep. The keep could withstand a siege for a long time, but not forever. Besides, it was impossible to win a war defensively. The forces from the old world had made it clear that there would be no mercy. While some of Sulichan's forces held the keep under siege, others would lay waste to the new world. When the keep finally fell, they would make examples of every last person. That was what they did to every village, town, and city in their path. Either people surrendered, or they were made to suffer for refusing. Simply hiding behind walls and iron doors would not eliminate the threat. Sooner or later, even the keep walls would fall. Evil had to be defeated, or it would only grow stronger. How they were going to destroy this evil, Magda didn't know. All she knew for sure was that it was not only getting closer every day, it was already among them. She had felt the painful presence of the Dreamwalker. She had seen the monster that had come out of the dark and killed Isidore. Those were not random events. They were connected. Magda had to find the truth behind those connections. Making her way past the crowds on the streets was at times like trying to move upriver. The peddlers shouting out the many benefits of their goods stood like rocks in that river as streams of people continually flowed around them. Some of the street merchants tended carts with salted meats and fish, fresh vegetables, or a variety of ready-made goods. Other vendors carried trays stacked high with long loaves of bread. There were also hawkers draped with dangling strings of amulets, prowling the crowds as they shouted out sing-song warnings of curses and plagues. They attracted flocks of bouncing children, wanting to hear about curses of magic, as parents rushed in and pulled them away. Magda sometimes crossed the street to avoid particularly aggressive hawkers. She saw grabbing the arms of passing women, insisting that they listen to why they needed the protection of a magic charm. Potential customers were warned that when the enemy got closer, the supply of charms and talismans would all be gone, and that it would be too late to get what was needed. Some people gave in to the warning or bought the least expensive of the amulets, simply to free themselves from the hawker. Warm as it was, as she passed throngs of people, Magda, like many women, kept the hood of her light cloak pulled up. People down in the city weren't as likely to recognize her as were people up in the keep. But she had been the wife of the first wizard, and as such it often surprised her how many people she'd never met recognized her. With time working against her, she couldn't afford delays. As much as she would like to, she couldn't stop to give guidance to people on the oath to avoid the Dreamwalkers, or convey news from up in the keep. There were also those who hated Baracus and might want to give her a piece of their mind, or worse. Most people understood that surrender was suicide at best, slavery at worst. But not everyone could recognize the face of evil when it presented itself in the guise of salvation. She could hardly defend herself if a mob wanted to stone her, because her husband had decided that they would go to war rather than surrender. Panicked people didn't listen to reason and didn't want to hear the truth. Sympathizers frequently stirred up resentment against the authority of military officers, the council, and even the first wizard for being unwilling to accept the peace that the emperor had offered. Peace, these people said, was as simple as letting Emperor Sulichan rule instead of the council. They wanted to believe, and so they did, that the rule of either was the same difference in their lives. If other people wouldn't accept the wisdom of their notion of peace, the advocates were all too willing to use violence to make their point. It struck Magda as ironic that those who professed to want peace the most were quickest to use bloodshed to try to get their way. Magda pulled her cowl further forward as a knot of people moved past her. Unshaven men leered at her shape, even though they could see little of it under the cloak. They knew only that she was a woman, and therefore must be worthy of oogling. When a passing group of women happened to get a glimpse inside her cowl, Magda's short hair told them that she was a nobody. They didn't give her a second look as they went on about their own business. At a cross street, Magda peered around the corner of a 2-story brick building that housed a tailor. On the other side of the street was an inn with a blue pig painted on the sign, hanging over the door. The narrow street around the corner followed rolling, uneven ground. Despite how confining and confusing this part of the city of Idendrill was, she knew that this was the turn she needed to take. Magda had searched under the southern rampart, but had learned that he was no longer there. As much as she needed to find him, she hadn't wanted to bring undue attention to herself by asking too many questions. Those kind of questions would sooner or later get noticed. Isidore's murder had made Magda more than a little cautious. She had nearly been a victim, too. A dreamwalker was no longer in Magda's mind, but she had no way of knowing if one might be in the mind of any person she talked to. A dreamwalker could no longer follow her through her own eyes, but she didn't want them following her through the eyes of others. So she had gone to Tilly. Tilly had been horror-stricken over the death of Isidore. At first she blamed herself, believing that if she hadn't shown Magda the way, then maybe none of it would have happened. Magda had convinced the woman that she was wrong. They were fighting evil, and the evil was not Tilly's doing. Magda had told her that Isidore herself said that they were warriors in this war. Evil would not rest. It had to be fought. Tilly had been silent for a moment and then asked if she too was a warrior in this war. Magda told her that indeed she was, and in fact she had been more help than any of the council had been. Magda said that since no one else would help her find Isidore's killer, she intended to do it herself, and to that end, she again needed Tilly's help. It had taken a few days, but Tilly had discovered that the man whose help Magda sought was nowhere in the keep. After several more days of discreet inquiry, she had finally been able to learn where he lived. Magda was surprised that he would have moved out of the keep and down into Idendrill, and frustrated that it had taken so long to find where he now lived. She knew that time to act was slipping away. After glancing around to make sure that she wasn't being followed, Magda turned up the quiet street. There were no shops, only houses, mostly multi-family structures. She could see the trees beyond the buildings shaded an alley. The houses in two-story dwellings were tightly packed together, and in some places connected with common walls. Out back people planted gardens and laundry hung on lines. She could hear chickens and a hog or two. A crudely painted sign on one gate said eggs for sale. After following the street over several rises, she came to the place that was set back beside a two-story stone building. There was a forked plum tree in the front of the little porch. At the side of the small place, she could see down the narrow passageway between the buildings, that the back was heavily shaded by oaks. She also saw the corner of a shed along with wood scraps and odd bits of metal neatly laid out beside it. On the porch, in under a low overhang, Magda tucked her small bundle under an arm and knocked firmly on the simple plank door. After a moment, she heard someone coming through the house from the back. He stopped on the other side of the door. "What is it?" he asked without opening the door. "Are you Wizard Merritt?" "I'm sorry, but I can't see anyone right now," he said from the other side. "This is important." "I told you, I can't see anyone now. I'm busy working. Please be on your way." She could hear the footsteps heading away from the door, toward the back of the house. Chapter 44. "Please, I need to see you," Magda called to the door. "I come with news of Isidore." She heard his distant footsteps pause. As she waited in silence, Magda wasn't sure if he would come back and open the door or not. She wiped away a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she idly watched a lacewing hunting for aphids on the lush green leaves and stems of a vine climbing one of the posts, holding up the overhanging roof of the porch. At last she heard his footsteps returning. The door opened enough that Magda could see that he was as imposing a figure as Isidore had said. After all, Magda had heard about him. From Baracus, from the men down in the keep, from wizards she knew, and from Isidore. She found it was a somewhat strange feeling to finally see him in the flesh. After all the things said about him, he wasn't exactly what she had pictured. He was somehow more. He was tall, and without a shirt, it was plain to see that he was handsomely built. He was a good deal younger than Baracus. In fact, he didn't look much older than her, maybe a couple of years at most. Magda had seen hundreds of wizards. The keep was full of them. Merritt, especially without a shirt, didn't look at all like her idea of what a wizard looked like. His skin glistened with sweat and grimy smudges. There were a few streaks of soot on his face, behind stray, wavy locks of light brown hair that was struck through with a lighter, sun-bleached, blondish brown. Disheveled as it was, it added to his rugged looks. Somehow, impossibly, the sweat and the soot made him look all the better. But it was his hazel eyes, cast with a shade of green, that caught her breath. It felt as if he was looking right into her soul, weighing it for worth. At the same time, she felt that she could see in his eyes that he was open about who he was, without pretense or deception. Though they contained the same basic trait, the eyes of the gifted tend to appear quite different to her. In some people, such as warriors, the glimmer of the gift that she saw had a menacing aspect to it. In healers, it had a softer, more gentle appearance. The aspect of the gift in Baracus's eyes had been passionately wise, resolute, formidable. Just as Isidore had said, Magda, too, could see both sincerity and competence in Merritt's eyes. Yet, unlike Isidore, Magda could also see the gift. In Merritt's eyes, the gift was different from anything she had seen in her life. It was a look that was at once breathtaking and dangerous, but at the same time softened with an undertone of warmth. Under his intent gaze, she had to remind herself to let her breath out. On second consideration, she decided he did indeed look to her very much like a wizard. "What news have you of Isidore?" His voice matched the look of him perfectly. It almost felt as if her whole being vibrated in harmony with the deep, clear tone of it. Magda swallowed and forced herself to speak. "Before I can say anything else, I must ask you to swear an oath." His brow drew down. "An oath?" "That's right. I need you to first swear an oath of loyalty to Lord Rahl, which will protect your mind from dreamwalkers. Only in that way can I know that we are talking in confidence." He did the oddest thing then. He smiled. It was an easy, warm smile that betrayed a shade of private amusement. "A bold, if not highly strange request from such a lovely stranger at my door. We haven't even been properly introduced." Magda pushed the cowl back off her head. "I am Magda Cirrus." The smile vanished in a heartbeat. "Magda Cirrus?" His face turned red. "Wife of First Wizard Baracus? That Magda Cirrus?" "Yes." The frown revisited his expression. "I was there, among all the people at the ceremony the day your husband's remains were purified in the funeral pyre. I saw you there that day in the distance. You had long hair. Well, with Baracus dead, the council wanted it cut off. They were quite insistent about letting the world know that without Baracus, I am nobody. Elder Cadle personally saw to cutting it." He dipped his head respectively. "I'm sorry about the loss of your husband, Lady Cirrus. Baracus was a truly great man." "Thank you." He stared into her eyes a long moment, head still bowed, then remembered himself and straightened. "Please," he said as his face reddened again. "Wait there a moment, will you?" He abruptly shut the door. Magda realized then what else was different about him from most men. The entire time he had been in the doorway, he had looked into her eyes, his gaze wandering no farther than to her hair. The gazes of most men invariably wandered elsewhere. Merritt hadn't done that, even though the black dress she was wearing under her light cloak did tend to reveal her shape to advantage. Magda heard him stumble over something inside that then rolled across the floorboards. There was a thud as something heavy hit the floor. Then it sounded like a chair fell over. A few more things clattered when they fell. It went silent inside the house for a time. Magda glanced up and down the street to see if anyone else was hearing all the noise or paying attention to the visitor at his door. She saw a woman across the narrow street and up a ways come out and shake a rug. She folded it over an arm and went back in without noticing Magda in the shadows of the porch. Through small gaps in a screening lilac bush, Magda could see a few people in the distance talking, but they were too far away to be able to see her standing behind the greenery. The door finally opened wide. Merritt was still tucking in a dark shirt. The long, wavy locks of his light brown hair had been hastily brushed back, revealing that his face had been hurriedly wiped clean. "Sorry to make you stand out there, Lady Cirrus." His face flushed again. "I'm afraid that I was out back working on a few things, and—" He paused, apparently afraid that he was beginning to ramble. He made himself start over as he lifted a hand out in invitation. "Please, won't you come in?" As Magda stepped through the door, she could see an overturned chair and a small statue lying on its side. The place was small, with the strangest things stacked everywhere. Strange metal objects, not unlike the things she had seen Baracus make, sat all around the room, making it difficult to tell what she had heard fall to the floor and what had already been there. As odd as everything was, there was a strange kind of order to it all. Books stood in tall columns in places at the side of the room. A wicker couch also held books, but they were lying open and piled one on top another, as if to keep a place marked. A variety of small tables held mounds of scrolls between candles, boxes. Between candles, bottles, boxes, and bones. A small, tightly rolled scroll sticking out of a shelf had a variety of small clay figures collected all around the end of it. As far as she could tell, they were all floating around the end of the scroll with nothing holding them up. It was an inexplicable and disorienting sight. There were also profoundly beautiful statues standing in random places around the room, not as if they had been placed to be admired, but simply, it appeared, put wherever there had been an empty spot at the time. There was a soldier about to unsheath a sword carved from a gray stone. There were several smaller statues of men in robes carved from pale butternut wood, and, carved from pure white marble, there were several statues of the most graceful women Magda had ever seen. Draped over the table beyond the overturned chair was a large square of red velvet. The tabletop was the only place in the entire room that wasn't cluttered. A single gleaming sword sat in the middle on a raised portion of the red velvet. Magda noticed an ornate gold and silver scabbard attached to a baldric lying on the floor. The scabbard was so striking that it could only belong with the sword. Merritt righted the chair, then hung the baldric and its scabbard over the back before he hurriedly removed books from the wicker couch. "Sorry for the mess. I don't ordinarily live in such clutter. It's just that this place isn't as roomy as my place at the keep. Please, Lady Cirrus, won't you have a seat?" He looked around. "Tea. I should make tea." "No, none for me, thank you," she said as she made her way to the wicker couch. He looked relieved. Magda wondered why he no longer lived at the keep, but didn't ask. She had more important matters to get to first. She waited until he turned around to her again. "I need to talk with you, Wizard Merritt." "So talk." He gestured to the couch. "What about Isidore?" Magda wasn't ready to sit. "What about the oath?" He put both hands in his back pockets as his posture relaxed a little. He grinned boyishly. "You mean the devotion to the Lord Rahl? Master Rahl guide us, Master Rahl teach us, Master Rahl protect us, that oath?" "Yes, you're familiar with its purpose, then." He was smiling as if it was a private joke. Magda didn't think it was funny. She could feel her own face heating to red. "Actually, you see, Ulrich is an acquaintance of mine." "You know, then, that he is a good man, that he means the devotion to protect us from dreamwalkers." He still had a hint of a crooked smile as he kept her locked in his gaze. "Yes, their side creates a weapon. We have to work to counter it. That's why I helped him in creating the power contained within its bond." Magda blinked in surprise. "Are you saying that you helped him create the magic that protects people from the dreamwalkers? That power? You helped him with that?" Merritt nodded. "To a certain small extent. I don't know exactly how he crafted magic that could do such a thing, but I do know that he's as smart as he is determined." He was stuck at a point that was keeping the bond from taking hold and igniting in others. At their end, it worked for him, but he wanted it to work to protect other people as well, and it wouldn't go to root in them, I guess you could say. He knew that I happened to be familiar with unusual calculations for spell coupling, so he asked for my help. Magda tilted her head toward him. You helped Ulrich Rahl create the magic of the bond. He nodded again, looking quite earnest. I provided the authentication routines for the verification web, from inside of it, in order to complete the validation process. That was what initiated the unification of the spell components he was trying to combine, so that the bond would activate in the proper sequence. Once it ignited, locking down the series reductions, I was the first one to speak the devotion. When I did it from inside the completed web. I wanted to test it first to ensure that it wouldn't inadvertently harm people when they gave the devotion to invoke the bond. Magda couldn't help staring openly at him. She touched her fingers to her forehead, trying to take it all in. You mean that you were the one who made it work? He shrugged one shoulder. No, not really. Ulrich did most of the work. He came to me because he knew that I would be able to understand what he was trying to do. There aren't many people who understand such complex combination routines well enough to discuss it with him. He thought I might be able to see why the verification web wasn't functioning exactly the way he intended, and hoped that I would know what was needed. So it wouldn't have worked without what you did, she said. Ulrich Rahl created something masterful. I guess you could say that I just added a little seasoning to his stew. Then you are bonded to him? Magda asked. You were protected from the Dreamwalkers. His smile vanished. Oh, yes, I am protected. He tested me with the Dreamwalker he held captive. That's how Ulrich knew that the bond he created finally worked in others. I was the first one protected by the bond. So, you see, there is no chance that a Dreamwalker is hiding in the shadows of my mind, listening and watching, if that's what you're worried about. Now, what is it you wanted to tell me about my friend Isidore? Magda's heart sank. I'm afraid that I got Isidore killed. Chapter 45. Merritt's face took on the look of chiseled stone, much like his statues. The aspect of the gift she saw in his eyes had a decidedly dangerous cast to it. What do you mean you got Isidore killed? In that calm, yet emotionally charged question, she could see that this was a man with more than a simple temper. It was a refined sort of bottled fury that had the potential to be devastatingly violent, and yet at the same time he was also a man able to control it. That meant that he could focus it. It takes a bit of an explanation. While at first a bit shy, once the subject became somber, he turned all business. So explain. Magda rearranged the bundle under her arm as she finally sat on the wicker couch. It gave her an excuse to look away from his intense expression. I was at first in shock over my husband's death, she began. I couldn't understand why he would take his own life. Couldn't understand why he would leave me like that, leave all of us. People said that his journey to the Temple of the Winds in the world of the dead must have crushed his spirit and snapped his will to live. Everyone accepted that story. They believed it was a straightforward suicide. And while it may have made grim sense to them, it didn't make any sense to me. As I thought about it, I kept coming back to the core truth that Baracus was not the kind of man to be so despondent that he would kill himself. Besides, I was there when he came back from the Temple of the Winds. And while there was no doubt that he was troubled and distracted, I wouldn't characterize him as depressed. He had too much to live for, too many things that mattered to him, too many people he cared about. Too much important work yet unfinished. He wouldn't kill himself to end any kind of personal despair. He cared about us all too much to do such a thing. With all of the new world in danger, he had every reason to want to fight for us. Then why would he do it? Merritt asked as he went to the table to gaze down at the sword. That's what I'm trying to find out. Baracus knew that I wouldn't believe that he had simply wanted to end his life. He was counting on me to realize that something about it
didn't make sense. He knew that I would recognize that he would only have done such a thing if it was to somehow protect all of us. That's the way he was. That was his mission in life. That was why he was first wizard. He was a war wizard, after all. He took that mission very seriously. War wizards don't give up. They find a way around any obstacle, even if that way results in their own death. He called the way of a war wizard the dance with death. Shortly after his death, I found a note he'd left for me, telling me to seek truth. Somehow, for some reason, he couldn't do that himself. Baracus, not merely as my husband, but as first wizard, charged me with finding truth. This is about something bigger than Baracus. It involves all our lives. Even before I found the note, I knew that I had to find answers, not only for Baracus, not only for myself, but because all our lives are at stake. For reasons I can't yet fathom, he left that task to me. His note said, "Your destiny is to find truth." Merritt, standing over the table, looked down at the sword as he listened, turning with a frown. "You mean the note said, 'Your destiny is to find the truth'?" Magda's brow furrowed as she tried to recollect the exact words. She didn't have the note with her. She had hidden it back at the keep in a secret compartment in his workbench. She didn't know why the exact wording mattered to Merritt. It seemed an insignificant point. She knew, though, that wizards saw the world differently. Things that might seem insignificant to anyone else were often centrally important to them. Now that you mention it, I guess I can't recall exactly. I suppose that what you say makes more sense. Find the truth. Merritt nodded as he turned his broad back to her once more. What happened then? Not long after I found that note, the same day in fact, Lord Rawl was waiting to see me. As I talked to him, a dreamwalker that had apparently been hiding in my mind all along nearly killed me before I could start looking for answers. In a way, that was the beginning of an answer. I was able to give the devotion to Lord Rawl in time to protect myself, but why would a dreamwalker be hiding in my mind in the first place? I'm not even gifted. You just said that you believe Baracus left an important mission to you, Merritt said. A mission that is somehow critical to all our survival. That's true, Magda said. But the thing is, how would a dreamwalker have known that in the first place? Why would he have been hiding in my mind to begin with? I see your point, he said as he clasped his hands behind his back, while pacing off a few steps as he thought about it. Maybe with Baracus dead, the dreamwalker was simply trying to find out what you may have known about the first wizard's business. His plans for fighting the war. Weapons were developing. Things of that sort. I guess it makes sense, Magda said. I don't know how it could be possible for me to be important to the future of our people, but Baracus believed it. The Dreamwalkers obviously had to have thought I was important enough to be worth watching in the first place. And then, certainly after I found that note. Once I saw what it said, they would have seen it too. But before that, why would they care about the thoughts of a nobody? You aren't a nobody, Merritt said in a surprisingly compassionate voice as he looked over at her. They may have cut your hair after Baracus's death, but that doesn't change you into a nobody. You are still Magda Cirrus, the same as before, with the same abilities, the same potential, the same mind, the same capacity to think for yourself. I wasn't born noble or gifted. That makes me a nobody in the minds of most people in the Midlands. Merritt stopped before the table and again stood gazing down at the gleaming sword lying on red velvet. As long as their cutting your hair doesn't make you a nobody in your own mind, then it doesn't make any difference what others think now, does it? Magda had to smile. That's always been my attitude. That frequently gets me into trouble, though. Before I met Baracus, people often told me that I didn't know my place. I've never much cared what most people thought about me or what they thought my place should be. I always believed that I should think for myself and act accordingly. My status sometimes hinders me, but I don't ever let it guide me."
"Good." He turned away from the sword and folded his arms as he leaned back against the table to face her. "So what did you do next?"
"I talked to a number of the people who had been closest to Baracus, trying to find clues. That got me nowhere. So I went to the spiritist, hoping that her unique abilities could help. Isidore told me that she was only the spiritist's assistant, and that the spiritist couldn't see me. I was desperate. So I told her that I believed Baracus had sacrificed his life in order to protect all of us, and I was hoping that the spiritist could reach out to him for answers. I told her that I thought something important had happened when Baracus had gone to the Temple of the Winds in the world of the dead. I needed her to contact him there, in the underworld, since, this time, he wasn't coming back. I told her that all is not right in the Wizard's Keep, and that I believe the enemy is already here among us. After all, how would a Dreamwalker know about me from all the way down in the old world? I told her that the Council wouldn't believe me. I told her that if I was right, then the enemy would likely direct the Dreamwalkers to the Spiritist to prevent her from assisting the wizards in developing defenses. I finally got Isidore to admit that she was the Spiritist. I convinced her that because of her importance, she was in great danger, that the Dreamwalkers would take her mind. That persuaded her to give the devotion to protect herself. After she did, she told me the story of the slaughter of the people of Grendengart, and how she had learned that their spirits were not safely in the world of the dead, where they belonged. She told me, too, the story of how you had taken her eyes.
Magda gestured uncomfortably.
I couldn't understand how she could do such a terrible thing. I couldn't understand how she could, well, how she could let a wizard so fundamentally alter her, change her into something other than she had been born.
"If you think it's upsetting, imagine how I felt," Merritt said.
Magda looked up into his eyes. She had to look away from the shadow of pain she saw there. Through Isidore's story, I did come to realize how reluctant you were to do such a thing, and how determined she was to go through with it. While I, of course, felt sorry for what she was giving up, I also felt sorry for you, for the awful burden she placed on you. She was just starting to tell me that it wasn't so terrible like I thought, what a wonderful new vision you had given her, but before she could finish explaining and then contact the spirit world for me, we were attacked by some kind of monster, and Merritt lifted a hand to stop her story. What do you mean, a monster? Magda shrugged. It appeared to be a man, close to as big as you. He was impossibly strong. At first I thought that he had to be gifted and that he was using magic. When I stabbed him, though, he didn't bleed. When I got a good look at him, he looked like a dead man. He smelled like something dead, too. Merritt's frown deepened the creases on his brow. A dead man? What do you mean he looked like a dead man? He was blackened, his flesh shriveled. And it even looked decaying and pulled apart in places. He looked like a corpse. He folded his arms across his chest. That does indeed sound like a dead man, but was it dark? Are you sure you saw him clearly enough? It was pretty dark, Magda admitted. But I still had a lantern. I got a good enough look. I stabbed him a number of times, hard and deep. The blade, deep as it went, didn't seem to harm him at all. Isidore used her powers as well, but that didn't stop him either. We tried. Magda swallowed and had to look down at the floor, away from Wizard Merritt's gaze, before she could go on. He ripped Isidore apart. It all happened so fast. He killed her before we could stop him, before we had a chance to run. I realized later that a Dreamwalker had to have been secretly lurking in her mind all along, listening. When I told her that I needed information from the spirit world, I never thought that a Dreamwalker might already be there, in her mind. I had thought that I needed her to give the devotion in case a Dreamwalker ever tried to take her. I should have realized that he might already be there. The Dreamwalker had invaded my mind and spied on my thoughts without me being aware of him. But then he failed to kill me because I was able to give the devotion and banish him from my mind in time. He must have then been spying on me and Isidore from the shadows of her mind. But he didn't want to spoil his second chance by trying what had failed before. He wanted us both, so he didn't reveal himself. Didn't try to kill her before she could give the devotion, as had happened with me. He instead let us believe that we were safe. He probably slipped away then as she started to give the devotion. He probably wanted to lull us into feeling secure, in order to make it easier for him to send the man who attacked us. I should have realized that he might have already been there watching Isidore because she was important. I was just a lucky additional catch who happened along. I foolishly revealed too much before having her give the devotion. If I'd made Isidore give the devotion first, he would not have heard how important I thought she was to uncovering the answers Baracus wanted me to find. He would not have realized that he needed to kill her before she could help me. Against her will, the vivid memory of that awful slaughter returned to fill her mind's eye. "That's why you asked me to give the oath before you would talk to me. That's why you asked me to give the oath before you would talk to me," he said, half to himself. Magda nodded as she watched tears dripping onto the floor at her feet. If I had thought it through first and had her give the devotion from the beginning, she would still be alive. She would have freed her mind from the dreamwalker before he overheard what I needed and how much she mattered in my search for the truth. But a dreamwalker didn't kill her, Merritt said. Magda swiped the tears from her cheeks. She knew how much Merritt meant to Isidore. She knew how reluctant he had been to help the woman. Magda knew, too, that even though Merritt had taken Isidore's sight and altered her with magic, he had come to consider her a friend. Magda sucked back a sob. She couldn't bring herself to look up at him. No, the dreamwalker didn't kill her. He must have gone to his contact in the keep, and they sent that monster to slaughter her before she could have the chance to help me. It's my fault. If I hadn't gone to her, she would still be alive. Or if I'd had the presence of mind to realize how deeply the keep had been penetrated by dreamwalkers and traitors, and had her take the protection of the bond right at first, she would be alive. It's my fault she was murdered. Chapter 46. Merritt crossed the room and sat beside her. "I see now why you think you're to blame, but it wasn't your fault, Lady Cirrus. You didn't know that a dreamwalker was listening to the things you told Isidore." Still, Magda couldn't look him in the eye. "No, but I should have realized that it was a strong likelihood. I should have thought it through. Had I taken the precaution of having her swear loyalty to Lord Rawl first, it wouldn't have changed anything." Magda finally looked up at him through her watery vision. "How can you know that?" "The dreamwalkers know that you're looking for answers, right?" Magda swallowed past the lump in her throat. "That's right." "Then if they know that much, they would know that you would sooner or later go to see the spiritist to try to find those answers. After all, with Baracus dead, the spiritist would be the next logical place for you to go looking for answers. Answers, after all, that they want as well. In fact, they were already there in her mind, secretly listening in on our other activities of the keep's business as they waited for you. So if I had first had her swear loyalty, it would have made no difference, don't you see? We have to assume that they already learned everything they could by covertly searching through her mind. So they were probably hiding in the hopes of hearing any new bit of information that you, or anyone else might happen to divulge to Isidore. They were there to spy, to collect information. Information is the coin of war. When she agreed to swear the oath, they knew that was the end of them being able to learn any more from her, so they killed her, before she could help you discover anything. But had you thought to have her give the oath right at first, they would have killed her just the same. Talking to her first only delayed her murder for a brief time, while they eavesdropped. They would have wanted Isidore dead for reasons beyond you. She was seeking vital answers in her work, answers about what the Emperor's wizards are up to. She was trying to discover why the enemy is harvesting the dead,
and what they're doing with both the bodies and the souls of those dead. The Dreamwalkers wouldn't want her to help us understand what they're doing, or why the souls of those dead aren't with the spirits in the underworld, where they belong.
Then they know everything Isidore knew, Magda said.
Her gaze flicked around as if driven by her racing thoughts.
Everything Isidore knew has been compromised. They know it all.
Merritt nodded. It would appear so. And because of that, we have even bigger trouble than we realized. Because of what Isidore knew, and what she was working on, she was already marked. By talking to her, you likely actually delayed her death. The important thing now is to find out what she knew, and therefore what the Dreamwalkers learned by spying on her mind. Magda wiped a hand back across her face to dry her tears as she considered the implications. Her search for answers, for the truth, had just become even more critical.
It sounds like you may be right that my failure to have her give the oath at first made no real difference in the outcome.
You aren't to blame, he agreed. You could just as easily say that it's my fault she's dead. After all, I'm the one who gave her abilities that made her a threat to the enemy. Had I refused, she very likely would still be alive, doing nothing more dangerous than helping to advise those in mourning about the souls of their dead relatives. But in the end, we can't live our lives by what if, and if only. We can only do the best we can in the best of our ability, based on what we know. That's why the truth is so important. Sometimes, as in Isidore's case, it's our skills that bring the attention of evil. Evil abhors those with ability. Emperor Sulichan wants to destroy just about everyone with the gift in order to make everyone helpless before him. He has already made significant strides in purging the old world of magic. He can't afford to let it flourish here. In the process, he is willing to lay waste to the gift itself, strip it from mankind, all to be able to consolidate power for himself and rule through brute force. The gift, our abilities, stand in the way and mark us as targets.
That's true, Magda said. Baracus told me once that Sulichan would rather annihilate us than allow us to live in peace, because that would mean the risk that his people would want the same freedom to live their lives that we have.
Merritt nodded his agreement. People like Isidore, like you, are not going to stand aside and do nothing as he slaughters people. Isidore was fighting for us all. She was well aware that she might lose her life in this struggle. In fact, I told her as much. That didn't stop her. She was a warrior in our cause. So are you, or you wouldn't be seeking the truth at the risk of your own life. If you were any less, you would give up your search and move away to somewhere safe. Yet you stay in the keep, right in the midst of the danger.
There is no safe place, or at least there soon won't be, Magda said. Safety is only an illusion when evil is on the hunt. I can't stand by and watch. I have to act.
We all can be only who we are, no more, no less, Merritt said.
That's a beautiful sentiment. Magda smoothed a wrinkle in the skirt of her dress lying across her knee. Is that why you gave in to her wishes when you could have said no?
He stared off across the room for a long moment. It was the path she chose. People have to live their own destiny.
That sounded very much like what Baracus had said in his note to Magda, about her following her own destiny.
Magda wasn't sure that Merritt was right, but it was an inviting notion to believe that she wasn't responsible for Isidore being murdered.
Thank you, Wizard Merritt, for helping me to see it another way. I can see now that there is more to finding safety than me simply having Isidore give an oath. I must admit, though, that I do feel a bit ashamed for allowing myself to feel better. It isn't easy to absolve oneself of guilt.
Lady Cirrus, you were not the cause of her death. Evil likes to shift guilt to the victims. Don't let them.
Magda nodded as she hooked some of her hair back behind an ear. Please, I would feel better if you would call me Magda.
His smile added a warmth that made his face all the more agreeable. And I am just Merritt. Magda returned the smile, but it quickly faded. I'm afraid that I must ask some questions, Merritt, that you will not like me asking, but I need answers if I am to get at the truth. He leaned back a little. Really? And what do you need to know about? Chapter 47. Why have you moved away from the keep? He stood and strolled to the table with the sword. I wanted to be alone to work in peace, he said with his back to her. I find the keep to be a distracting place. Really? From the quantity and quality of what I see in this room alone, to say nothing of what Isidore told me, I'd say you are a man of great focus and intensity. I think that you must have more reason than that. He glanced back over his shoulder. Well, besides that, it isn't safe there. I see. And why not? You said yourself that the dead walk the dark passages of the keep. And you knew that before I told you about Isidore, did you? Magda wondered why he'd really left the keep. It didn't make sense to her that a wizard that Baracus thought so highly of would leave what must have been important work at the keep, where he would have been surrounded by a wealth of resources. Everything from books to tools, to an abundance of reference items invested with magic, as well as being able to draw on older, more experienced wizards for guidance. Besides that, if it was a matter of safety, there were places at the keep protected by guards as well as shields. She had seen no indications that his little home had any such shields to protect him as he worked. But even so, there was really only a side issue. She was trying to find a way to ease into her relevant questions. He seemed to sense as much. He turned around, fixed her with a serious look, and again folded his muscular arms. Why don't you tell me what it is that you really want to know, Magda? She lifted her chin. All right, then. She hated repeating hurtful words, but she didn't know how else to get at the underlying truth without airing the charges, so that he could at least have the chance to give his side. I hear it told that you are responsible for getting a number of wizards killed, good men who were important to our war effort. I've also heard it said that besides those deaths being on your hands, you have abandoned the men you left and refused to help with important work for our defense. Some even say that you're a traitor. Is any of that true? He stared down at her a moment. She had thought that the gift in his eyes might take on dangerous appearance. Oddly enough, it didn't. His expression was a strangely unreadable mask. In a way, that was worse because it hid his inner feelings. She felt like a traitor herself for asking him to answer such inflammatory charges, but too much was at stake, and the charges were too serious for her to ignore. As long as we're airing what people say, he finally said in a chillingly calm voice. I heard it told that you and Lord Rahl put on quite the show before the council to make it appear that dreamwalkers are in the keep and invading people's minds, all so that the two of you could frighten people into swearing loyalty to Lord Rahl. But you know Ulrich Rahl. Magda could feel her face going red. You know why he created the oath. Maybe I don't know him as well as I thought I did. What with everything else I'm beginning to hear. What am I to believe? People say that according to no less an authority than head prosecutor Lothane, Baracus had secret meetings with people who might very well be enemy agents. The prosecutor has said publicly that he suspects that Baracus might have been part of a plot, and that he may have convinced you to go along with the scheme. Merritt clasped his hands behind his back as he paced before her, going on without pause. Worse. And down here in the city of Idendrill, wonder openly if Baracus is responsible for the war going so badly. They wonder if he wrongly took us into war in the first place, and lied about the reasons. They say that if he really had our best interest at heart, we wouldn't be losing the war. They said that Baracus must have finally committed suicide because of his sense of guilt over dooming his own people. Magda shot to her feet. But Baracus didn't take us into war. We were invaded. Merritt shrugged. People say otherwise. They say we weren't invaded at all, that our side started it. They say that you, Lord Rahl, and Baracus plotted all along to start a war, and use it as an excuse so that Lord Rahl could seize rule of the Midlands and take it over as part of Dara. But you know that the dreamwalkers— Yes, I know that dreamwalkers are real, but am I to believe the preposterous story that they are already here, on the loose in the keep, just because you say they are? When there is no proof except your own self-serving stories of how they attacked you and sent monsters to kill Isidore when you were alone with her. Am I to discount the credible charges against you and Baracus brought by no less an authority than our eminent prosecutor and some members of the council, all saying that your wild stories of plots against our people and traitors in our midst are really meant to distract people from your own guilt? How can I be expected to disregard such serious accusations? He opened his arms before her. So you tell me. Are you a traitor in the Midlands, as so many people say? Magda swallowed. He opened his arms before her. So tell me, are you a traitor to the Midlands, as so many people say? Magda swallowed. She was sure that her face was bright red. For not living up at the keep any longer, you certainly seem to have heard some of the ugliest gossip. He arched an eyebrow in a way that would have made her back up a step if the couch hadn't been at her heels. Gossip. Not merely gossip, but the suspicions of even high officials. People say that since the charges are so serious, there must be something to them. So, you tell me, Magda, are they true? I need to know if I'm talking to a traitor. I think I have a right to know before I answer any of your questions. Her hands fisted as she glared at him. None of it is true. It's all lies. Hateful, despicable lies. Her gaze fell away. But I admit that I have no way of revealing the truth to you. I wish I did, but I don't. He did the oddest thing, then. He smiled. And I would wish for a way to reveal the truth to you as well. But the truth can seem awfully small and insignificant when compared to a mountain of lies. Magda was angry. She hated to hear such terrible things said about Baracus. She knew that some people believed those very lies, while the truth was that he had given his life to protect the people of the Midlands. She didn't know why yet, but she knew that was why Baracus had died. Merritt spread his hands. Do the accusations make Baracus guilty? Make you guilty? No. Ah, but you worry that similar accusations make me guilty. You worry that, because the accusations are so serious, they must be true. I see your point. She looked away from his eyes as she wiped a tear from her cheek. I'm sorry, Merritt, for being so unfair. I'm sorry to come to you out of the blue, without invitation, and dare to question you about things I've heard. But this is about our very survival. If I make a mistake and trust the wrong person, we could all pay with our lives. At least you had the courtesy to come and ask me for the truth, instead of simply accepting the lies. Sadness haunted his smile. It's ironic that so much of my life's work has been devoted to being able to find a way to ensure that we know the truth, when it's important enough, when lives are at stake. And now lies are used against me, and that work. I see what you mean, Magda said. I really do. I feel like I need to prove my innocence to you. And at the same time, I feel helpless because I can't. His smile was reassuring. Baracus was quite a remarkable man, and no fool. I've always thought that there had to be a good reason why he considered you worthy to stand beside him. Baracus believed in you. That says a great deal to me. Magda felt conflicted. She didn't want to ask him about the things she'd heard, didn't want to give the accusations credibility. But at the same time, she needed to put the issues to rest, and so far they hadn't been. I can tell by the look on your face how troubled you are. You don't know me, so it's understandable that you don't know what to believe. Why don't you go ahead and ask the things you need to know about? Magda nodded as she took a seat once more, hoping that by sitting it might take some of the hostility out of her question. I've heard accusations from wizards who were there that men died because you had abandoned your duty to them. I need to know why they think you are responsible for the deaths. I need to know if you are the kind of man who would walk away and let other men die. I realize that it isn't fair of me to repeat such charges from others, or to expect you to answer them. You certainly don't owe me the truth. She looked up into his eyes. But please, Merritt, I'm trying to find answers to what is really going on. I believe that the keep, all of our lives, are in grave danger. I need to find out what is really going on before it's too late. Would you please not take offense at my asking these questions and simply tell me the truth? And how will I prove it to you that I'm telling you the truth? She smiled a bit. As it so happens, the truth has always mattered a great deal to me. Baracus often said that I was the bane of liars. I'd like to think that I'm a person who can recognize the truth when it's told to me, or detect a lie, and often I can. But I guess that in the end I have no real way of knowing truth from lies. I'd still like to hear your side of it. Chapter 48. Merritt nodded as he pulled a footstool closer and sat facing her on the wicker couch. There are people who want things, he said, but they aren't willing to listen to the truth about the things they want. That's true enough in a general sense, but what does it have to do with people saying that men died because of you? If you want to know the truth, then it takes some explaining so that you can understand. Bear with me. Magda conceded with a nod for him to go on. There are those at the keep who want a specific kind of magic invested in an object. They want me to do it. Magda glanced around the room at all the strange objects lying about everywhere. There were things of every size and shape. Some were recognizable. Some weren't. Some of the objects looked innocent enough, while others looked like they would snap shut and take off a finger if she were to touch them. What kind of object? He rubbed his palms on his knees as he searched for words. Well, it's a kind of key to unlocking repositories of great power. A key? These people want you to make a key? Merritt waved a hand as if to minimize the impression. I use the word key loosely. It's only a key in the sense that it works to unlock the power. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Sorry I'm so dense. His face turned red. I didn't mean it to sound that way. It came out wrong. It's just that it can get awfully complicated to explain. So help me understand so that I can know the truth. He took a deep breath before going on. You see, it's not the specific key, the object itself, that really matters. The key, the object portion of it, could actually be a lot of different things. What matters is the specific magic invested in the object. The magic is what makes it a key that functions to unlock the power. She didn't think that sounded all too complicated. He was choosing his words carefully. It wasn't uncommon for wizards not to want to reveal details. Baracus had sometimes done the same thing, even with her. It could also be that Merritt was being evasive for some reason. After all, she had asked about men who died because of him. At least, that was what she'd heard. It could be hearsay. On the other hand, he might be trying to shift blame. Magda decided to let him explain in his own way and to be open-minded about what she heard. I've worked on this key, as it were, for years. It's a project that has long been close to my heart. These people, who have only recently come to be aware of the existence of this power, believe that it's very important that I go forward and complete the key, but for reasons of their own. The thing is, I can't complete the key because it's impossible to complete. More importantly, though, it's unnecessary. Magda couldn't let that go. If it's the key to opening great power, why is it unnecessary? Especially now, when we're at war. Couldn't this power maybe help us? No, it can't. How can you be certain? Because, he said, I learned that the chests... Chests? Yes, the chests are the repositories of this power that these people want to be able to unlock. It's not actually the chests that the key unlocks, but the power contained within them. Like I said, I'm trying to make something extremely complex understandable. Magda nodded for him to go on, but her mind was already reeling with worries. She reminded herself not to jump to conclusions. Anyway, he said, I learned that the chests were taken away to the Temple of the Winds by the temple team. I don't know if they were supposed to be taken there or not. But the simple fact remains that they were. Some on the team did say that they wanted to protect mankind from the tyranny of magic. Perhaps that's what they meant and why they did it. In any event, they're safe there, sealed away out of reach in the underworld. Magda's heart felt like it skipped a beat. Her skin went icy cold with goosebumps. Merritt frowned. "What's wrong?" Magda swallowed. "Nothing." "Your face just turned white." "It's nothing, probably the heat." But it was something. The whole world felt as if it was crushing in on her. She knew that once a new first wizard was named, she had to tell him what she knew. She reminded herself that she might be jumping to conclusions. She wished she could slow her racing heart. Merritt sprang up and went to a side table. He hurriedly poured a glass of water. He handed her the glass and then sat again on the stool in front of her, watching her with great concern. "Take a drink. It will help." "Thanks." Magda took a sip. "I'm fine. Please, go on with what you were telling me." "Thanks." Merritt watched to make sure she took a few more sips before continuing the story. "Well, since the chests are safely locked away in the Temple of the Winds, there is no longer any point in me attempting to complete the investment of magic and the key to unlock their power. But even more importantly, even if I wanted to, it can't be done alone." Magda needed time to think. She couldn't be sure, after all, that he was talking about the same thing. There were a great many things, important things, all dangerous, that had been sealed away in the Temple of the Winds. "You mean it can't be done because of the rare rift calculations for creating a 7th-level breach that Baracus couldn't give you?" Merritt leaned back and blinked in surprise. "You know about that?" Magda worked to keep her voice under control. "Baracus told me about it some time back when you went to see him. I remember him saying that you had wanted the rift calculations for such a breach. Apparently he thought a lot of you, because he told me that he wished he could have given you what you needed, but he couldn't, because the formulas were sealed away in the Temple of the Winds and no one could get to them." Merritt was staring at her, so she knew that she had to say something. "So, is that why you can't complete the magic for this key?" "Yes, exactly." Magda was struck by the sincerity of his frustration. She watched his eyes look away as he went on, almost as if talking to himself, opening again the wound of his disappointment. "I've spent years working on the details of the conjured structure. No one else understands it the way I do. They don't understand its true purpose." He looked up. "You see, I don't believe that it was ever supposed to be just a key." "What do you mean? Why not?" He leaned in more intently. "I've come to believe that what is contained in these receptacles, these chests, is the only form of power known to exist that predates the star shift." "You really believe that's what's in the chests?" "Yes. That's why I was so sure in the first place that there have to be formulas for a 7th-level breach. Baracus confirmed their existence when he told me that they were locked away in the Temple of the Winds." Merritt's gaze was locked on her eyes. "If I'm right, which I am, then this power is an order of magnitude beyond what anyone understands. If I'm right, it contains enough power to destroy the world of life." Magda took a sip of water for the chance to look away from the intensity of his hazel eyes. She couldn't make her fingers stop trembling. "Dear spirits, is that really even possible? Do you actually think such a thing could be true, that something could have that much power?" "I do. I think the key was originally intended to contain the 7th-level breach code, in order to harness that power. That's why the breach code exists. It has no other purpose. Same with the rift calculations." "You mean as in a rift in the world of life? And the breach code cracks the egg?" He betrayed what he thought of her analogy with a small smile before he went on. "After years of tracking down everything I could think about the origins of the power and what it really is, I think I have come to understand it as no one else does." "And what have you come to understand?" "Well, first and foremost, I know enough not to fool myself into thinking I know everything. But from what I do know, I believe that any number of people would have enough knowledge or ability to misuse it and cause great harm. What they likely don't understand, though, is that in pursuing their own ends, they could inadvertently annihilate all life. But that's if it's misused. I'm convinced that this power needs more than a simple key if it is to function properly. I've found bits and pieces in ancient texts that give me cause to believe that the key, in a way, also has to be a caretaker of the power, a kind of protector. Chapter 49. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, Magda said, absently, as she tried to corral her galloping thoughts. She had never felt so lonely. She didn't know what to do, who she could turn to. Merritt seemed the obvious choice, but there was too much she didn't know about him. If anything she'd heard turned out to be true, telling him could very well turn out to be the worst decision she could make. Her only hope was if the new First Wizard was named soon. The new First Wizard would need to know what she knew. He would know what to do. After a great deal of research and work, I finally have every aspect of my theory worked out and in place, Merritt was saying. I'm convinced that I know how to create this unique power for the key if only I could get my hands on the rift calculations and breach formulas. If I could then make a key that would function as it should. This magic I would create with the help of the formulas would at the same time function for something else of great importance that I came up with along the way. That caught her attention. He lifted an arm in a gesture of frustration, then sighed as it dropped back to rest on his leg. But without all the parts, the magic can't be formatted and thus initiated. Are there no substitutes that would work well enough? No, it needs the correct parts. And all the parts, simple as that. Magda steered him back to the thing that had caught her attention. So is this unique magic also what would allow you to create in a person the ability to pull truth from lies? Is that the other thing of great importance you want to create? He looked surprised. Yes, as a matter of fact it is. So, then, the key these people want, that you know how to make, and the person you described to the council that you wanted to alter, to be able to pull truth from lies, are linked with common elements and share some base form of this magic? That's right. At inception, anyway. They differ as they develop, and in the end, of course, but they do need to have certain base elements from the rift calculations in common. You mean they both need yeast to make the dough rise? Merritt frowned suspiciously. For someone ungifted, you seem to have a knack for grasping the inherent logic in the nature of magic. And for someone who described herself as a nobody, you also seem to know a great deal about some of the most secret projects in the keep. Magda tilted her head, peering at him from under her brow. You may think that they're secret, but Isidore knew about the person you want to alter with this magic. If she knew, then the Dreamwalkers know. If the Dreamwalkers know, that means Emperor Sula-chan knows. If they know about the person, then they very well may know about the key you're trying to make. If they know about the key, they know what it is meant to unlock. Merritt let out a troubled sigh. I suppose that's all possible, but it can't do them any good. It would be impossible for them to reconstruct my work, and without those occulted calculations that are locked away in the Temple of the Winds, the magic that I was working on can't be completed. Besides, the key would do them no good because the power itself is sealed away and inaccessible. Magda had to force herself to hold her tongue. She instead asked a question. Why would these repositories containing this great power not have a key in the first place? What would be the purpose of creating something without a way to make it work? Good question. Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer. People take history at face value and assume it's accurate, but often it really isn't. Accounts of past events differ. You don't know the honesty or the motives of the person who wrote the chronicle. Accounts from antiquity may have been lost over time, leaving critical gaps that would change the picture. Some of what we do have may actually have been rumor, or even false charges that over time were wrongly assumed to be true. Some historical accounts are biased or distorted viewpoints, while others were embellished along the way. It's a mistake to indiscriminately assume historical accounts are true. All that is meant to say that I don't know the truth about an original key. The repositories holding this power were a relatively recent creation, intended to safeguard the power in its resting state. The key doesn't actually open them. It's actually meant to unlock the ancient power contained within them. For all I know, it may be that when the power was created it had a key. All I know for sure is that the power itself still survives today, and there is no known key for it. That creates a problem, because while the key doesn't exist, the power does, and even without the key, this power is still profoundly dangerous. That's one reason I've been working so hard to complete the key. Everyone else thinks the key is supposed to simply unlock the power. But from bits of surviving books and scrolls from before the star shift, I've come to believe that the key was an object intended to protect the power, not merely unlock it. The word protect stuck out to her. He said it with a kind of natural ease. She remembered what the men down in the lower reaches of the keep had been working on when they were killed. Her gaze went to the object on the table. Protect, like a sword, she said. Yes, he finally admitted. The existing references and formulas we still have led people to believe that the key must be made in the form of a sword, so those trying to make the key try to make it in the form of a sword. They don't know why, and they don't really care. They simply try to make the key in the form of a sword, as is implied in the reference material, in order that it might work to unlock the power. And you think, she guessed, that there is meaning to the prescription that the key take the form of a sword? I do. That the magic is supposed to be invested in a sword implies its purpose, does it not? Besides working to unlock what it protects, I believe it was intended to have the power to prevent the wrong person from meddling with the power. So, if there's no key, and the power is that incredibly dangerous, that's why the chests containing the power were shut away in the Temple of the Winds in the first place? Very likely so, he said. The problem is, if anything should go wrong, the key would be the only chance to bring us all back from the brink of annihilation. He leaned in and lowered his voice, even though there was no one who could possibly overhear him. You see, the key I would create isn't simply coded to the power. It's coded to the work with the person using it. It has to be the right person, for the right reasons, or it won't work. The magic can read not only the key, but the intentions of the one holding the key. Magda knew from Baracus that dangerous magic often had multiple layers of protection. Books of magic usually had wards and safeguards to protect them. According to Isidore, Merritt made just such bindings for books of magic. He was apparently employing that principle in his design of the key to the power. But all of this is only theoretical, since you can't make the keys and prove your theories. Well, yes, I suppose that's true. The problem is, he said, there are those here in the keep. You mean the council? His mouth twisted as he finally gave in. Good guess. She was getting tired of dancing with shadows. Not all that difficult. He flashed a brief smile before turning serious again. The council wants it done away. They want the key to be made. Magda had to take another drink of water to compose her voice. Why? If everyone knows that the power is locked in the temple, why would the council want the key made? They've given me a long list of reasons, none of which make a lot of sense to me, but they're very insistent. They wish it to be done, period. Ultimately, they don't need to explain themselves. They wish it to be done, so they command that it can be done. But wishing and commanding doesn't mean that it can be done, and they won't listen to reason. I'm well aware of how inflexible the council can be. They certainly are in this case. Magda's mind was racing. Which councilmen want it done? All of them. But Weston and Geimer seem to be the ones forcing the issue most of the time. Weston and Geimer, it would be them. Magda murmured to herself. She looked up again. I thought the council didn't want you to use the same basic conjuring to create this person who could pull truth from lies. His hazel eyes again locked on her. The confessor, he said. Chapter 50. Confessor. Magda asked. That's right. She leaned forward, puzzled by the name. Confessor? Yes, that's what I call the person I would create, because with the power I would invest in them, they could make anyone confess the truth. No matter how abhorrent the truth may be, no matter how desperately they previously may have wanted to conceal it, no matter the lies they've told or hidden behind. The touch of a confessor's power would change all that. So, the council wants you to make the key, for which there would be no use. But not this confessor, for which there could possibly be great use. Ironic, isn't it? Well, to say the least. She wondered if something more than irony was involved. I still don't understand why both the key and this confessor could require the same base elements. Because at their core they both serve the cause of truth. How can the key serve the cause of truth? I get the confessor, but not the key. At their root, the key and the confessor both authenticate truth. The confessor's power would force the subject to reveal the truth, while all of the coded alignments of the key involved proofing it against reality. Reality is truth. Therefore, both the confessor and the key need the same formulas to initiate their ultimate function. In much the same way that a verification web authenticates a spell, the base elements of this new form of magic I'm trying to create gauges or measures matters at hand against reality. In the case of the confessor, the subject is left unable to speak anything other than the truth. The key as well follows a verification sequence. By building in authentication routines, it prevents a person from using it, for example, if they are lying about their reason for unlocking the power. Maybe the council doesn't want you to create the confessor because they fear the truth, Magda said. You may have just arrived at the heart of it. But they still want the key. Right, he said. They want a simple key to make the power work, but I didn't think I could trust anyone with a key to that much power, even the council. So I intended to make the more complex key. That has been a great deal harder to devise. But if I ever get the chance to finally ignite the web, it will be worth the years of extra work. Yet neither the one I envision nor the simple one the council wants can be created because they both would need the information that is out of reach in the Temple of the Winds. Without these formulas, I can't make the key or the confessor. At least it doesn't matter about the key because the power, like the formulas, is safely out of reach. Magda thought she might be sick. She gulped a drink of water. She wondered why the council would fear the truth, but more immediate questions sprang to mind as she stalled for time to think it through. How would this person, this confessor, be able to force someone to speak only the truth? He looked uncomfortable as he searched for the words. You have to understand, Magda, that a confessor would be a last resort to get at the truth. For example, to get a killer to confess to murders he committed, so that we would know the extent of his victims, know beyond a doubt of his guilt. Or imagine if a man had snatched a child for ransom, or worse. A confessor could pull the truth from his lies and deception. She arched an eyebrow. Or a traitor could be made to give a true confession. Without question or hesitation. Magda touched her fingers to her forehead, trying to grasp the enormity of what he was telling her. But how would this confessor actually get the person to confess? Basically, he said, the magic I would invest in them, much like the key, would contain elements of both subtractive and additive magic. So you would actually need a gifted person to create a confessor. Actually, no, not at all. The person would be a vessel into which I would place this ability, this unique form of power. But if they aren't even gifted, everyone has at least a small spark of the gift. It's part of our life force. Magic is merely a matter of degree. You are said to be ungifted, but that's not technically accurate. Life connects us all to magic, as illustrated through the design of the grace, so, for a confessor, I didn't need a gifted person, just a living one. Having spent a lot of time around Baracus and a number of talented wizards, Magda was somewhat familiar with their world, and what they consider to be within the working realm of possibility. She might not have fully understood what they did or how they did it. But she did have a general sense of the sphere of their capabilities. This was outside that sphere. Her eyes widened with sudden understanding. She looked up at him. "You would alter a grace." "Of course," he said, as if it were a trivial matter. This was one of the reasons people feared makers. They didn't think in terms of the impossible, only in terms of how something might be done. What Merritt was describing was unconventional thinking that, to most people, bordered on madness. But you could change the person you turned into a confessor back, right? I mean, if change them back. He looked at her as if she had lost her mind. Once I altered them, the power would become an integral part of the person, inseparable from who they become. Once altered in this way, they would forever be a confessor. There could be no going back. Once done, it can't be undone. Magda was feeling sick to her stomach. So how would this power you would invest in a person actually work? When a confessor unleashes their power into someone, the subtractive side of it would destroy who that person was. It would kill them? No, not really. Not in the conventional sense. Magda leaned in with a frown. What does that mean? I mean, no, it wouldn't kill them. He gestured, seemingly reluctant to explain, but finally he did. The way I've created the web, it's narrowly targeted. Fine threads of subtractive magic would burn through the target person's mind like lightning crashing through a tree, all the way down through its roots, to obliterate their identity. So in that sense, who they once were would be dead. They can never regain what is eliminated with the subtractive side of the confessor's power. They are alive. But who they were no longer exists. What it means to be that person is gone. So what would exist for them? In place of who they were, in place of what the subtractive magic destroys, the additive magic would at the same time flow in behind, filling the void to create in them total, complete, blind devotion to the confessor. The confessor would become the center of the person's universe, the only thing that matters to them. The confessor would become their identity, or the object of it, to be more precise. In that realm of total commitment,